dead in the water. What I think we need to do is we need to invest in trade, in higher education, in specialized skills, right, within our population, so that we can adopt, we can adapt to the modern era, right? Instead of just relying upon these manufacturing jobs that are clearly already specialized by other countries, not by us, right? If it was specialized by us, well, then we would just win in the market without the need for tariffs. Okay. So that tells us that we ought to specialize in other types of aspects of the market.
This is okay. This is obviously, like, there's a huge caveat you're missing to your point, which is that you cannot export manufacturing jobs to China and compete with a manufacturer in America because of the labor laws. They don't have to pay minimum wages. They don't have to offer health care. They don't have to do any of that. They can effectively implement slave labor trade or laws. And that way...
I agree with international labor laws, by the way.
What?
Do you agree with international labor laws?
Do I agree with them? No. I think they're...
No? Wait, so you're okay with these people being disadvantaged, right?
No,
you don't care about that?
I care that they're disadvantaged, but they are not enforced in China. That's the whole point.
Well, this would enforce that. International labor laws would enforce that.
Yeah, they don't. That's the whole point.
They literally would. They literally would, right?
Export.
No, I'm saying, DJ, you're not understanding.
It's cheaper too. We don't have to pay an American to do a job that a Chinese person will do for half the cost. That's the whole point. That's why businesses export manufacturing. Yeah.
So again, you're not understanding my point, right? Like I really think you're not. Labor laws, international labor laws, absolutely would limit from happening the same way they limit it from happening in the United States. What I'm saying is that would you be in support of an international labor law meant to stop this from happening, or are you just blabbing about this and you don't actually care?
The blabbing is the idea that an international labor law is going to be enforced equally. It's not. China effectively runs the UN. China effectively runs.
That's clearly not true. That's clearly not true. Again, I'm saying, DJ, I'm saying if it is the case, right? If it is the case that we can have, hold on, let me clarify the question.
The point is, if I could make a counter argument without you cutting me off,
no, you misunderstood the question, so I wanted to clarify.
No, I didn't. I'm not misunderstanding anything.
You did. It's because of the way that you responded.
These are nuanced points that I have to get to, and if you interrupt me, I can't do that, right? So, nuanced arguments can't be said in 5 seconds, right? You want a simple answer. That makes it a straw man and easy to defeat. I get that.
No, I was trying to clarify the question because you just misunderstood the question. But it's fine. I'll let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak.
It's well documented that China circumvents international labor laws. That they have. I mean, anybody here can do a quick Google and find how much slave labor abuse is going on in China right now today. They lock people in buildings. They don't let them leave. I mean, the idea that they are competing on a level playing field with the American manufacturer is a joke. That's not even, like, I would love for you to prove to me, bring me any evidence that they enforce labor laws in even a semblance of the way that America does. If you tried to run a manufacturing plant here the way China does, you would be immediately shut down by numerous organizations that deal with human health. And the reality is simply, China is corrupt as a country. They cheat in the way that they devalue their currency. They cheat in the way that they violate labor laws. And they do so because it is wanted by very wealthy people in America. And they're happy to do that for those wealthy people in America who want to make money by making products way cheaper than they could in America. That's the whole reason that they export. It's not for quality, it's for quantity, and cheaper quantity at that. And it's just a fact of trade. And that's why Donald Trump was tariffing Chinese imports to level the playing field. They said, okay, if you're going to manufacture all of those products in China, you're going to pay a penalty for doing that, because I know you're doing that to circumvent the labor laws that we have in America. I want you to build and employ Americans. But they didn't do that. Obviously, he didn't have time to fully implement his domestic trade policy because he lost re-election because of COVID. So
Yeah, so the reason why I said that you didn't understand my question is because you did exactly what I knew you were going to do. This is why I literally cut off. I don't cut off for no reason, right? When did I ever dispute that China goes past current labor laws? My question was particularly targeted, right? Would you be in support of an international labor law, one that can be enforced and that would hold these countries to a standard where they cannot engage in this particular action if it could happen? Would you be in support of that particular policy on an international scale?
If it was possible.
Yes.
If it was possible to,
so whatever you want to say, clearly.
Because there currently exists no regulatory body that could equally.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that.
Hypothetically, that was possible. Sure.
It is possible. But you'd be okay, so that's what I'm asking, right?
As it exists today, it is not. No.
Yeah, we don't have like an international like accordance to be able to enforce these labor laws yet. Yet I would be in support of a system in which would enforce those labor laws.
Right.
Like,
and in lieu of
so that's what I'm asking.
exists,
So that's why, DJ,
see,
that's why you misunderstood my question, and that's why I cut you off.
I'm not misunderstanding your
No,
question.
you did misunderstand my question, and that's why I just asked it separately.
Realities and the political reality.
But I'm not asking about that. I'm asking whether or not you care.
The political reality of today is you have only one path to actually level the playing field with China. You cannot. We can talk in the abstract and hypothetically about a labor law regulating body that would make it equal, and that's not going to happen. What is going to happen, though, at least not soon. Okay, but what could happen soon is you could force domestic manufacturers to stop exporting manufacturing to China and build in America by taxing them and making it so expensive that they have to bring their jobs and their manufacturing back to America. There is no doubt that is a much easier path, and it's already been established to have been successful in some respects, but naturally corporatists fought it hard, and they opposed Donald Trump and gave a lot of money to Joe Biden to beat him.
So you support inflationary policy?
I support putting the American people first, as does Donald Trump. And
wait, DJ, I want you to answer my question.
So,
right, do you support inflationary policy?
Any policy that at the end of the day puts the American people first, I would support, and so would Trump.
Was that my question?
Yeah.
No. I'm going to ask my question one more time, right? So do you, in this scenario, support inflationary policy? Policy that is meant to increase the price level.
It will increase the price level on American consumers. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So is that not negatively impacting a majority of Americans?
So if okay, let's play this out.
No, answer my question, right? Like, I'm not asking you other things. I'm asking you that question.
My question, we can take it to its logical conclusion, right? So the reality here is if you're increasing prices domestically, what's that also going to mean? You're going to employ more Americans. More Americans are going to compete against each other, and salaries are going to go up. So the cost and goods sold here in America will be higher, but so will be the domestic earning potential of Americans.
Yeah, but like this is specifically just for manufacturing jobs, which manufacturing jobs aren't making up a majority of the economy. So a majority of American consumers would be negatively impacted for a small portion of the market of our overall economy in the United States. That's exactly why this particular policy doesn't benefit more people, and instead it actually negatively impacts more people.
Right. So are you telling me that right now today we only have a certain percentage of manufacturing, and that if they were able to compete based on that somehow that wouldn't have an impact on purchasing power? Like, the reality is, if we brought back manufacturing, the percentage share of manufacturing jobs would obviously drastically increase. That increase would attract new competition, and competition is what increases wages. So, I mean, you can't increase wages when you can export most of the production process to a cheap labor source, and then only give a small smidgen of the high, really specialized labor to Americans, which is only applicable to a small specialized pool of American workers. There are a large majority, or not a large majority, but there's a majority of Americans that don't even have their college education. They're not specialized employees that aren't able to
That's
find
not the only way to be specialized.
Jobs.
That's not the only way to be specialized, right? You can get into trade, right? There are other types of certificates that you can get access to.
Yes,
right?
That requires education.
Yes, but it's way less than when it relates to college education. And that's why I'm in support of giving people access to this, right? Free at the point of service. Thank you for the love drop. I appreciate it. At free public universities and stuff like that, whether it be trade stuff or whether it be like degrees and stuff.
They do that in Tennessee. It's called the Tennessee Promise. It was instituted by a Republican governor.
Cool, right? And if you would you be in support of that?
Free community college for trades, absolutely.
And for degrees.
For 4-year degrees, no, absolutely not. No.
Why not? The free public universities cost about $70 billion a year overall in the United States, right? Yeah, and that's 1/10 of our military budget.
Right. Well, the military budget is obviously necessary for the national defense, and obviously...
No, it's not. Not at the level we have it.
Yeah, it is. That's why we
Clearly
don't have
it's
China,
not.
That's why we don't have China being more aggressive than they already are in the South China Sea. That's why they're not invading Taiwan. That's why Russia's not attacking NATO. It's because of the massive military spending that we do.
Not all of that spending goes to that particular.
Wipe that away, and there not be consequences at a global.
Wait, DJ, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing to wipe it all away, right? What I'm arguing is that we have a greater defense budget than the next 10 nations combined, most of them being our allies. Right. We could cut it in half and still spend $100 billion more than China does.
So the risk to our global standing and the safety of this country by cutting our military spending in half to fund education domestically.
DJ, did you understand? No, that you're not understanding my point. DJ, you're not understanding my point. Stop, dude. You didn't understand my point. You misunderstood my point. I was just showing you that to compare, right? Is comparative. I'm not saying cut off 50% of the military budget. What I'm saying is that you could cut off 50% of the military budget and you still spend $100 billion more, right? So the idea is to show how much we actually have.
My point is to demonstrate that the extent there is of military spending is necessary to a safe domestic, standing. And not just that, but also we have NATO that we have to take care of. Do I think there should be more accountability in the military and the way it's funded? Absolutely. I think a lot of these military industrial complex entities are the ones that are opposing Donald Trump in the primary right now and giving a lot of money to other primary candidates, and they'll give money to Joe Biden. They love anybody who is for the establishment and the status quo. I don't think Donald Trump has been that guy, which is why they were so anti him, which is why you have people like Mark Milley go out into the press and lie and say that Donald Trump wanted to start a war in Iran. We all know this is not true, right? So the military industrial complex is no friend to Trump. And I don't really like that they are able to profit off American taxpayers. So should there be more accountability? Absolutely. But to suggest just because we spend a lot on national defense, therefore we can afford to spend a lot on domestic education is apples and oranges. One has very real and tangible negative consequences if we cut the spending up. Could there be more accountability? Yes. But the reality is to promise people free education, show me the benefit that we're going to really see outside of people going and getting gender studies degrees that don't in any way advance the employment or the standing of the GDP of America.
See, getting college degrees in general does. Gender studies would be if they still it would increase the economy as there's still production for that particular good, right? It would reduce in the level of value that you can get from that particular major if more people went into it. That's just how the market economy works. But any major necessarily does. Someone who gets a college degree on average will make $1 million more in their lifetime than the person that does not, right? So to say that it's not relevant is clearly not going to make any sense.
Yeah, that's as this. No. So you're using statistics that would only be applicable in a system that is the way it is today. So naturally, if you have way more people graduating from college and are specialized in the economy, there's going to be far more competition, and your wages are not going to be anywhere near as high. So there's going to be an oversupply of college-educated individuals, which will decrease the demand for them, which will decrease the salary.
No. You can look at countries around the world where they already have access to free public universities. That doesn't happen in those countries.
Oh, you mean because those have fixed labor pools that are 1/10 the size of America? Yeah. No,
you can compare them to states in the United States.
We allow people to immigrate into this country more than they do in a decade. So, and our populations are
thank you for the hand. I appreciate it.
Size.
Germany takes more immigrants every single year per capita than we do. Okay?
Yeah, what's the population of Germany, dude?
They have I'm 80 something million, right? But these different countries in Europe, they're comparable to states in the United States.
Half. Their labor pools are not even half the size.
Did you hear what I just said? Repeat what I just said.
I couldn't hear you. I'm driving.
Oh my gosh, you're driving?
I'm saying we're driving. The road is loud. I didn't.
Okay. So I want you to listen to what I say and then respond to it, because if you're not listening to what I'm saying, right? Clearly speaking, we're going to go nowhere in this conversation. That's why you keep saying the same thing over and over again, because you're literally not listening to what I'm saying.
What did I say over and over again? Please restate what I've said over and over again. You just made that up.
I didn't make it up. You literally just. What are you fucking talking about, dude? You literally
go ahead, state it. You just said I keep saying it. Should be easy for you to restate it. Go ahead. What did I say over and over again?
You were talking about the population of the countries in Europe, and you saying that they're not comparable to the United States, right? Because it's way less than this.
Yeah,
is my memory bad or something? Right? Clearly, that's what you did.
I said that. I made that statement literally twice, over and over again.
No, it was more than twice. What are you talking about? Right? When it relates to the populations, thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Listen to what I'm saying real quick. Okay. Yeah, these different countries in Europe, they're comparable to states in the United States. right, in terms of population size. So saying that they're a different population, that doesn't demonstrate anything to me. That's like me bringing up a study from Washington or from one of the states, right, Texas or something, and then you just disputing it, right? Because
yeah. See,
it's just like a smaller population.
You're trying to compare just because they have a population that is equivalent to the state, and you can compare the per capita because we have states that are equal size. That's absurd. We have national trade policy that impacts 10 times the amount of people. There are 10 times the amount of people that want to work and are able to work. There is no comparable, equivalent to a country that has 80 million people when you have over 330. It's just not going to be. They have a national sovereign budget that is not even a tenth of the size of ours. Like you can't. I
like how he doesn't acknowledge any of the things I said. What did I say?
It's illogical.
No, what did I say, DJ?
I wouldn't compare. That's like saying because I'm saying because there's a jurisdiction in Houston or a specific city in a state that is running an effective policy because their jurisdiction is tiny and they have a homogenous population, and then you apply that same
the homogeny of Sweden is not much different from states in the United States.
It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, no. Again,
we're not homogenous like Germany.
What are you talking? Wait, what are you talking about? Right? Look. What do you mean? In homogenous in terms of what quality?
Race.
Yeah. Actually, the United States. If you look at many states in the United States, it is right. There's higher levels of people who are white in Iowa. Let me finish. There are higher levels of people who are white in Iowa than there are in Sweden, right? Or are in these particular countries in Europe.
We're not talking about policy to affect only Iowa. We're talking about policy to affect a massive.
I'm comparing it to states in the United States.
That is extremely diverse culturally.
That has nothing to do with economically related policy.
Yes, it absolutely
does.
No,
it doesn't. It literally doesn't.
It's a measure of people's activity. And if you have different people who value different things, no different. Okay, so Chinese.
How does diversity impact this in terms of this?
I will gladly educate you on this.
Specifically tell me. Wait, no. Before you do, I want to clarify my question. Specifically, can I clarify my question?
Demographics in America don't prioritize an education. So if you made education free in America, there are going to be some cultures that would take huge advantage of it and other cultures that do not give a shit. That's just the reality of a non-homogeneous, very culturally diverse country.
Okay, so again, right, you saying that there's cultural diversity doesn't mean that less people in a particular culture are going to go to college or not, right? So you making a claim that it's going to be different based upon the qualities of race, right, is just not, it's not something that's convincing to me at all, right?
This is well established. Whether it's convincing to you is not.
When it relates to education, no. Wait, DJ, we account for this in the United States. Wait, DJ, we can account for this in the United States. We can compare.
Educate yourself on the outcome of cultural influence on educational outcomes.
Okay, so actually, yes, we can compare this in the United States. We can compare states like in Iowa, like New Hampshire, stuff like that, to states in which, right, are larger cities, stuff like that, like California, like Texas, right? And that can give us this type of information because there's a significantly higher level of cultural diversity when it relates to those particular states comparative to Iowa or to New Hampshire, okay? So we can do this already in the United States. You know that, right?
We cannot do this effectively because of the size of the states relative to an entire 330 million person population. It's just not.
You're acting like I'm comparing it to the 330 million. I'm not. I'm comparing it to the states.
Yeah, you cannot take what's successful in a state of 20 million people and then say, well, because they're diverse and it worked here, it will also work on a national stage. The cultures are going to be different. We have different regional cultures. We have different local cultures. The diversity that exists in California is not the same as diversity that exists in Florida or Texas. That's the difference. We're not a homogenous population and that's why it's hard to compare it to somebody like Germany. But even still, on this topic of a nationalized
I don't know why that's even relevant, DJ. Don't change your topic. I want to address that, please. Please let me address that. Okay.
Go ahead. California doesn't have a nationalized education, so what would be the point?
They don't have nationalized education. All right, I agree, right? But they have greater access to education in terms of the social safety nets and whatnot than do other countries already in the United States. That's how we can have a qualification.
Other countries in the United States,
or not countries? I meant to say states. I apologize.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. So are we? I feel like we're getting really off track of the actual conversation.
Can you please let me finish the point though, right?
But no, the point was
Like, dude,
that
it's just like he keeps going, bro.
wasn't
Like,
the original point whether
he
or not
never
Donald
lets
Trump
me
serves
respond to a
corporate
point.
interests.
DJ, do you want me to actually have a conversation?
We were talking about corporate interests and Donald Trump.
Yeah, can I respond, please, first to the claim?
So now you were talking about public education.
Okay, thank you for the lock and key. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can I respond, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please respond to the original conversation.
Yeah. Once I finish this part of the conversation, you're deflecting away from that conversation.
Well, no, I'm not.
You literally is, dude. Can I please?
Nuanced, it's absurd. So make your final conclusion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, what you're doing is you're shotgunning multiple points and deflecting away, so that you don't actually have or give me a chance to be able to actually respond to those particular claims.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna do it.
Okay,
I was just establishing that. I was responding to your claim there. Thank you for the mermaid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So what you have to demonstrate is that these particular cultural influences have any impact on whether or not like a particular like a college, how much people go to college, right, in terms of these different areas. Okay, so you would have to give me any type of qualifier that would indicate that they would be non-similar in terms of their outcomes, as my operating assumption when it relates to humans are that they're more similar than different, i.e. you'd have to give me a better reason to believe that they are different in this particular circumstance, because my operating assumption would be that they're similar.
Yeah. So in lieu of me providing studies and peer-reviewed research that I can't do because I'm in a car and I don't have a computer in front of me, and we were talking about a topic about whether or not Donald Trump serves corporate interests, and here we are debating whether or not I can establish through peer-reviewed research whether or not culture impacts educational outcomes. This is not something I need to present a study for. Everybody, Google it.
Wait, DJ, are you saying that you're driving? Because I thought you were in. Wait, I thought you were in the passenger seat.
I am. I just said we.
Wait, so then why can't you look it up? Why can't you look it up on your phone?
Because I'm in a remote area that's not going to allow me to use the internet on my phone.
Oh, it's not. You're not able to use your internet. You're on my live right now. You're literally. Right. You're fine. Right. There's no connection issues.
For the live is being used for the live. How am I going to get?
But there's no connection issues. I don't even see a connection issue. What do you mean, bro?
If I'm using the app of TikTok, it's open on my phone.
Dude, that's wild. You scroll off of it.
Yeah, and it'll close the app. What are you talking about? I'll time out of.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It takes a minute for it to close out. No, it doesn't. If you just
we're again. Go ahead.
Dude, DJ, I go live every single day. DJ, I go live every single day. Hold up. Stop talking, DJ.
What is your point?
Yeah, I'm gonna explain if you let me. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, so you can look it up. You don't have the issue with looking it up. You can swipe up, right? And you can, oh my gosh, dude, I'm going to mute you, dude, right? Unbelievable. Like, he's acting like a child. Let me actually respond, right? You swipe up, right? You can look it up on the internet, right? You can find it. You can come back and then you can tell me.
Spending time on this.
I like how he can't let me speak, dude. What did I just say? DJ, what did I just say?
So nuanced because you don't actually have a point.
I do. I literally just made the point. What did I say?
You're just distracting from my point, which is
DJ. What did I say?
A tangent away from the actual core point.
Hey, DJ, what did I say? I want you to respond after I unmute your mic with what I said, okay? Because you didn't listen at all, right? And then you're just responding, right, to respond.
Yeah. The response is, what was the original point we were talking about? So then we'll
doesn't say. Okay, DJ.
No. Can you?
We're gonna put you in timeout again if you don't respond. Okay.
Can you restate the original argument?
Oh, I have to restate. I'm asking you to restate what I was saying. So you didn't listen. Again.
No, but you can't. I need to establish a logical connection between the point that you're making and the initial topic. Otherwise, we are completely off point and not actually progressing to anything.
Oh my, yes, I am literally demonstrating that right now, but you didn't even listen, right? So the issue is, DJ, is that if I tell you these things and you don't listen to a single thing that I say, clearly speaking, nothing is going to change in this conversation. Clearly speaking, you're going to think that I didn't answer any questions, that I didn't explain these things. When I explained them, I literally gave it to you.
No, I want you to state the original argument to the point about corporate interest.
Yeah, because you forgot, because you didn't listen, because you didn't listen.
No.
Right, no, because you don't want to respond to my question because you didn't listen.
To restate it.
I like how he's deflecting and how he's going back. I will go back to the original topic, DJ. Right, but what you're doing
for the last 5 minutes, can you not restate your?
Yeah, so I will restate and I will get back to that. But what I'm trying to show you that you're doing is that you're deflecting away from the topic because you didn't pay attention. You didn't listen.
You're literally projecting your.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, do I have to mute you over and over again? Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Let me speak, right, and then you can speak. If you speak, thank you for the butterfly, I appreciate it. I'm gonna mute you one more time. If you speak, if you unmute yourself, I'm gonna kick you off. I'm dead ass. Okay, you're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, like, bro, I can't actually have a conversation with someone that's literally not gonna allow for there to be a back and forth conversation, and then second of all, isn't even gonna listen, bro. That's wild, dude. Like, clearly speaking, he didn't listen there, right? That was very obvious. We're gonna go on to the next person though. If you disagree, send a guest request right now, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, for sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I mean, because I don't know. I fell in love with him since he ran for the on 2016. I think. Yeah, he ran for president. I saw how I mean strong he was talking. How I mean, let's say powerful. Every time he talked, like you know, he was talking like a strong person, a strong leader that will not bow down to other countries. He was, you know, standing strong with everything he was saying. Yeah.
So if you don't support veterans and like you say things against veterans that are like rude, right? Like specifically, like maybe like John McCain or something like that, would that mean that you're a strong leader? Like if you don't support veterans?
Trump. Well, I don't know a lot about the little stuff that he said about John McCain, but if he say because he has his reason why, he knows why he say it. So, but I believe that Trump loved the veterans. He loved the U.S. military. That's why he invested all those money in the U.S. military. He loves the military. Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea about what's it called about Trump McCain? With Trump about McCain was that particularly like McCain, you called like not a hero because he was captured, right? He said he was not a war hero because he was captured. Okay. So do you think that's a strong leader that says that about veterans?
Okay. So, do you think that
Pedro, send a guest request back. You got to call. Send a guest request back, Pedro. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you like this type of content, follow me if you haven't already. Again, tap that screen if you disagree, y'all. I mean, if you want to see some debates, follow me. If you want to debate yourself, if you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Yo, thank you for the island of love. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. So did you hear what I said, Pedro?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that he was not a war hero because a war hero wouldn't be captured.
Well, I don't have a lot to say about that, but again, if he said that because he knows why he was talking, he knows. I mean, he knows why he said all those comments about him, about John McCain.
So a strong leader does that.
I also did not like him. John McCain. I also did not like him.
So
he has his reason why. So
so the idea is that you think that a strong leader treats veterans like that.
He's a strong. I mean, he loves the veterans. If he said that to him, to John McCain, he have his reason why. But that doesn't mean he don't love veterans just because he talked to that.
Anyone who's captured, right? Apparently, they're not a war hero if they're captured, right? It's not just applicable to John McCain; it's to anyone who got captured. So any United States veteran that got captured, risking their life, right, for this country, right? They're not a war hero under his book, and that's a strong leader to you.
Well, he's a strong leader, and he loves the military. He invests a lot of money in the military. His actions doesn't reflect that comment that he said about war heroes, stuff like that. Because I mean, he invested a lot in the military, and the whole military is.
That doesn't mean that he disagrees with this, right? That has nothing to do with this. He can invest more money in the military and still think that these people are not war heroes if they're captured. So again, does a strong leader say this about veterans? Yes? Is that your expectation for a strong leader?
A strong leader supports the military, just like Trump did.
That's not supporting the military. Because if you're supporting the military, you're going to support veterans. Because veterans are a part of the military. Were, right? So clearly speaking, he's not supporting the military there.
Well, but his actions shows that he was.
This is his action. When he says this, that's an action.
I mean, in the action when he was in the White House, he invested a lot in the military, and he was trying to help those veterans, though. Those veterans that get out of serving the U.S. military, he was trying to help them.
Not the ones that were captured. Apparently, those veterans are not war heroes under his view. Even though they risked their lives for this country, right?
Well, I'm just gonna say that Trump stands with the military, and he loves the military.
Then why do you treat John McCain like that?
I don't know. There's reasons why. There's reasons.
And the reason was that he thinks that if you're captured in war, risking your life for this country, that you're not a war hero.
I think you need to ask him why he said that. There's reason. There's reason behind it.
That was literally the reason. I just gave you the reason.
But yeah, he's a strong leader and always will be again, 2024.
Okay, what does it mean to be a strong leader?
A strong leader is a person that do not bow down to
authority?
To this
Well, then what is this? Can you tell me what this is? What is this?
That's a picture.
A picture of what? His mugshot, right?
Yeah.
So he was arrested. So he bowed down to authority when he got arrested, right?
I did not say he don't bow down.
Did he not surrender? Did he not surrender to the police? Did he not? Is that what a strong leader does?
I said, Trump is a strong leader because he don't bow down to these globalists. Let's say it like that. He don't bow down to this globalist 2030 agenda that they're trying to implement in the United States, and they doing it. They getting. This is what I mean.
Is this not bowing down?
That picture?
Yeah.
That's not. That's not. No. That's just a picture.
How so? Right? He surrendered. No, this is his mugshot. This is not just a picture. It's his mugshot, right? Which is unprecedented in literally all of American history. Imagine getting a mugshot of a president. Like what? This is going to be in history books, bro. Like your kids are going to learn about this.
Well, that was a injustice from the globalist. That was an injustice from the globalist.
What is globalism?
Globalism, in my perspective, is these people that trying to, to implement this 2030 agenda into the
What's
whole
the 2030
world,
agenda?
to bring the whole world into a one world government, one world currency.
Oh, that's not going to happen by 2030. But one world government. What's wrong with that? We can have international labor laws. We can stop people who are in other countries right now who are children who are literally being forced to work in lithium mines to be able to survive. Right? Yeah, of course. Yeah. What the hell? We can limit war.
That's bad.
What? It's bad to limit war. It's bad to limit like people who are being forced to work in lithium mines, who then develop like cancer and other types of illnesses because they're around lithium.
The one world government is bad.
Wait, why would it be bad in this sense? These are great things that the one world government would be able to do. Sure, there would be other types of negatives associated with it, but these things would absolutely benefit people's lives.
Yeah, but it's not to benefit people's life. It's to bring the whole world into slavery, into a.
Wait, what?
The one world government. They're gonna do stuff. They're gonna make people think that they're doing good stuff when they not. They don't really want to do it for the people. They just want to implement agenda to
Wait, can you give
control
me any
everyone.
evidence anyone supports an agenda that is meant to have a one world government that enslaves the entire population? Can you give me any person that said that?
I mean, if you don't know who said that, but I
Name
think you
one.
need to do. I think you need to do your research. And
Well, you've done the research, right? So can you name one?
if I tell you the names, you're just gonna laugh, and because you don't believe in that. You don't.
No,
believe
just
in
name
that.
one.
I'm gonna say the most common one. Uh, George Soros, Bill Gates, and
Dude,
a lot of
those
more
aren't people that have said that. They have not said that.
and and a lot of more people are on this.
Wait, can you name one person that has actually said it? Those people have not said that.
But on their actions, you can see that on their actions.
How do you see that within their actions? What particular actions?
Like, let's say George Soros.
That's a dog whistle, right? George Soros is always a dog whistle.
He is. He is.
You don't know what a dog whistle is in politics. Okay, never mind. Like ideologically speaking. All right, it's gonna be like a buzzword or and whatnot stuff. I think I appreciate the hand art. It's meant to invoke a particular idea about it.
What should I say?
Yeah, can you give me any particular actions? You said that their actions are telling us that they are in support of enslaving the entire world.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
had mustache appreciated. What evidence do you have of that?
Let's say George Soros investing in all these politicians that don't stay with the law, don't stay with the police, don't want no peace, don't want to support the police.
Wait,
like,
what particular politician did he support?
Don't want law and order. Like, let's say Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and a lot.
Those people increase police budgets. You understand that, right? Biden literally advocated for increasing the police budget. What world are you living in?
What do you mean?
Yeah, Biden literally advocated for more funding for the police.
Well, the reality is that all these people, starting from Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, who else? A lot of more politicians are all working because they're getting paid by not only George Soros, a lot of more elites. They're getting paid by that to pass all these.
Do you have evidence of this?
To pass all these laws, all these lawlessness laws, especially in California, New York. All these is being paid by somebody, and they getting the money from the.
Okay, can you give me evidence that George Soros is spending money on this?
Evidence? Well, I cannot give you the evidence right now because I don't have it. I need to really do a research. But
so you haven't done this research yet? You're making this claim about. Wait. So if you haven't done research, Pedro, how can you tell me to do research? One, and then two, how can you make a conclusion on this if you don't have any research?
If you really want to know the truth of what is happening, you can see it with your eyes, but you don't want to. Yeah,
you can hear about it on BitChute.
You don't want to see it because you want to stay in your bubble, like how you thinking.
Then why am I debating people? If I want to stay in a bubble, why am I debating people? Like every single day for hours.
You debating people just to to have fun, but you don't really care. You just.
I clearly do, right? I've changed my opinion many times in accordance with what I think is the best possible arguments.
Well, yeah. Again, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see the truth.
Show me the truth. I'm literally asking for evidence. And you're saying that I'm not looking for the truth. I'm literally asking for the evidence. I'm engaging with people who disagree with me. I'm not kicking you off. I'm letting you speak your stuff.
The most people that give you the truth of information, you're just gonna reject that, and then you're gonna go again.
Well, if it's good evidence, I'm not gonna reject it.
You're gonna go to another way, and then you're gonna be like, and you're gonna try to make them seem like they saying crazy stuff when it's not crazy because you don't believe.
What can you give me a specific?
What do you mean?
Can you give me a specific? What did I try to make seem crazy that's not crazy?
Let's say about God, Jesus, and a lot of more stuff that you've been doing here. Because you don't want to believe, and you're trying to make seeing like it's
You're actually
crazy.
wrong. You're actually wrong. Pedro, I want there to be a heaven. I want there to be a justification for all the evil that exists in the world. I want there to be a meaning to all of that suffering, right? But I can't rationalize it. I can't. I really can't. Like, I would want that stuff to be true the same way I would want to be a Pokemon master when I die, right? But if fundamentally speaking, if we're judging this view based upon faith, belief without evidence, there's nothing separating the idea that I'm going to die and I'm going to be a Pokemon master, win all the gym badges, right? Beat the Elite Four, and the idea that I want to go to heaven, right? Like, clearly speaking, there's nothing that's differentiating these, as faith does not give a process to differentiate between these claims. It's only just whatever you choose to believe.
Well, I think by now you already should be believing in Jesus.
I'm already believing in Jesus.
I think by now, by already what is happening in the world right now, you should already have Jesus in your heart.
Oh,
Well, you
okay.
did
Then
not.
how come I don't feel Jesus within my heart?
Because you did not receive him yet. You still
But-
refuse to receive him in your heart.
I refuse. When did I refuse?
You refuse.
Yeah, was there some document I'm supposed to sign, or like God's supposed to tell me, or how do I say that I want to receive this? Because I do.
Oh, you do want to receive him?
Yeah, I've prayed before in the past. People have come on my live and I've prayed off live, right, for this episode, and I've never had a response ever in my life.
Because I mean, I'm just gonna say that if you truly want to receive Jesus, you need to have faith. You know.
So I have to believe in something that I have no evidence of to get the evidence.
You need to how you call that? You need to truly believe in your heart that Jesus died and rose again for your
Yeah, I
sin.
can't believe if I don't have any knowledge, right? Like,
I mean,
I need evidence. I need reason to believe things. I can't just believe things, right?
I mean-
if someone just makes a claim that they saw a floating pig, are you going to believe that if they said that to you?
repeat that.
Yeah, if someone says that they saw a floating pig, would you believe that?
I'm gonna think, and I'm gonna see if it's. I mean, I'm gonna pray to God to see if this person is not lying, and God will reveal to me if that person is lying or not.
How does God reveal it to you?
How? I mean, I ask him, I pray. I sometimes can do fasting, and God will show me. If I truly want to know,
How does God show you?
how he
Yeah.
can show me in different ways. I mean, using people, in dreams, in visions. God can do all that. You know?
How do you know that these aren't just things that you're associating with that?
I mean, let's say if I ask God to reveal to me if this person is saying another stuff, God will show me, and I mean, I'm gonna feel the Spirit of God when He showed me the truth in dreams and by person. The Spirit of God is gonna move in me, and I'm gonna know it's God telling me what is.
I feel like that's your own
Right.
intuition.
Huh?
I get gut feelings too. I have intuitions. I don't know if that's from God though. How do you know it's from God?
Well, I know it's from God because I feel God, because when I was 13 years old, I received Jesus, and
Wait, how do you know that
I
you're
know-
feeling God and not feeling something other than God?
I know because that.
Oh, you're cutting out, man. You're paused. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 300,000 likes, everyone. It should help send it out to more people. If you like this type of content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I don't know why. Is he leaving or something? Yeah, chat. I would love to be able to like believe in something like that, but I honestly can't rationalize it, chat. I honestly cannot. I've tried. I really have. I would be on here arguing that stuff if I could. Oh, he just left. You just left. Intuition is satanic magic? Okay. Well, didn't you use your intuition to type that? Yo, what's up?
What up,
How old are
man?
you?
18.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes, and I will tell you why. So the taxes part, because taxes is one of the biggest issues in our country today. Um, he lowered taxes, and it was all-time low, actually. And I can give you actual
That's
proof
false.
because my dad and you. I know you're going to make the excuse. I know you're going to say, "Oh, well, it helped out the rich only." No, it actually helped out the lower class. I can give
Yes.
you one example. My dad, he made $100,000 a year, and I asked him, "How much did you pay in taxes when Trump was president?" He said, "Very low, very low, lower than Joe Biden."
$100,000 is upper middle class. I don't know what you're talking about. $100,000. You know the median income in the United States is like $34,000.
But
That means
that's not
50%. Hold up, let me
rich.
finish. That
Rich is
means
like
that means
million.
hold up, stop. That means 50% of people make less than that. You're talking about the top 15% of the country. And even then, they just left. I didn't kick them out. Chat, what is going on? Why are people leaving? That's definitely not lower tax. But I mean, even then, right? That tax cut that he got, right, would only be a part of the 17% of the tax cuts because 83% went to the top 1%. Well, yeah, why are they leaving, chat? I don't know. I'm going to go on to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
I mean, I pretty much support him because I think if you support, at this point in time, if you support the Democratic Party, you're just supporting pedophilia. And it's just disgusting.
One, you can't say that on live. Can you say P3DO? That's generally the term we can go. And second of all, how the hell?
Yeah, you guys, if you support Biden, you support pedophilia, you guys are just sick fucks.
Yeah, can you say P3DO and why so? No explanation. Okay. Okay. All right. No evidence. No argument. Nothing. All right. Oh, Pedro sends a guest request back. Everyone, welcome back.
Oh, my phone got discharged.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what were you saying?
Oh, yeah. That you're gonna know if it's Jesus or not, if it's God or not.
And how do you
I
know?
know because I received Jesus and I know it's Jesus. God give you that confidence.
No, but how do you know it's Jesus versus it not being Jesus?
I know. Well, I know.
You just sense it with the Force
because that give you when you receive the Spirit of God. I mean, when you receive Jesus, Jesus comes in you, and you're gonna feel his power, and you're gonna have to recognize that it's Jesus in you. So,
and again, I'm asking you, how do you recognize that?
by the Spirit.
Again, but like that's restating the same claim, right? How do I know that it's the Spirit rather than it not being the Spirit? You see what I mean? You're just kind of just like assuming that.
I'm not assuming that. I just, when God comes in you, He give you peace. He give you.
Whoa. Okay, sorry. I wouldn't use that terminology, man. I would say when you turn to Christ. But yeah.
Yeah. You feel that peace, and you feel that.
Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. It's just the particular terminology, the phrasing you used there was not the best.
Oh.
Do you get what the chat's meaning? Yeah, you know what I mean? That's why I'm like, I don't know why Christians use that particular phrasing, because that phrasing, like every single time people always respond that way. I would like it. I think that you would probably want to say like, you just like whenever you turn to Jesus or whenever, right? Whenever you receive the Spirit, actually that one doesn't really help, but have the Holy Spirit. Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. well, I received Jesus when I was 13 years old. Someone was preaching to me the gospel, and I heard the gospel, and I feel something in my heart, and I said, "Let me try Jesus." And then I put faith, and then I felt the hands of God touching my heart. I started crying for hours, and then I felt God. I was crying for hours at my room, and I felt God walking and surrounding me. Like God, the God they put in, let's say, all these movies like Jesus, let's say Son of God. I felt Jesus walking around me, and I felt like His presence surrounding me when I was crying.
How do you know that it was Jesus?
How do I know? Well,
Again, I just think it's just an association that you make, right? Because I mean, there are circumstances where randomly I will feel a little bit warm inside, right? It makes me feel better, even in circumstances where I didn't feel good. But I don't associate that to be like a God. And people throughout history have had feelings like this when they were like emotional in circumstances, and they attributed it towards the Greek gods or animal spirits or almost anything throughout history. So this really just tells me that humans are superstitious and are looking for explanations for things that are currently not explained.
well, I'm just gonna say that I felt His presence, and I know it was God. It was Jesus.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Oh yeah. Do you want to talk about the one world government?
Yeah, I don't see an issue with it in general, but you were making a claim that there were people that said that they want a one world government in which the entire population is enslaved. And I'm asking you, what individual made this claim? Well, it wasn't George Soros, it wasn't Bill Gates, it wasn't any of those buzzwords, right? Who was it?
There's a lot of people, a lot of people that, let's say, their actions are to form a one world government, especially United Nations, the World Health Organization, and the World Economic Forum.
But how do you know it's one to enslave everyone?
Huh?
How do you know it's one to enslave everyone?
It's the main goal. If you never saw the Agenda 2030.
Oh, that's not an agenda. That is a prediction.
That's a agenda.
No, it's a prediction.
And the United Nations is working for that.
It's not considered an agenda. It's a prediction of the future. What they think, what the World Economic Forum thinks might happen in the future, and how we could respond to that. That's the whole point of them meeting up and talking about those things. Is we're talking about things that could negatively impact us in the future, and how should we respond to that? That's really what it's about.
Well, what do you say about the digital currency?
What about the digital currency? Digital currency will allow us to reduce the likelihood of sex trafficking, child sex trafficking, human trafficking, illegal drug dealing, right? Like fentanyl, other stuff like that. We'll be able to check on fraud a lot more. Like there's just so many things that can be benefited by using a solely digital currency.
I believe it's bad.
Also, there's less of a medium to trade with digital currency, so it produces more efficient trade.
Well, that's another way to enslave the humanity.
How is it meant to it? Like we already mostly use digital currencies now.
That's another way. And the new digital currency that's coming, you heard about that, the CBDC. You know that the government is going to be able to check whatever you buy and all this stuff.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
And it's horrible.
What's wrong, right? They already do that now. Like they literally already do it now. They already do that right now.
What do you mean?
They already do that right now if it's through a bank account.
Yeah, bank account.
Do you have a bank account?
Right now, yeah, I have a bank account. But
do you buy stuff through your bank account?
Yeah.
Then they know. What do you do? Like the only
Yeah,
people they don't
but
know are the people that are like
it's
the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world, the people that are underground doing shady shit. That's what they don't know. We already know the people that are the everyday average Americans, like me or like you or like everyone else in the chat who doesn't do shady shit. You know what I mean?
uh, well, it's bad. The cash is gonna go away.
Why?
Uh, why? I mean, they working for this. They want to end the cash. They want to
What's
create a
wrong with
cash.
getting rid of cash?
It's bad because people. The cash is good when people, they don't want. There's. It's good for you to buy with cash.
Why?
With
Why is it good to buy with cash? Please let me know. I told you it's more of a medium to trade. Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It essentially makes it less efficient.
liberty. There's liberty when you buy with cash.
You said what?
There is freedom when you buy with cash.
What do you mean by freedom?
Freedom, like you're not nobody's seeing whatever you buy.
Yeah, and that's what allows for people who are like child sex traffickers to get away with it, right? Because we have no way to look at that information. Oh, okay. So are you saying that you're saying that little freedom there that you're going to get, which isn't extra freedom because they already have information to what you're talking about and what you're doing right now, right? Is worth that happening?
Well, that little freedom should stay. The cash should stay. It's better to have that freedom.
So it's better. What freedom do you get from this? I'm saying that I literally get no utility from cash. What seriously? What do you get from cash that you don't get from other digital currencies?
It's good to have cash.
Why?
There's people that don't have, let's say, technology.
Well, let's make it free to everyone to have access to. Baseline necessity. If we have a digital currency, we want to make that a base necessity. Everyone has access to it.
It's bad. It's bad. It's very bad.
I'm not hearing why.
The cash should stay how always used to be. Cash. It shouldn't go away. If everything comes digital, everyone is going to be controlled.
We're already controlled to that degree.
Right?
Right?
I mean,
this is something that we want to control because we don't want people to be able to sex traffic children, right? We don't want that to happen, right? We don't want our children dying of fentanyl overdoses. We don't want that happening. We want to make sure that our children are actually getting regulated stuff from legal stuff if they're like 18 plus, right? Rather than them going to street dealers and some of their stuff being laced with vitamin E acetate and all of these fucking carts and stuff like that that's liquefying in their lungs because we don't have regulations in place to sustain that. Are you just like saying that you're okay with all of this happening? Of course I would want to control this.
Well, the main point of the coming digital currency that's coming is not this system that we have right now of cards and all this stuff. It's to control everyone.
Yeah, that's a good thing, right? This is a good way to control people, right?
No,
that doesn't make you a slave, right? But this is a good thing to control in the same way that we control whether or not someone wears a seatbelt. We mandate seatbelts. We control that. And what does it do? What does it do? It increases positive outcomes and it decreases negative outcomes.
But
okay? Clearly the same thing would be the case if we did that with digital currencies as well.
You got to understand that the main focus of this digital currency is not to help. It's not to help us. It's not to help the kids. Whatever traffickers.
It is to help.
It's not for that. It's to control.
False. It is to help.
It's to control and bring everyone to the stuff that's
You're misunderstanding.
To the stuff
No.
that's coming after the digital currency.
The control that is invoked by these particular policies is meant to keep people safe. And again, I gave you other scenarios where we do this. When it relates to getting a license for a car, right? You are forced to do that by the government. If you do not get a license for your car, right, and registration and stuff, you will get pulled over, you will get fined, or you could lose your car and everything like that. You can't drive, right? Clearly speaking, we want to have these regulations in place to ensure that we are safer off, right? The same thing happens with this scenario. What do criminals use? They use cash. What do people who money launder use? Cash. What do people who child sex traffic use? Cash. What do people who are drug dealers who lace drugs with fentanyl use? Cash, right? All of this is cash.
Okay, but
What do you get? What do you get from cash that you wouldn't be able to get from any of these other currencies?
Cash is
We're
good.
invoking that
Cash
question.
is good. And
You just said that. You said that before, but I'm asking. Can you answer my question? What utility do you get from having cash?
well, I mean, stuff. You can buy stuff without people knowing that you buy.
Yeah, and why is that a good thing? Why does that matter?
That's a good thing because people don't want nobody to know what you buy.
Wait, why do you have to hide what you buy? Thank
Huh?
you. I appreciate the puppy sleepover. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Why do you have to hide what you buy?
Because I like to be private. I don't want nobody to know what I buy.
No one in the public is going to know. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So again, what are you buying that's like something you don't want people to know about? Like if you just buy groceries, if you just buy like food, if you just buy like basic stuff, what are you scared about?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I just don't want no people. I don't want no people to know what I buy. I don't have.
Well,
I don't want.
what
nobody
are
to
you
know.
buying? Like some toys or something that like you don't want people to know about, or
No, I just don't want people to know what I buy. Why do they have to know what I buy?
what particularly do you buy that would be bad if it were to be known by people?
Still, I mean, normal stuff.
Yeah, if
Well,
it's
I
just
don't want
normal
no- I
stuff,
don't
why
want
would
nobody
that
to know what
why
I
would that be
buy.
bad?
Huh?
Yeah, why would that be bad? Right? If they just know about normal stuff.
No, they don't have to know about the normal stuff I buy.
No, what's the issue with that? Again, it's not the average person, but what is the issue with that?
That's bad because they gonna know what you buy. They're gonna know everything about you.
They already know that information. You have a bank account.
I have a bank account, but
You pay
cannot
taxes.
prove-
Like
you cannot. I mean, you cannot prove this coming new digital currency that's coming. You cannot prove them like it's the same as the credit card that we have right now.
it essentially
it's a
is.
new system. It's a new system that.
Wait, tell me how it's distinct, Pedro.
Huh?
Tell me how it's distinct.
It's different.
How?
It's gonna be by the government. The government is gonna.
That's the only distinction, right? So it's not distinct in
Yes.
terms of the use or the utility of it. It's distinct in terms of who's controlling it, right? And ultimately speaking, right, this information is going to be accessed by the government, not to be able to like stop you from being able to buy, I don't know, whatever the fuck you want, like sodas or something, right? But it's to limit people who are actually doing bad things. Like when we're talking about child sex trafficking, when we're talking about fentanyl, when we're talking about all those other types of things, that is very important to look at. And yes, you have a right to privacy, but not insofar as that negatively impacts people in society. That's my view.
Well, it's the digital currency that's coming is different. Yeah, it's a whole different stuff, and it's not gonna to. This is not happening to help the people. To
Wait,
stop
Pedro.
the
Actually, can I ask you a question? Are you for in some circumstances we have evidence that someone committed a crime? Are you okay with the police being able to go and search their premises if we have good reason to believe that there could be something there? Or are you pro privacy in all scenarios?
Yeah, pro privacy.
Oh, so you're
No.
against you're against them being able to go and investigate by going to a judge. That's wild, bro.
Wait, it's cutting out.
So there's no reasonable suspicion when it relates to like people at all if you go through a judge and get an order from the court.
All this stuff is bad. All this stuff.
I know. So are you going to go against privacy there, or are you going to allow for people to be negatively impacted because we have less of an ability to catch people who are doing bad things?
Well, everyone should have their privacy no matter what. So
you're against it. You're against them being able to go investigate with reasonable suspicion after getting access from a judge, to be able to search a premises.
Yep.
Okay, so you know that less
Do you
less
do
people.
you do you hear about that song on on YouTube? I think they did it on 1990. The Katie don't go to the supermarket today. You heard about that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's right there. What's gonna lead the digital currency? That's a song they have there on YouTube with
A
the video
song
and
on YouTube
everything.
is leading the digital currency, bro.
Yeah, I mean the song they
Bro,
made the
dude,
song
come
in
on.
1990. Katie, don't go to the supermarket. The digital currency is gonna lead to a global mark.
Dude, like there's nothing that, dude, like you're honestly like wait, if you support Trump and you're against law and order, how does that even fucking make sense?
How am I against law and order?
Because you're in support of a system that doesn't allow for judges and whatnot to be able to get there to be a reasonable suspicion to search a premises to be able to reduce the likelihood of child sex trafficking, of rape, of domestic violence, of lots of these things, right? Or just evidence of committed crimes when it relates to these scenarios. In terms of, again, them having good reason to believe that it's there. It's not just in normal scenarios.
Well, I want everyone to have privacy.
Oh, okay. So you know how
Yeah.
they found documents that at Joe Biden's house?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're against them searching his house.
Okay. Yeah.
You're against that?
Yeah.
Okay. So Jeffrey Epstein, right? We have reasonable suspicion that there is child sex trafficking happening at this premises. Do we have the ability to search?
No.
No?
No.
That is wild, bro. That is fucking wild. Whoa, dude.
Everyone should have their privacy. Everyone.
Dude, that is wild, dude. That is wild. That is a wild claim, bro.
Everyone should have their privacy. I don't know why you surprised.
Okay. So you're against the United States going after Osama bin Laden as well because he deserves his privacy, right?
Yeah. Everyone should have their privacy. That's globalist. All these.
Okay. So a serial unaliver unalives 40 people, right? We have good reason to believe that there's evidence of them being a serial unaliver in their particular house. Do we have the ability to search that premises?
I mean, yeah, it depends. It depends. It depends.
Okay, I'll give you a specific one.
'Cause
Right?
they
We
can look- I mean, they
we
can-
see on the internet that there are videos posted of child porn, right? All from this one IP address, right? We know where it's coming from. Okay. Does that give us good enough reason to go search their premises to see if there's actually child porn there to ensure that it's them? Or would you be in support of their privacy?
I don't have no answer for that.
You're in support of their privacy?
I don't have no answer for that.
You don't have an answer.
No.
Dude. Bro. We know the IP address, bro. Like,
I don't have no
fuck,
answer.
dude. That's brutal, man. That's Law and Order, for real. So Law and Order, I agree.
Yep.
So real, Pedro. So real. Okay, yeah. Is there anything else you want to say, man? This
Yeah. I'm just gonna say the last
brutal.
words. I want you to. Do you have a pencil there? Or
No, I don't.
oh, because I wanted you to just go search two songs that is talking about the digital on 1990 that is talking about the digital currency and why it's gonna lead.
What songs? I'll write them down in my notes.
Katie, don't go to the supermarket today. That's the first one. And the second one is
That just reminded me of Let's Go to the Mall today. Sorry, say that again. Second one?
Kate. Oh yeah. Watch out for 666 on. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate you
We're
coming
gonna-
on,
yeah.
Pedro.
All right. See ya.
Did anyone get the let's go to the mall joke? Did anyone get that one? No one got it? Wow. No one likes How I Met Your Mother? Wow, that's an L chat. That's an L chat. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you support Trump, y'all. I need to get a better chair, everyone. It squeaks every single time. Robin Sparkles? Yep.
Squeaks every single time.
Yo, what's
Robin
up,
Sparkles, yeah.
Oh, you have a huge echo, man.
Squeaks every single time.
You have a huge echo, bro. Send a guest request back later on. Oh my gosh, I need it. Do y'all hear it? That's so bad, dude. It's actually so bad. If you disagree, send a guest request right now, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. A little? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
If you say, have you seen this movie? I can say, I've almost seen them all.
All right, give me 1 second, everyone. I'm going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Amazon wish list? No, I need to go get one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's
You hear me?
Chat. People are saying that cash will be accounted more against people who are low income. We can just decrease taxes because they will be accounting for more, and we'll get the same revenue. So we can just still tax the same rate. So
What's up? Let
how
me
old
tell
are
you. Let me. I'm 29.
For
Let
sure.
me
Do you
tell
support
why
Trump?
Hell yeah. No one's looked up
Why
for
so?
us like Trump. Why so? Because he knows what he's doing. He knows how to run a business. He's a businessman. That's first and foremost. Second, he just, he's transparent with us. And third, we weren't in no wars when Trump was, we had Russia was our ally first of all. So it's like if Trump will be president, we'll be good again.
What was the
That's
first
what I
claim
believe.
again? Sorry. Good businessman.
Oh yeah, he's a
Okay,
great
sure.
businessman.
Yeah, I don't know what that, but what do you consider war?
What do I consider war?
Yeah.
Conflicts in other countries. That's what war is.
Yeah. So when Trump increases drone strikes, right, is that not increasing war?
Drone strikes where?
In the Middle
little bit.
East.
Yeah, but what I said is that with Trump, we had more allies. Everything was how it's supposed to be. That's what I'm saying. Now with Sleepy Joe, what do we got going on for ourselves?
Yeah. So what did I just ask you?
Oh, is drones increasing war? Yeah, that is.
Oh, it is. So wars did increase under Trump. So we can get rid of that point of the no wars thing. You said Trump is transparent. Well, then how come he's been lying about the election for the past few years?
No, Trump's been winning the election the last few years.
You think Trump won the election?
Did he not? Was he not in office?
No, I'm talking about 2020.
They didn't let him win.
What's up?
They didn't let him.
No, did Trump win? Yes or no?
Is he gonna win 2024? Yes.
That's not my question. Did Trump win in 2020? The presidential election?
Sleepy Joe got it.
Oh, okay. So Trump was
Probably
lying.
forgot that he got it too.
So Trump was lying when he said that the election was stolen from him and that he actually was the one who won it. That was a lie, right?
No, that's what I'm telling you. They didn't let him win. He honestly won it, but they wanted Sleepy Joe. So
how do you know he won
as
it?
a puppet. They couldn't do that with Trump.
How do you know he won it?
I know. It's just. Would you vote for Sleepy Joe to run this country?
I did vote for Sleepy Joe, right? And he's so sleepy, and I still vote for him over Trump. You want to know why? Want to know why? Because Trump lies about the election, is anti-democratic. He engaged in a Muslim ban, right? He also had a terrible response to COVID. His tax policy is targeted towards rich Americans. Spending policies targeted towards the top 1%. 83% of the tax cuts going to the top 1%. Thank you for the pearls. I appreciate it. He increases war in other nations while saying that he's against war. He also, when it relates to, I can leave. I don't want to shotgun too much. Go for it. You can respond to that.
All right. I was just gonna say, you got a point, right? I'm about to go, but thanks for the conversation. And Trump's 2024. You know that?
Wait, so you don't want to respond to any of the points that I've made? You don't want to make a point? You just want to say Trump 20? Like, is this like I don't know, like sports teams to you or something?
No, it's politics.
Yeah, right. You require argumentation to support your beliefs, right? It doesn't seem like we have argumentation here, and instead it just seems that you just have a belief.
My belief that Trump is, yeah, you're right. You're correct.
So it seems to be like you treat it like sports teams.
Correct. All right, man.
Tump. Okay, I agree.
Win.
Right.
You win.
It's not about winning, man. I'm about critical thinking, right? I don't care about what your conclusion is right now. I want there to be a critical thinking process. I want there to be argumentation. Right? And it doesn't seem like we have argumentation here. Whether or not you're in support of Trump or you are against Trump, I would like there to be argumentation.
All right, you know what? I'm going to go do some notes, and I'll come back later.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good day, bro.
Yeah, later.
If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. I'm going to go into the next person, though, y'all. What's your zodiac? Aries, Sun, Aquarius, Moon, Scorpio rising.
Yo,
What's up? How old are you?
24, man.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Well, man, I just wanted to state that, I hate genetic mutations and vampires. I cannot stand white people because they reflect the sun, and I feel like they need to just go commit suicide.
Yo, you cannot say that on the
So what's
live.
gonna
Yo, that's
happen
wild,
is-
dude. That is wild, bro. Whoa, that is fucking wild. That is wild. Yeah, thank you for the gifts, everyone. That was a wild fucking claim, chat. That was a wild. I hope they're not serious. Even as a joke, that's fucking insane. Like, okay, why would that's not even funny. Like, chat, I'm sorry, but like that is not funny. Let's be totally honest here. That's fucking that is gross. Like if that was again like that's wild. That shouldn't be said about any group of people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Logan Paul did. Oh. What did he say? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, he was gonna be gone too fast. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna keep that on. That's wild. That's gonna get me banana, chat. By the way, everyone, we're gonna be on for 6 hours. I've been on for about 2. We got about like 4 more, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules.
Fuck you!
What is Parker's zodiac? Aries, Sun, Aquarius, Moon, and Scorpio rising.
Looking for.
All right, we're going to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. If you ask me how old are you looking for, I'm not gonna How old are you looking for? I'm not gonna How old are you looking for? I'm not gonna
For this next upcoming election, I think, yeah.
Why so?
Because life was good when Trump was president.
For who?
My father had an immense amount of work financially. my family was doing more than okay, and also like ever since Biden, life's been just kind of going downhill. I think for a lot of people in the country.
Yeah, so correlation doesn't equal causation, right? Just because it's associated with Biden's presidency that people are doing worse off, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's due to Biden. In the same sort of way that after COVID, all right, and unemployment shot up to about 15%, we wouldn't necessarily indicate that that's Trump's fault, right? Because that was indicated by other types of impacts that were globally and that were not related to Trump necessarily, right?
Yeah,
But those two things were
agree with that.
associated with, right? Trump was in presidency after, right, or during this process. So why wouldn't we attribute it to Trump given your same reasoning?
No, yeah, I would agree with you in that sense. I'm not gonna lie, but also where I live in New York, right? And I think we could both agree that New York is a very big city, and it's a city where a lot of people choose to immigrate to, whether it be for various reasons. But recently in my city, there's been a lot of like legal immigration. I'm not gonna lie, people seeking what's that word called when people seek asylum? Is it asylum? Is it
Yeah,
asylum?
seeking asylum is a legal process. Yeah.
Yeah. I said that. And yeah, it's just with relation to that, a lot of like I guess legal immigration, which I'm totally for, but it's been so much to the point where my neighborhood, all of it, it's just so many illegal street vending. So like the crime has risen up constantly like crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it, and that's due to Biden and like I don't know. I'm not sure like
Can you give me
the
evidence
policy. Evidence. I live here.
to
And I
indicate
see
that
it.
to indicate that Biden caused the crime rates to increase?
I'm not saying he caused the crime rates to increase. I'm just saying that because of the his he did something where something he did about he let a lot of people in. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like because I live here.
Immigration.
Yes.
Undocumented
Yes.
immigrants and immigrants in general commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens.
See, I don't know the exact numbers, man, but I live here and I see it, and yeah,
Yeah, and anecdotal evidence can be heavily biased in terms of the responses. It can be different in different communities in different counties and stuff like that. So the way that it's impacting your community can be vastly different from the way that it's impacting the rest of the communities around the U.S.
for sure. But my opinions are based on my experience and just what I go through and what I see. My vote, my political opinion, my just everything is not going to be based on other people's, what they go through, and that might be a little bit.
No, we'll use like
selfish.
evidence, overall evidence, like data or like studies. That's what we would use.
True, but what I use and what I do know that I guess you, for example, you would use more anecdotal and what's that word? Fuck shit.
I don't use anecdotal when it relates
Whatever.
to these types of claims.
You will use more factual evidence, more data for sure, but a part of you, I feel like, would also use your own life experiences and what you see. Wouldn't you agree? Like even if it's like,
can I give you an example of when I would do so?
Sure, go ahead.
My mom, right? My experiences with my mom are very good at predicting, right, what my experiences are going to be like in the future with my mom. But the issue is that my experiences with my mom are not very good at demonstrating like the experiences with the average mother.
True.
Right? Because they're going to be vastly different. Okay, so that's why anecdotal evidence is extraordinarily biased. Thank you. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. They're good at demonstrating for maybe a community or maybe an individual, right? But not for overall claims or generalized claims about the aggregate data or overall society.
Yeah, for sure. But I will like base my vote and my opinion on what makes my life better, or what I think makes my life better. So it's just like, fine, maybe making Trump president in the next election wouldn't be, I guess.
Wait, so you would support anything that makes your life better?
I mean, not drastic.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Not something that would drastically, make someone else's life miserable. But if
that's
something
what these
would
policies do.
Then shit, I would. I would.
45 to 68,000 people die in the United States every single year due to lack of access to healthcare. 45,000 people die in the United States every single year due to their drugs being laced with fentanyl. And Trump isn't supporting of decriminalize or that's laced with fentanyl. Okay,
Well,
so that means that these
drugs
people
bought in the
don't
street?
know that their drugs have fentanyl in them. They do have fentanyl laced in them because they're buying it from street dealers rather than regulated dispensaries.
Don't take drugs.
Thank you for the hint. I appreciate. Well, the fact of the reality is that people are going to take drugs. Okay.
I do know what lace means. Someone said I didn't.
Yeah. So if people are going to take drugs, you're okay with more people being negatively impacted because we don't.
What, illegal
decriminalize
drugs? Are you talking about or drugs being laced with fentanyl that are legal, that are like being handed out or
They're
prescribed?
considered illegal drugs now, but they shouldn't be considered illegal.
Like
That's
what?
my point. Decriminalizing, legalizing things like weed and other types of drugs like that would clearly lead to a reduction in people being negatively impacted. If we look at countries like Portugal, right, we can see very clearly that they used to have some of the highest rates of addiction, overdose, and whatnot in Europe. Now they have some of the lowest rates in Europe. And I think my thing is lagging, chat, on like the other end. I'm getting a bunch of lag on my computer. Refresh the stream, everyone.
No, I'm not getting no lag. But
oh yeah, we won't. It's for other devices.
Oh, all right. But how do you call it? Nah, like, but the thing is, like, I don't like that's at your own risk. If you smoking weed not from the dispensary and you buying it out in the street from someone you don't know, then that's just I don't know. You slow. Like I like, you know what I'm saying? Like I might sound a little harsh, but it's just like that's not gonna affect my vote.
Like what are you talking about, right? Like you're literally just wait, what's like
You said
you're just saying that people deserve it.
40% to 60% of people die to overdoses. Maybe not just from fentanyl, like drugs being laced. Like
40 to 60% of people. I don't know when I ever made that claim.
Well, you said some percentage or something about people being like laced with fentanyl and shit.
I said 45,000 people die in the United States every year due to their drugs being laced with fentanyl.
Oh yeah, my fault. Okay, I heard 45%.
45,000 human beings. This is prevent. For the past few decades.
So wait, what policy are you talking about that Trump?
No, we've been doing this for the past few decades, right?
Okay,
we've
but
been
what
saying
policy
don't do
are you
this,
talking about?
don't do drugs.
Yeah. Okay, fine. That might be a little unrealistic, but like, what policy are you talking about that Trump is something about that correlates to that drug? Those 45,000 people. What policy?
He's not in support of decriminalization and legalization of different types of drugs. Biden shifts towards that degree in terms of decriminalization of different types of drugs. Yet I think both of them don't have sufficient responses to this at all.
So wait, I don't know if you're how do you call it? If you're comfortable with me asking this, but how old are you? You can vote,
21.
obviously, right? Yeah. So who are you gonna vote for?
Biden, if it's Biden v. Trump.
Oh, okay. So here's my thing though. Like I know me saying don't do drugs, that is unrealistic, and I know fine. Trump not being in favor of decriminalizing, those drugs are.
He's actually for giving the death penalty to drug dealers.
I mean that's at your own risk. If you're a drug dealer, that's what you gotta do. That's at your own risk. I'm not a drug dealer. No one in my family is a drug dealer. No one in my family does harsh drugs like that.
Yeah, the death penalty is not a deterrent for crime. 1, 2, there's actually like no evidence that is a deterrent for crime. And then 2, 4% of people on death row are actually innocent. So you
4%?
like if you support the death penalty, you're supporting policy that leads to innocent people dying. Or actually innocent people being murdered. Right? That's literally what happens.
Yeah, but I don't know. If you're a drug dealer and you know that you might get the death penalty for that, that's what you gotta do. You just gotta roll the dice. Like, and if you got a bad roll, that's it. But that's not gonna affect my vote. Economically, I feel like that's the best option. And
why is it economically the best option?
Because when you're right. Maybe it was because of the COVID, whatever. But Biden and Trump, like when you like, you know, compare, like I find a lot more shit happened when Biden was, you know, president and shit, but it's just like, you know, that's just my better choice. That's just what I would, you know,
But why? Because
because
you
of
said
my
economically, and
anecdotal
then you just said
evidence.
it's better. I'm asking why it's economically better, and you just said it was better.
Wait,
So
let
that
me
begs the
ask you that.
question.
Why is it? Would you think economically it's better for to Biden be president, for Trump to be president?
It would be better under my view for Biden to be president. As
Why?
if we're talking about like things like universal health care, like access to education, right? I think these things, if we don't have access to these things, right, which Trump moves us further away from, right, then obviously speaking long term, the economy is not going to do as well as what it could be doing in terms of the everyday average person.
All right, all right, but what about everything that Biden promised to do when he was running for president? What election was that? Was that what 2020?
Yeah, I mean Trump. I mean every politician promises things and then doesn't fulfill all of them. I don't like Biden.
In your eyes, what good thing did Biden do while in his presidency? What has he managed to do?
Yeah, so there's an Inflation Reduction Act. There's stimulus payments, right? There is what's it called? Getting out of Afghanistan, right? Infrastructure. There's stuff like that. I can go on for a few things, right? Mostly, what I would care about is federal judges, is the administration, stuff like that. Because if there are federal judges in place that are determined by someone like Trump, clearly speaking, that's going to lead to progressive policy in the future being held back.
Well, wait, my fault. I don't want to interrupt you, but I feel like I've been on this for too long. But just a couple more questions. When did he do that inflation reduction thing? How long ago was that? Because eggs are still $9, you know. So it's just like,
yeah. So it was probably like a year ago, I think.
a year ago.
I don't remember. It was 6 months to a year probably.
And why eggs still $9?
So inflation is down from what it was.
Ain't no way.
No, it is, right. It was
Ain't no
way
way.
higher. Now it's like 3-4%, right? Prior it was like 6 to 8%.
Ain't no way. I mean, not in New York though. Everything's been going up like crazy.
That's because gas prices are high. And
Gas
that's in relation to like Russia-Ukraine situation and OPEC and stuff like that. So this is something that's impacting the entire globe.
Wasn't Biden responsible for spending a lot of our taxpayers' money to Ukraine?
We gave a loan to Ukraine, which they're going to pay back.
They ain't paying that shit back. I ain't gonna lie.
No, they will.
Nah. So you see how long we've owed China money? You see how long we've owed China money?
Yeah, because we keep borrowing.
What?
Because we keep borrowing.
So if we keep borrowing, what makes you think that Ukraine ain't gonna keep borrowing?
Because the war is going to end at some point.
That was not a loan. You know what's crazy?
It literally was. Like, it literally was.
But they're not paying that. They're not paying that back. They ain't gonna pay
They
that
will.
back. No, they
will
won't.
pay back. Yeah.
No, they won't. They won't. They ain't paying none of that back.
What makes you think they won't?
Because we still owe China money. And how long have we owed China money?
Because we keep pulling money out.
All right.
We keep borrowing money. That's
Okay.
why. But we pay back every single time there's a payment.
I don't know. All I know is that if Trump was president, he would have not loaned nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, so he would have seceded Ukraine to Russia?
Probably.
Yeah, so what precedent does that set for Taiwan? China can just take Taiwan without Trump doing anything?
To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's morally wrong for me to think like that, but as long as the people around me, life is good. Whatever's happening, how far is Russia? How far is Ukraine?
Also, so they invade Ukraine, they invade Taiwan, they start invading countries all around them and start expanding their country's borders. You have no issue with that.
Nah, that's like 4,000 miles away.
Wild, right? So That's
Not
funny.
like okay, I
4,000.
feel bad. I do feel bad. I do feel bad. Like I've seen articles. I've seen a lot of videos, and it is sad. It is sad. It is sad. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not a terrible person, but it is sad. But all I'm saying is that we have a lot more to worry about.
So Germany, World War II, they take the Rhineland, they take Austria, they go into Czechoslovakia, right? And you're like, fuck it, let them do it. They take Poland, fuck it, let them do it. Is that your view?
I mean, World War II. That America didn't want some other.
But it doesn't affect you, man. Right? So are you going to let all those countries in Europe be taken by Germany?
I ain't gonna lie, you got me there.
You're not,
Okay.
right? Right. So clearly when we see Russia invading multiple different countries in Europe, Georgia, Ukraine, right? Obviously Crimea was in 2014. That clearly sets a precedent for them expanding into Europe, right? Moving their borders outward. Is that not some of the same stuff we saw with Germany near World War II in the 30s and 40s?
You see, I'm not very well educated on world history.
You
But
learned
it's
about
just-
World War II. Come on.
Bro. What was that? High school? Yeah, no, yeah, I did. I guess I did, but it's just like.
What year did World War II begin?
What?
What year did World War II begin?
How the fuck am I supposed to? How the fuck am I supposed to know that?
1939. I appreciate that. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. 1941 for the United States. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to gauge your knowledge. I'm not like trying to use it as a point against you. I was just trying to gauge your knowledge in relation to World War II.
No, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So-
yeah, I guess it goes hand to hand. Whatever's happening with Russia and Ukraine, and in Germany, like what happened in Germany, like World War II in Germany and shit. But it's just like, fine. You know what? I'll give you that. It wasn't a bad thing that Biden, gave that money to Ukraine, let them borrow it, whatever. But in other ways that affects my life more directly, I guess more that would more close term effects than long term. Trump is my better option.
Okay, so even though we acknowledge that Trump would have seceded Ukraine to Russia and set precedent for China to take Taiwan and for Russia to continue invading Europe, you think that that's still someone you would support?
Okay, keep in mind though, I wasn't a Trump fan. I'm not even a fan though. That's the thing. I'm not even a fan though. But it's just like I don't think Biden is my choice. Because then again, how many other Democratic runners are there this election?
There's only a few. None that I don't think any of them are going to win.
Republican?
Think I appreciate it. Who?
Is it mostly Republicans or is it the same amount?
So there's an incumbent on the Democratic side. So generally speaking,
That's a big word.
Incumbent means that they won. They just won the last election. So
Okay.
Biden won the last election. He's the incumbent candidate.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, there aren't many primaries that exist for incumbent candidates, right? So there are people that are primarying him, but there's not really a big sort of event for it, like there is on the Republican side where they lost. So there is a primary again.
All right. But it's just like, yeah, like I was saying, I'm I'm not a Trump fan, but I'm also not a Biden fan.
Me neither. I'm not a Biden fan, not a Trump fan. I'm just saying that Trump is a bigger plate of shit. That's what I'm saying.
Morally, he might be shittier, but it's just like I would feel more comfortable.
He's morally shittier. He would secede countries like Ukraine, Taiwan, and other countries like that to countries around the world and set precedent for other countries to invade, which would cause greater levels of war in the world, right? And so these are things that I think are better off. Or do you think that those could have impacts on our economy long term?
It might.
Okay.
It might.
Yeah. So I mean, do you just care about the short term, or do you care about the long term?
I want to say more short term because I feel like I don't know. All I'm saying is that fine, those facts, those are true, and yeah, but it's just like I really don't think all that would have actually would actually happen. I do think that if Trump gets reelected, this country would thrive, especially like I guess for me.
Yeah. So what tells you that this country would thrive if it was just Trump?
By the way, things have been going in my life anecdotally.
No, like what would Trump do to fix what's going on right now?
Whatever he was doing when he was president.
He wasn't doing anything with inflation. Inflation wasn't an issue then.
Yeah, but all I can say is that in my life, in my experience, stuff was going better.
Yeah. So you want to know what's wild?
What's
Presidents
up?
don't deal with price level, right? That's the Federal Reserve. It's going to be the monetary policy that is going to determine whether or not there is particular levels of inflation or an enforcement of price stability.
Yeah,
Right. So this is not determined by Trump or Biden. Right. So these prices that you're referencing,
yeah,
it's not going to be changed any different under a Trump or a Biden because the Federal Reserve is the same.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, appreciate you having me.
All right, everyone, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen, everyone. Yo, thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it, Mickey. Thank you so much. Thank you for the rock and roll. I appreciate it, Taishi, as well. Thank you very much. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes if you support Trump. Make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all know I accept the first people who send requests, but we're going to go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. All right, let's see if we can get some more people, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it. You support Trump?
I do. I've been in your show a couple of times, bro.
Oh, have you talked about this topic?
Yes.
I'm going to try to get some more people who haven't come on before, but I do appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no problem, man. I don't get mad, so man. You can tell me everything. I'm not gonna get mad.
No, of course, man. Come on for another topic or something. I just want to be able to get more people who haven't come on, but I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, man.
Like I was telling you before, you asked me a bunch of questions that I wasn't ready for, and I went like, "Oh crap!" Then my phone died, so we couldn't finish our conversation.
Oh, we couldn't finish. So do you want to finish then?
I'll try.
Go for it.
Yeah. I used to be a truck driver. Trump pretty much cut a bunch of regulations, and you asked me what kind of regulation. I didn't have the answer for that before you asked me that. All I know is that before Trump, I couldn't get my company going because there was a lot of regulations. Trump came along and he got rid of all those regulations. Then I was able to get my company going.
So what regulation?
Exactly. I don't have the I don't have the regulation right
Fuck, you didn't look it up. I thought you were telling me that you looked it up.
That's why I want to come in your show, bro.
I asked the same question.
The reason I'm here is because you don't get mad and you don't get aggressive. That's why I'm here.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. I've been into another life, and they get mad, and but you don't get mad. That's why I'm here.
I appreciate
Yeah.
it, man. Here. You know what I want you to do? I do this topic relatively common. I want you to actually find the regulations, and then we should come back to this.
I was just scrolling up, scrolling down, and I just found out. Oh, okay, I wanna be in his show. I wanna be there, bro.
No, don't worry. I'll make sure to look out for you when I do this topic again. It will definitely be within the week. So just make sure to look up some regulations. And next time we talk, we can go over that.
One of the regulations, I can't tell you exactly which one. I can't tell you any number or nothing like that. But me and you discussed something before. Like when I got my CDL, I got it from a handbook, and one of my friends let me use his truck to pass the road test. Now I can't do that because by place. And you told me, well, he did it because of safety. And what I was gonna tell you is that a lot of you guys take a lot of freedoms away because of safety, and that make people stupid. And I was gonna tell you that I was born in Mexico. I am an American citizen now, but in Mexico we don't have the regulations. We have really good drivers.
So I mean, this would be anecdotal though, right? The regulations definitely make for safer conditions, but like,
Yeah,
I have
yeah,
a
yeah.
question then. Are you against mandates for seatbelts?
No, that's a good thing. I've been in several accidents.
Yeah. So you're getting rid of people's freedoms for safety.
That's what you guys like to implement. I mean,
Exactly.
get
Right. I'm
get
showing
away
you
from
that we have
people.
the same values, chap.
No, no, no,
We
no.
both we
What I'm
both will
saying.
get rid of freedom to ensure security and ensure safety.
I get that. I get that. But I get what you're gonna get from school, from driving school. I can get it from the same book. I did it before. I've been driving since May 10, 1996, and I never been in a car accident. And when I got my CDL, I got it from a handbook. And I never been in a car in a truck accident either. That's
Hold
what I
up,
was trying to
chap.
tell you.
If I think that if you've already shown that you have gone multiple decades driving without being in a car accident, that
Yeah.
you should already have this certification, right? That would be my view.
No. I get that. I get that. But what I don't agree with is that you have to pay $5,000 to go to school when you can have one of your friends let you borrow his truck and pass the road test. You still need to pass the how do you call that, the computer test? How do you call it? You still have to answer all the psychological questions in the computer and pass that before you pass your road test. That's what I was going.
Yeah. So like, a $5,000 like fee for something would be clearly
from
paid
school,
off
from
very
school.
easily once you can like drive a truck. Truckers
That,
make a
that,
good amount in the United States. Truckers make like, what is it, like $60,000 to $100,000 a year?
oh, they make more than that. They make more
Yeah,
than that.
like more. It's like
They make more than
80, right? At least,
that.
right?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
if you're a beginner, you have to pay a bunch of money in order to go to the school.
Yeah. So like, I mean, that's gonna get paid off like right away.
Yeah, but why do you need to do it if you could do it before without paying nothing? That's the way I did it. That
Well,
was my
because it
argument.
ensures safety standards.
It's the same safety standards. You have to pass the road test. If you don't pass the road test, the inspection test, you're not getting your driver license, bro.
Yeah, but those are extra regulations that limit the amount of people who can also.
It's the same thing. The same thing. The same thing. They teach you in school. The same.
Wait, you're
book.
okay with some regulations, but not the other here. So I just ask for the distinction between with these different types of regulations. That means that you
They're
support
the
one,
same.
but
They're
not
the
the
same.
other.
They are the same. They're the same regulations. The only difference
They
right
aren't.
here, the only difference right here is that you have to pay money.
So I don't think that it would be. You should have to pay money if it's unnecessary, right?
Well, that's what
But
Biden
like
did.
no, but it's training, right? You're getting training.
Well, I got the same training with my friend. I was driving his truck, and in a school, I have to pay for somebody to train me to drive their truck.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
friend.
wait, no. Your friend, I'm not gonna just trust, the random Joe's friend to drive him to train him to drive a fucking huge truck, huge machinery. That's a little ridiculous, bro. Clearly
No,
speaking,
he's been driving for 30 years.
I get it, right? But then maybe he should be he should be a teacher, right?
Oh yeah, he was my teacher, bro.
Yeah, but like it's impossible to regulate these types of things. If you
know,
allow it for you, you're also allowing it for the guy that has 1 year of trucking experience. You know what I mean?
No. On that subject right there, I agree with you. My teacher was my friend. He's been driving for 30 years. He got a bunch of experience. But on the other hand, I mean, I get what you're saying. A lot of guys, I mean, they just get somebody from the street and teach them and pay $1,000 in order to save money. And I don't think that's good.
Yeah, no, clearly.
I get you, man. I get you. Like I said before, I don't get mad. I like coming to your show.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, man. All right. I'll let someone else.
I appreciate it, man. It was great talking
Yeah,
to
man.
you.
Have a good day, bro.
Have a
Take
good
care.
day as well. That guy is so nice. That guy was a very nice person. I'm going to go into the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. But let me go into the next person, y'all. All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. We're going to be on for another 3 hour, or I mean, not 3 hours, for another 4 hours, everyone, at least, just about or so. and then I will probably go get food or something like that. But yeah, we have lots of time left on the live, everyone. Thank you for the cork. Yeah, I appreciate it, Jade. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jade. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 32. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, for sure. Do you support Trump?
Hey, thank you for having me. Yeah, I support Trump more than I would Biden.
Sure. Is there a way you can get a little bit closer to your mic? I can hear you. It's just
How about that? Does that work?
it still sounds a little muffled, but I think it's a little bit better.
All right, I'll try to keep it closer. I don't have my
Yeah, it's fine. I can make out what you're saying. So, yeah. So why do you support Trump?
Um, well, like I said, I support Trump more than I would Biden, but I guess the main reason would be because I prefer a president that would be not so much of a warmonger and will keep more peace throughout the entire country, basically. I think that's the most important thing that we could look towards this coming election is for a peaceful nation.
Okay, so let's talk about two things, right? One, Trump increased drone strikes, right?
Compared to Obama,
Mm-hmm.
where did he do that at? Because Obama had
In the Middle East. I can send you stuff. Like in his first 2 years, he sent more drone strikes than Obama in like 8.
Did he kill like 80,000 people like Obama did?
Can you give me evidence that Obama killed 80,000 people?
Sure, it's an article in The Guardian. It came out in 2016, 2015.
Trump
I have
drone
to find the
strikes.
article.
So you take The Guardian?
Right.
So actually, we can't know because he got rid of the
killed
reporting
up
of
to
drone strike. Hold up,
116 civilians.
hold up.
It was Obama. So I mean, did Trump kill civilians?
So actually, Trump got rid of our ability to see who died when it relates to these or releasing of the numbers. So I don't think we have numbers of Trump's presidency. So if you can't compare it against Trump's presidency, then you can't make a claim about that.
Well, you're comparing it. I wasn't. I'm telling you.
Well, not in terms of deaths. I was just talking about drone strikes, like the amount of drone strikes. We know the amount of drone strikes. We don't know the amount of deaths associated with the drone strikes.
Right. I mean, so how many drone strikes was it?
I can pull it up if you'd like.
Obama, I guess he did close to 500 and killed nearly 25.
Yeah. So, if you want to relate to Yemen, Somalia, and Pakistan, first 2 years in office, Trump did 238, and in Obama's entire time it was 186. If you want to relate
Obama's
to
time was from 2009 to 2015 was 473 strikes.
those were just those two, right? I'm still naming off other ones. The Trump administration carried out 176 strikes in Yemen in just 2 years, compared to 154 in all years of Obama. When it relates to
so that's just Yemen.
Yeah, I'm just relating to different countries.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hold on. Let me go to the other one now. Here, I can send you a source directly on the amount of drone strikes, but it is clear that Trump did send more drone strikes than Obama did, like overall. I mean,
you're saying it's clear,
like I could send you stuff from the ACLU right now. Would you like that?
You could do whatever you want.
Yeah. So,
but I mean, Obama was in office longer than Trump was. That's a given. So you would have to go from 2009 to 2016, roughly.
Yeah, and even then, that was the case.
Say that Donald Trump launched more drone strikes than Obama did.
Mm-hmm.
And compared to, since you don't know how many people he actually killed, you could just go off the number of strikes that he
yeah.
Right. So from 2009 to 2015, it's almost 500 drone strikes launched by the Obama administration. And that's within all countries.
And how many by the Trump?
You only stated 137 from Yemen.
No, I'm asking how much. Have you looked that number up?
I can look it up right now.
Yeah, would you like to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have two sources that I can send you here. One from the ACLU, the other one from truthout.org that goes over like the numbers and stuff like that when it relates to Obama versus Trump.
I mean, but wouldn't you say the ACLU is a little biased as far as reporting towards liberals compared to conservatives?
Not in terms of the report, because they're going off the data. They could have biases, but like it's still based upon the evidence and the
And the
data.
article from the ACLU isn't written by the ACLU. It's written by Just Security.
Just Security?
Correct.
What do you mean, Just Security?
That's the website it's from, the article.
From the ACLU?
ACLU.
No, it's ACLU.org.
Rules for drone strikes and president's unchecked license to kill. Is that the article you're referring to?
No. I'm referring to the ACLU. Trump's secret rules for drone strikes and president's unchecked license.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
That's what you're looking at?
Yeah, the article was first published on Just Security.
Oh, you're talking about the article. Okay, sorry.
Right.
I thought you were saying like I didn't think you were talking about like a report, right? I thought you were talking about like a what's it called, like a security enforcement. I didn't.
No, I'm just trying to
my
look
bad.
at what you're looking at.
Yeah, no. For real. Yeah, I mean, like what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? I mean, Trump didn't get us into any never-ending wars. I mean, I guess that's what my point is. What we're seeing in Ukraine is going to...
Wait, what war did Biden start?
Hello?
What war did Biden start?
We haven't started any war. We're in a soft war as far as us funding Ukraine. It's going to turn hot real quick.
Wait, weren't we in soft wars with Trump though?
As far as what? Syria? What war?
In terms of all these countries around the world, yeah. We've been doing proxy wars in other nations for decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this isn't specific to Biden, right? This is also seen with like other presidents. So if you want to relate to Trump, right? Do you think that him increasing drone strikes and him what's it called, killing
saying that Trump did? I mean, I still haven't seen that actual proof.
I gave you multiple things to look at, right? You can look at it. You can look at it now. You can look at it later. It's up to you.
I mean, I'm looking at one of them right now. I mean,
yeah, go for it.
As far as I've seen, Obama still sent almost 500 altogether.
And how much did Trump send?
I mean, I'm still looking at what you told me. I mean, the only number we have is the 137 to Yemen.
That was a different source.
Okay, well, it's not in here, and it's not even.
It wasn't. It compared the Trump versus Biden there. The one I gave you compared the both. So in that one place, it was clearly more with Biden. I mean, with Trump there.
So you think that you mentioned what was his name? Soleimani?
Yeah, Soleimani.
My mouse is not working. So you don't think that he should have been killed? Is that what you're saying?
I think that was an inciting war. Yeah.
Okay, but I mean that he was part of ISIS, and ISIS was a terrorist organization, and that started during the.
But
Obama.
he's also like a military general of a country, right?
What country?
So, Iran.
Of Iran.
Iran.
So you think that? I mean, Iran is, as far as I'm concerned, a sovereign nation. Why is he? He didn't get killed in Iran, did he?
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah.
He was killed in Iran?
In Iran, yeah.
Okay. I mean, as far as, if we look at congressional laws, every single war outside of World War II is unconstitutional.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time?
Congressional approval.
Say that last time.
Every single war after World War II is unconstitutional. It was never approved by Congress. The Vietnam War was never approved by Congress. The Gulf War was never approved by Congress. The war in Iraq was never approved by Congress.
Okay, what's your point?
My point is that I don't see that as an act of war as far as him killing Soleimani.
What's an act of war?
An act of war?
Yeah.
That would be something detrimental towards our national security.
So if a military general got assassinated by another country via drone strike, would that be like
You're
a
calling him
concern?
a military general when he was a general for ISIS, a
No,
terrorist
no,
organization.
for Iran. He literally was a top leading thing in Iran, right? So it's not just particularly if you were going to relate to. I haven't seen that, but like particularly to that. So again, if a military general in the United States got drone striked, right, and died, would that be a threat to the national security of the United States?
I mean, are we running terrorist organizations like ISIS?
I want you to answer my question. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Apricot.
I
Thank you
mean,
so
your
much.
question is whataboutism.
That's not a whataboutism. You don't know
It's
what
not what
whataboutism
happened.
is.
That's
I'm
not
not. I'm
what
not
happened.
saying what about this scenario. Therefore, something is true. That's a whataboutism is. I never
You
did that.
are. I mean, you're trying to make it true because that hasn't happened.
What was the whataboutism? Tell me the particular. Give me it specifically. What did I engage in that was a whataboutism?
An American general dying from a foreign country.
Yeah, I'm testing the logical consistency of your point. I'm not saying therefore a proposition is true. I'm saying do you hold this in this circumstance?
For the sake of your argument, let's say yes. Okay.
So clarify what you mean by yes.
If let's say, I don't know. Let's go with let's say Mayorkas, who is the head of the Department of Homeland Security, right? If he was somehow assassinated by Mexico, that would be an act of war.
Okay, so if it's an act of war, clearly speaking, you agree that Trump engaged in acts of war.
But he never created wars because
wait, what does it mean to engage in an act of war?
To engage in an act of war, he didn't start any wars.
He initiated an act of war.
He initiated an act of war by killing an ISIS terrorist.
Who was the military general of Iran, yes.
So Iran's backing ISIS terrorists. You don't support him being...
I don't know where you got this idea, but like sure, right? That could be the case. Yeah. What's the issue with that? Me calling that out.
That you don't think someone that's killed thousands of innocent people should...
I don't like him. I don't, but I'm saying it. I'm saying that literally could have put a war between Iran and between the United States. That could have happened very easily. That was an act of war. It clearly was an act of war.
To you. I mean, according to the rest of the whole other country, I mean, nobody had a huge problem with that. I mean, when he bombed Syria with 57 Tomahawk missiles, CNN went ahead and said Trump finally became the president of the United States after, attacking an Air Force base. So, I mean, this is where the warmongering comes from. Warmongering comes from...
Wait. I have a question because I just looked this up. Where did you get that Soleimani was ISIS? Because to my knowledge, he was fighting ISIS.
He was fighting ISIS?
Yeah, that's literally what the internet says right now, yeah.
What is your source?
The United States Institute of Peace.
Soleimani. Assassination.
There's also the Department of Justice.
Okay, it says following the militant expansion of the Islamic State of Iraq in 2011, coordinated assisted with the Kurdish, the Shia militia forces in Iraq. He masterminded Iran's intervention in Iraq. So, I mean, he was working with ISIS. This is what it's saying off of just basically me Googling in Wikipedia.
Where does it say? Where does it say? Where does it say that?
In Wikipedia.
Where in the Wikipedia article does it say that?
Let me open it up. It's in the first paragraph, the bottom of the first paragraph. Following the
so do I look up Soleimani and then Wikipedia?
I just typed it in Google and that's the first thing that popped up.
What'd you type in Google?
Just Soleimani, just his name. And it says, what is he known for?
Okay.
He masterminded Iran's intervention in Iraq and had a significant role in Iran's fight against the Islamic State. I mean, if you want to say that...
No. Was an Iranian military officer who served in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps from 1980 or 98 until his assassination. He was commander of the QUDS force in the IRGC division, primarily responsible for extraterritorial and military operations. In later years, there's nothing that says he was in ISIS. What are you talking about?
Okay, he assembled and led a company of soldiers when the Iran and Iraq war began.
Where's it say he's a part of ISIS?
Oh my God. I mean, it says it.
You said it was in the beginning. It wasn't there.
Intervention of Iraq. Who was doing that? That was ISIS. ISIS took over Iraq. He's not going to take over Iraq.
I can send you. Hold up,
Iranian forces.
Here, can I send you a look up Iran QASEM Soleimani is guiding Iraqi forces in fight against ISIS. That's the title of the NBC News article. And I want you to read that. In the meantime, everyone, thank you for the stay away. I appreciate it. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. If you like this type of content, everyone follow me if you have not already, everyone. We've been on for 2.5 hours, so we have like 3.5 hours left, everyone, on the live. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think there's good reason to believe that he's a part of ISIS. But again, right? The idea is that it's active war, right? So you're saying that he's not starting any new military conflicts. This is a new military conflict.
I mean, we've always had disagreements with Iran. They've always been taking our oil tankers and kidnapping people. So, I mean, we've always had issues with Iran. We've never gone to war with Iran.
Have they assassinated a top military general in the United States?
No, they wouldn't dare to do that.
Oh, okay. So the idea is very, very clear, is that, again, that was clearly an act of war. If it was done to the United States, that would clearly be an act of war.
I mean, so, I guess it depends who's president,
Come
right?
on, you got to acknowledge. You got to acknowledge that it was an act of war. That it's not an anti-war sentiment.
I do think it's anti-war sentiment. You kill somebody that killed lots of people.
So if we go to war to kill, if we go to war with Russia, is that because they killed people in Ukraine?
Ukraine killed a lot of Russians.
Is that starting a war?
We did technically try starting a war. I mean,
it's a proxy war. We're lend leasing. That would be the same thing as saying that the lend leases that we've had in other times during history were also us, like, apparently in war. I don't think that's true.
I mean, do you think this is Zelensky? Lomachenko was the guy that was basically running the country, right? Is that his name? No. What was his name?
I don't remember.
Anyways, in 2014, Ukraine basically installed a new government that wanted to be a part of the West and NATO. And in
Whoa, he just... 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 Yeah, my internet's fast. I don't know what's going on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. Yeah, I'm 14.
Oh my gosh, you gotta be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, y'all, my internet is doing good. I don't know what it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let me go to the next person, everyone. For some reason, it's not accepting people. If you disagree, send a guest request right now, and I will be able to accept you. If you send one right now, I'll be able to get to you, whereas if you send one later, I probably won't, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 28.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Yeah, why so?
I mean, it's gonna sound like really brazen, but it honestly, sorry, can you hear me okay? I should probably put in my headphones if you can't.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, just checking. So honestly, I support him only because, like, not only, but at first it was really just because of when he was speaking. I, quite frankly, like, I loved how direct he was in hearing him talk. Because I really hadn't heard someone be that brazen in how they was speaking, if that makes any sense, I guess. So, but then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you can finish what you're saying.
Yeah, so I guess like, I liked how brazen he was speaking, how, honest he was. He wasn't afraid to hold back, and he, at the end of the day, he did follow through on promises that he made. And then fast forward to when Biden was elected, you didn't see many of those promises being followed through. I guess there's just a lot of pros that I really appreciated when Trump was actually in the office, and it's a lot of good really did come out of it, and that's what I respected.
Yeah, so I don't think that Trump followed through with a lot of promises. Like, he claimed that he was going to build the wall and have Mexico pay for it. Clearly that promise did not follow through. He promised that he was going to bring back jobs to the United States in terms of American production within manufacturing. More jobs were outsourced under his administration than actually brought back into the country. Clearly those things are, he said he was going to drain the swamp. His administration had more indictments than any other administration throughout all of history, even including Nixon.
Yeah, so I mean, the whole thing with the wall, I mean, let's just be honest. I think that was him being very dramatic. I don't think there was ever going to be this whole, freaking giant wall that we all pictured in our minds. I mean, I could even say that for myself. When I heard about it, it was just like, all right, you're being a little bit dramatic. I can definitely say that with confidence. I really did think it was very dramatic. But I think the whole point behind what he was saying was, we need to enforce the security a little bit more down there. And that was really the point behind it all.
Yeah, but like, clearly speaking, he made a promise and he didn't fulfill that promise.
Okay, I mean, there are other things too. I mean, I do have in my back pocket, and that's fine. I mean, I'll take that. I mean, that's fine. I don't really get like too heated in like debates. I mean, I've literally watched, and I'm like, I don't understand why people are acting like children on here. It really confuses me. Because I'm okay to agree to disagree with people, but it's kind of, aggravating the other way around. I don't know. But, when he was in office, like, there was 7 million new jobs, and that was 3 times the government experts projections. And like, middle class family had actually their income increased, if I believe correctly, like, what is it, $6,000, which is actually 5 times the gain.
So where'd you get the numbers that jobs were created? That many jobs were created during Trump's presidency?
So right now I have up, if I'm seeing this correctly, it's whitehouse.gov and
Economy and jobs.
Sorry?
Economy and jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what particular paragraph? Think of it confetti, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so this is all obviously before the virus. And I know, because we all know that once the virus hit, everything really hit everybody in such a terrible way. So, but even still, unemployment rates, went down. There were people that were completely lifted from food stamps. At least 7 million people were lifted off food stamps.
Wait, so where during the Trump administration does it say that before COVID there were
No,
7
I'm
million
sorry.
jobs added?
Did I tell you the wrong website? I apologize. It's it is under Trump administration. I apologize. I thought I was telling you the website. So it is the White House. It's the Trump administration, and it's accomplishments. My goodness. Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So America gained 7 million new jobs, more than 3 times government. Okay, so it doesn't source the claim.
Yeah, which I wish it did, because usually at the
When was
very
this?
bottom it should.
As of January 2021. So this even takes into account people going back to work for COVID. Because this is 2021.
21. So at the top, what I'm seeing is again, I had only gone to the ones that were again before the virus, and then I kind of stopped going to the ones that were the numbers.
This claim is from January 2021. So this is not before COVID. This is after COVID started.
Is it? Okay, so did I just read the phrasing wrong? Okay, that's right. I probably read the phrasing wrong. So, but I mean, honestly, again, listen, we can't, there's other stats I've seen. I just keep kind of opening up new pages, so I'm kind of going back and forth here. But honestly,
I have a question.
Sure.
Do you agree that Trump could have done better with the pandemic response?
I think so. I mean, personally, again, this is my personal opinion. Let's see. I personally think that it's not really how Trump could have handled it more than the CDC could have, because I feel like a lot of people were. I don't know. I think it could be both parties, let's say, because I feel as though they tried to rush it so much at the end of the day, but. Let's just be honest. I was a little skeptical when they came out with a vaccine really, really quickly. I don't know. Maybe that's
Even though
just
Trump
me.
was promoting it?
Yeah, I mean, again, but listen, like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say I wasn't skeptical about the vaccine. It did take me quite some time to actually say, you know what, fine, I'll go and get vaccinated. But whatever. It took me some time, or it took me some convincing to be like, you know what, fine, I'll do it. But I had to be, it took me some time to actually wrap my head around it. I also had to kind of do some deep digging. It's not like I sat in front of the TV, watched the news, watched every outlet possible, and just let myself be talked into it. I can't stand when people watch the news and that's their only source or only outlet. That's my 2 cents, honestly.
I agree. I don't just do news either. I think that
I'm sorry, but that's
seriously. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you sit in front of the TV, if you just watch the news and that's your only, news outlet, or that's your only outlet for information, you are very sorely mistaken.
Yeah, sure, right. And I mean, I would probably, you could probably make claims that, I mean, if you think Trump isn't a pathological liar, you could say the same thing, as he's shown clearly that he's lied many times throughout his presidency, not only when it relates to the claims that, the election was stolen from him and that there's sufficient evidence to overturn the election, right? But within many other contexts of lies during his presidency, like the mistaken promises, the claims that he was going to be able to, he claims even today that if he was president, he would end the Ukraine war, right, within 24 hours. It's a wild assertion. We obviously clearly know that's not going to be correct.
Listen, and I totally get it. Like I said before, when I first came in, and when I first started talking, I mean, let's be honest, I said he was a little dramatic, but I sort of like that about him. But again, that's him being over the top. That's actually what pulls people in towards him. And unfortunately, what I don't like is about Biden. What I don't like about Biden is here he is. He's been in he was in not in office, excuse me. But he here he is sitting he was in politics for at least 40 some odd years, and then he runs, and because people disliked Trump for for the whole time, they wanted someone basically other than him. And look where it got us. It got us inflation, and we kind of just got screwed. And we can't even, now we have somebody that can't even walk up a flight of stairs. We have someone that can't even read correctly off a teleprompter.
Wait, I'm sorry. Trump met mistakes with the teleprompter a lot. He's fell downstairs. So those things are both applicable to Trump. And then inflation's a worldwide phenomena. It's not something that's specific to the United States. Also, inflation is a monetary phenomena, right? So it's not going to be determined by like Trump or Biden. It's mainly going to be determined by like the Fed's response, right? Because the Fed's whole goal, the Federal Reserve, is price stability.
Right. So so now I think, if I'm remembering correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said there were things that Trump has said that he had lied about. So what exactly did he lie about?
The election being stolen?
So was that the only thing?
No, we can go over other things. I think that we could just address them on a one-on-one basis. Do you want to address that one?
At first I kind of was very doubtful, and I didn't really know what to think. I'm not sure. Like I said, I think I stand firmly on the fact that people just it's not that it was rigged. My personal opinion, again, I think everyone thinks very different. I think personally, I just think that, how do I put this correctly? That, again, I think that nobody wanted Trump anymore because they thought, X, Y, and Z, he is racist, he is this, he's, whatever the case may be. But they just didn't like him, and they wanted him out. And the only other option was Sleepy Joe. So, sorry, it's how I felt. And, and if that's the case and he won fair and square, by all means, listen, you win some, you lose some. But, when things get out of hand and that's what you get, then when he runs again in 2024, there have been plenty of people that, are like, damn, I wish I never did this.
Yeah, so do we remember the question here? Remember in relation to the claims that the election was stolen?
Right. Your question to me was whether or not I thought it was stolen. Am I mistaken?
Mm-hmm.
Like
do you think he's
no?
Like,
so like I said, at first I was like, oh my God, yeah, like that was my first reaction. Let's put it that way. But by the end of it, I was like, yeah, I don't think that can actually happen. And I genuinely think that people are just like, they wanted him out of office. If they couldn't impeach him, they just wanted to vote for anybody else. That's how I felt.
Wait, so it wasn't stolen?
That's basically with the conclusion that I came to.
That it's not stolen. Okay, so you still think it's not stolen?
Yeah, I don't think anything happened to it.
So you agree he was lying?
I don't know whether that, I don't know if that's what he wanted to say. I don't really know.
No, he's literally claimed that the election has been stolen many times.
Okay.
He still does to this day.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. Believe me. Like I said, I know that he has like a strong ass personality, and he'll listen, like we've said before, I'm gonna build this big wall, or I'm gonna end this war in 24 hours. Like, listen, nobody can do that. Nobody can do such things. Sure,
you want
it
to
can
something crazy?
happen.
He also said that during his presidency, he's not going to have time to play golf. But then golfed more than Obama did, spent more money on golf than Obama did of taxpayer money at his own businesses, Mar-a-Lago, right? So, he lied there. I can show you a video if you'd like to hear him literally lying about that.
I mean, that's fine. You can. I don't mind. I don't.
You want to see the video?
Like,
Okay,
oh,
I got you.
listen, I'm not the person to like.
Time to go golfing all the time. I'm not going to play much golf because there's a lot of work to be done. You need leadership. You know, you can't fly to Hawaii to play golf. I don't know where the president was. He wasn't very far away. Maybe he was playing golf. Obama, it was reported today, played 250 rounds of golf. Obama went golfing every day. Let Obama go play golf every day.
The Trump golf count at 298.
More golf than professional players in the PGA Tour. Playing a lot of golf. He's played more than most PGA touring professionals play. More than a guy who plays in the PGA Tour plays. Golf, 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 golf. More. Learning how to chip, learning how to hit the drive, learning how to putt. Oh, I want more. If you become president and you go to the White House, why would you want to leave the White House? When you're in the White House, who the hell wants to play golf? Who wants to leave the White House? How the hell do you leave for 3 weeks to play golf? If I get elected president, I'm going to be in the White House a lot. I'm not leaving. I'm going to be working for you. I'm not going to have time to go play golf. And there won't be time to go.
I'm not gonna lie, that's wicked funny. Actually,
What did you say?
I said I'm not gonna lie, that's actually wicked funny.
Yeah, I know. It is a pretty funny video.
But like, it's definitely funny. Like, I mean, I have a sense of humor. I can laugh at, like, dumb, like, stuff like that. But I mean, that is definitely like a series of clips someone put together, and that's fine. I mean, but if he wants to talk like that and if he wants to say stuff like that, that's fine. Like, whatever. Let him. Honestly, who cares?
Yeah, but he bragged about giving away his $400,000 presidential salary, but then spent $144 million of taxpayer money, and most of that at his own businesses.
Okay. I mean, I do want to address at least one thing, like, because here's the thing I have one major problem with. So everyone seems to have one huge problem with him, and I understand there are so many different things everyone can get into, but why are we not addressing things that Biden has, either said or done that is just either plain out gross or it's just ignorant and really rude?
Yeah, I'll address anything of that. I think Biden sucks. I just think Trump sucks more. Thank you for the jellyfish. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I would agree with the idea that that Biden's done a lot of weird things.
All right. That's absolutely a respectable opinion. I absolutely love that. I mean, I think if people are leaning towards Biden, like, let's put it this way, because when he was initially running, what's it called? Like, he had said in an interview, I'm not sure if it was interview, whatever it was, I'm trying to picture the clip, but it was an advertisement. Excuse me. I'm going to correct myself. It was an advertisement basically saying, if you ain't black, you don't vote for me. Something along those lines. I'm not quoting.
Yeah. If you don't vote for me, then that's what he said.
Yeah. You know
gross.
what I mean? You know what I mean?
Clearly that's gross.
I thought it was purely disgusting. I just kind of was in shock and awe. I was like, you've got to be kidding me right now. How does someone say something like that? And again, you run it by people's heads and you kind of just keep thinking, well, why would someone say that? Well, because they want your vote, because they just want to, they want to use you. And I understand people in politics, and you could say this for both sides.
Doesn't Trump do the same thing?
No, I was going to say, people on both sides, they're going to say what they need to say to just get the job done. But what I have seen, at least from what I know and what I've seen better come from Trump being in office than in Biden. And that's just my honest opinion. Nobody has to like it. And that's it. It sucks. But and I hate that some people get really gritty about it, whatever. But, at least at least it's somebody's opinion. And I kind of don't like when people are frowned on or judged based on their opinion. Like, at least with you, you're kind of in the middle.
I'm good to judge some people. I'm not going to judge everyone very harshly, but I think you agree that there are some people that have opinions that you ought to judge. If someone thinks it's okay for a child to be married to an adult, that opinion is disgusting. Do you agree with me?
Oh my God, that's gross.
Clearly that's a bad opinion. We should judge that opinion, right?
No,
No?
Listen, if someone if someone has that thought and they decide to speak on it out loud, I'm sorry, but my mouth won't hold back. I'll just be like, that's disgusting.
Yeah, so you
I'll
will
say
judge
it.
them. Yeah, clearly. Yeah.
But you know what? There are some things like in this situation, like politics, I choose not to. Again, my family's a little divided. So obviously at Thanksgiving, am I going to open my mouth? No, because it's not something you do at the dinner table.
Yeah, I mean, if someone brings it up to me, I'm gonna respond to their claim, but I'm not just like bringing up things out of nowhere, right? I'm not like that as a person. That's why I like these types of platforms is that that people come to me. But if someone makes a claim at the dinner table or at the Thanksgiving table, right, I'm gonna address it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's just there are some things where, if at least I guess I'm gonna put it just this way. I think it, only because I have seen so much love from Trump, from like, about the military and stuff like that. That is what I respect. And it's not to say that I haven't seen it on, Biden's end, but I saw so much of it and so much love from Trump. It is just a little bit overwhelming, and I love it.
Wait, say that again?
I apologize. So, Trump has shown so much love for, like people that are first responders in the military, all that. And I haven't seen so much of it with Biden, not to say that he has not
wait,
at
Alex,
all.
I have a question about this. I actually brought this up earlier, right? Did you hear what he said to John McCain?
Was I here for that?
Like about John
I
McCain?
don't,
Yeah,
I
so
do not believe.
oh, good. Yeah, he
so
said.
what was it? I apologize.
Oh, yeah, he said that because he was captured, that he's not a war hero, even though he fought for the country and risked his life.
So, was this when, like, were they, like, was this kind of like, going back and forth with each other? I mean, I'm a little curious. What
I'm
was
pretty
like?
sure it
Was it
just
a
a claim
conversation?
about him. Pretty sure it was just a claim about him. Yeah.
Was this like early in like a running? Was John McCain was definitely not running at that time? Am I wrong?
He wasn't running. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So I'm sure it had to do with that, because knowing how Trump talks, he definitely would throw shade at John McCain like that.
That's a
he
veteran,
would.
then.
And that's a terrible way to go about it. You could have done it in any other way. But I mean, and again, that doesn't excuse what he said. Absolutely not, because like I don't know who would decide to say something like that. But let's be honest. I don't know. I think it's just silly. I totally don't understand why someone would say something like that. But again, I have still seen him be very supportive of first responders and of people in the military. I mean,
So is Biden. I don't see Biden to be against that. He actually increased funding
No,
for
I
the
didn't
police.
say that at all. Yeah,
And
I
he
agree.
also
I didn't
increased
say
funding
he
for the
wasn't.
military.
Yeah, I didn't say he wasn't at all. I just said I saw quite a lot of it while Trump was in office, and that's something I really appreciated.
I have a question. Why did Trump dodge the draft?
Can you elaborate? Maybe I'm not too.
Yeah.
I'm not one to sit. Like I said, I'm not one to sit and watch the news all day. So I'm probably not, in the loop every 2 minutes. So.
Yeah, so there was a draft when Trump was younger in Vietnam for the Vietnam War. Thank you for the puppy sleeper. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And he essentially tried to get around that, and he dodged it, right? So like, I mean, is that very patriotic, or like being there for your country for him to do that?
Oh, so you mean he dodged the draft as in not able to get in? Am I correct? Like avoiding to get into the service?
Yeah, he just completely avoided it and dodged it. Yeah.
I mean, so if he avoided it altogether, I mean, personally, that's his choice. But if he manipulated his way out of it, I'm not that again, that's a different way of how I would feel about it. I'm not 100% sure.
He definitely lied to avoid it for sure.
So what
I
what
can
did he
send you a
actually
source on that if you'd like.
Sure. I mean, I'd love to read. I honestly, I've never even heard that happening before. So
Yeah, so he got
like,
drafted and then went to school, right?
how old was he when that ended up happening?
Let me
Did
check
it
his
say?
age. Well, I have to look at Trump's age. Trump, when was he? What was his birth date? He was 1946. So what was this? Vietnam War. Vietnam War was like late in the 60s, right? So yeah, he was definitely in his
Yeah,
20s.
Boston. Yes, everybody. I'm from
1959 to
Boston.
63. Yeah, so he was at least 1946. 22. Yeah, 22 when he dodged it.
22. So he was friggin' young as hell. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, damn. Jesus.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, I don't think that's necessarily like patriotic, right?
I mean, again,
He
like,
avoided it
I'd love
actually
to know.
5 times apparently.
Wait, he what? Sorry.
Yeah, he avoided the draft apparently 5 times.
Avoided the draft. Oh, so you know what? It was different back then. It's not like you signed up. So I'm thinking about it. I'm so stupid.
Yeah, we're not going to get drafted now, but then there was a draft and he avoided it 5 times.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a totally different way. Yeah. So I don't know how you would avoid it 5 times. I mean, unless you had like some medical issue or unless he faked a medical issue. I mean,
Yeah, he
Jesus,
did.
I have no idea. So I mean, again, I don't know. I mean, sure, if you want to send that to me, that'd be great because I actually never heard of that. Because I mean, I'm someone that if I can read about it, if I could know it, I'd rather know it than someone bring it to my attention and I'd say, oh, I have no idea.
Sure, right. Yeah, so
I to get into a crazy ass debate with somebody and then I mean, like, this is fine. Like, this is just adults talking, not apparently, like, from what I've seen so far, at least when I joined, like, it wasn't it was mostly people either yelling at you or like getting very irritated. So
yeah,
I'm not really.
Yeah, so sure. So maybe we can look into this. I can send you something. You can look up Business Insider. You can look up Donald Trump avoided the military draft 5 times, but it wasn't uncommon for young men from influential families to do so during the Vietnam War. That's the title.
Yeah,
You can
I
search
feel
Donald
like
Trump
it
avoid the
definitely
military draft
wasn't.
5 times and it'll come up.
Yeah, I'll end up looking that up. I feel like it definitely wouldn't be an uncommon thing. I feel like because if you're being forced to do so, I feel like you'd be
But from influential
scared out of your
families.
mind.
Not from
For what was
everyone,
it?
from influential families. That's the claim.
Oh yeah, I get it. I understand where you're coming from. Jesus.
Yeah, so is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
I mean, so who are you ending up gonna who are you going to end up voting for come next election?
If it's Biden versus Trump?
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless
Biden.
for any reason you have so Biden. Unless you have any other candidate that you think would be a better fit than maybe either of them.
Well, obviously there are candidates that would be better fits, but I would have to talk about what's realistic.
So do you usually look at things on a Democratic versus Republican standpoint, or do you usually look at them, let's say, through an actual lens where you see what they're talking about and what they'd like to do, or just what party they're on?
What they do, not their party.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people either get very cornered into what party do you vote for rather than what they actually stand for, which is, a little bit of a misconception for a lot of people who either voted who they voted for and that's kind of where it goes from there.
Yeah, sure. So, like, I think that one of the biggest issues with us right now in the United States is that we have a two-party based system, right? Where the other side, the Republicans and then the Democrats, are just going to say the other side bad, vote for me. So instead of it being based upon, oh, these are particular policies in which are beneficial for the people, it's other side bad, right? So if we had a multi-party democracy where we could actually vote for other different types of parties, whether it be a ranked choice voting system or whether it be proportional voting, well, then clearly speaking, we would actually be holding these parties to actual good policies, supporting good policies, rather than just, saying the other side bad, because every other party could say the same thing.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. I mean, I think there are like the two parties, like they each can, like, if you take away them as individuals and just put them together side by side in what they stand for versus what they don't stand for, like let's say, pro-choice versus pro-life versus, I mean, it's like an ongoing list. And let's say you just took away who that person really is and you looked at those lists side by side. I honestly think that people might have a different perspective on who they actually might be voting for, because I think they're only looking at who they're voting for.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So, I mean, is there anything else you'd like to go over?
I think honestly, I think I had someone someone had said something about January 6th. I don't know. Is that even something you've talked about yet at all today? Because someone
Not
had
yet
literally
today. I
just
can talk about it though. So like, I mean, there's a notion which obviously what Trump has done has incited people to go to the January 6th like insurrection. Like, I mean, that is pretty clear. Whether or not there's like a legal cause behind that is yet to be determined by the courts. But yeah, there's absolutely influential factors that led towards the insurrection that were caused by Trump, right? Like, if he didn't claim that the election was stolen, right, without the evidence, clearly speaking, January 6th wouldn't have happened.
Okay. So he influenced, but like, so not he, but like not Trump, I should say, but were those people that went into the Capitol, where they were said to do so by Trump?
So Trump definitely like said things that incited them to like go towards the Capitol or like have ideologies that are pushing towards that. Like, do you agree with the idea that if he never claimed that the election was stolen, right, to the degree that he did, that January 6th would not have happened?
So I mean, what I have seen so far, I actually don't believe that to be true. So what I have seen, I honestly, let's just be honest. I think my first reaction to seeing all of that happen on social media, I didn't know what was either happening. I didn't understand. I didn't know the reasoning behind it at first. And I usually don't even like to speak on things until time has passed and I see security video, I see body cam footage, a lot. I need to see more in order to actually have an opinion on it. But the person who people were saying was the quote unquote leader of it all, and I don't remember what they were referring to him as. But he actually had a sit down with someone who was interviewing him, and there is security camera footage of him carrying the flag in and going in and being escorted into the room where everybody ended up being at, and soon enough all hell broke loose. So nobody really stormed the Capitol at first until things started to get very, very, very disruptive with a lot more people. So it was only a few people that really were in there taking
Alex,
pictures.
what's my question though, right? I mean, they were held by Republicans and like led by Proud Boys, but we don't have to get to that. My point is that if Trump did not claim that the election was stolen to the degree that he did, would January of 6 have still have happened?
I honestly, I can't tell, because I have no idea. I can't listen. People will go crazy. listen, I wouldn't go to a crazy rally like that. I mean, I don't know if you would. I don't know, but I think people can
Not
get
inside
out
the.
of it.
I wouldn't go into the Capitol and do stuff. But my point is
No,
that
no, I
I
don't
think
mean
it's
the
pretty
Capitol.
clear that they wouldn't have. Right? It's pretty clear that that wouldn't have happened because the whole point of the insurrection was based upon the idea that many of them thought the election was stolen.
Well, and I can understand that. I'm sure people were furious, but it's not like he was like Trump was given clear instructions and saying, "You guys, we got screwed, XYZ. Now go ahead and go do this."
Wait, so
It's
he literally
not
did a steal. So there was a rally where he told them to march on the Capitol, like called on them to the march on the Capitol, like a stop the steal rally.
But did he
right?
also tell them, break windows,
He
do
didn't
this
say
to
all those other
cops?
things, but he told them to literally go to and rush the Capitol after a stop the steal rally. You can't tell me that January 6th would have happened if he didn't do that.
I'm not saying that it wouldn't have happened if
It clearly
he didn't
wouldn't
have
have
his
happened.
rally. But I'm also not saying that those people so if I'm telling again, if someone can help me out, whoever the main guy who's always in those the
QAnon
pictures
shaman.
and stuff like that. Yes, thank you. Okay. So if you were to search his interview, there's actually security footage of him being led into the building.
Wait, actually,
led
before you do
by-
this, can you give me 15 seconds? I got to turn off my AC real quick. Just give me 15 seconds. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Go ahead.
I apologize.
No, that's
Sorry.
totally fine. I'm assuming it's getting freezing in there.
Yeah, no, it is. Go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, no, so like the shaman or whatever they called them, or I actually saw something recently, and it stumbled upon me by accident. And it's not even like I was trying to find it. I just found it so interesting, and I guess they did an interview with him because he is serving time in jail, or at least he was.
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
was.
sure
He's
if
not
his
now.
yeah, so he's off. He's done now. So now I guess he was said, we were let in. There was no issues. There were cops everywhere. And, there was no problem. We asked if we were allowed to go in, into certain rooms, all of that. And they passed by 7 police officers, according to the security cam footage that was shown, without any issues. And then there was more people started coming in. The more people that came in, only a good handful started to make it a problem. And that's when it got really violent. So it really just a small handful of people who decided to make it a problem, made it a problem. So it collectively didn't start out as a big deal because everyone.
They literally broke windows and they were breaking in. Right there's literally literal camera footage of them breaking in.
Right. So they didn't. Again, though, I'm just referring to the first few people that went in. They did.
You also know that like people before they were coming in were literally calling them to guillotine them. Like Mike Pence and like the people there were people there, obviously not all of them, were literally talking about guillotining them.
Okay. Well, I will find that and I will do with that information, but because that's not remotely close to what I heard on either side at all. But that's if that's what you found, that's what you found. That's
yeah.
fine.
There are like literal videos of this happening because people recorded that.
Right. But again, plenty of videos have surfaced both from body cams, security cams of the building, and other people's cell phones. There were multiple different versions of recordings, and it only really started to escalate from other people's phones when it started to get violent. It was never violent initially when the few people that actually entered the building were allowed to go in freely. They were actually escorted by police to go where they wanted to go.
Yeah, so
and
that's
what I.
Go ahead.
No, so I mean, they were really like they were fine. They said, hey, you know, can we go into here, go into this, you know, whatever. And when when they were standing up on the desk, and when the shaman like was standing up on the desk, and you know they took that crazy photo, and it just started to go downhill from there. The more people that came in, then it started getting crazy. People throwing things through the windows, going through. So it really just started by the more people coming in. So it just got to be way too much. So violence really did start to occur at that point. So I'm not going to disagree with you and say like if his, let's say if his rally did not occur, then that wouldn't have happened. Because absolutely, if it didn't happen, then it would January 6th, like that event, unfortunately, wouldn't have happened, and people wouldn't have gotten hurt or arrested, any of it. But honest to God, it never started out as violent as people make it out to be. I feel like people make it out to be that, I don't know, I'm just trying to phrase it right. People make it out to be like everyone just had taken a bolt for the Capitol, started smashing windows only to get in, and that is the end of story. That's how it started.
Yeah, so this is an article from ABC News. The title is DOJ says video of QAnon shaman Fox aired lacks context. If you read the third paragraph, it says they revealed the video aired by Carlson was captured on internal CCTV cameras only from approximately 2:56 p.m. to 3 p.m. after Chansley had already breached a police line with the mob and faced off with members of the U.S. Capitol Police for more than 30 minutes in front of the Senate chamber doors, while elected officials, including the Vice President of the United States, were fleeing from the chamber. So Chansley then entered the Senate gallery, where he proceeded to scream obscenities while other rioters rifled through the desks of the U.S. senators on the floor below. Prosecutors wrote, in sum, Chansley was not some passive, chaperoned observer of events. For the roughly hour, he was lawfully inside the Capitol. Unlawfully. Not lawfully. Unlawfully.
So if he was unlawfully inside of the Capitol for a full hour and walking around freely, why was he allowed to pass 7 police officers on the security camera footage that was shown? So he walked directly by them, no issues, no problem. Why was that? I mean, if he wasn't allowed to be in there, they should have told him.
Let me read this part. While they note that that it is true one officer was with Chansley as he made his way to the Senate floor after breaching the chamber earlier, as the televised video reflects, the officer has said in a statement to prosecutors he was merely trying to de-escalate the situation. The televised footage fails to show that Chansley subsequently refused to be escorted out by this lone officer and instead left the Capitol only after additional officers arrived and forcibly escorted him out.
Yeah, see, I'm sorry, but he did not breach. Him
That's literally what this
specifically,
claims.
like he didn't. So he specifically did not breach the Capitol. He walked in.
What are you talking
He
about?
was escorted.
I just read it.
So
Remember when I read
what is
it?
that? Yes, I do. I was listening. I stayed patient.
After Chansley had already breached a police line with the mob and faced off with members of the U.S. Capitol Police for more than 30 minutes in front of the Senate chamber doors, including the vice president of the United States, were fleeing from the chamber. So it does say breached the police line.
So is that referring to the shaman, like that main guy, that very first guy that basically everyone is talking about? Because that's mainly what I am trying to get at here. Because the very first person that walked through that door was the guy that all those pictures are going around of him. Like, you know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
I don't remember the first person to walk through the doors. We were talking about the breaching of the police line. Like, his name is Jacob. Is it Chansley? Yeah, Chansley. Yeah, Jacob Chansley.
Jacob Chansley. So if he was the first person to be walking through those doors, there's quite literally footage of him passing by these offices. Nobody's stopping him. And he was allowed to go into that room. So if that was and him and others, I should say, not just him alone,
Wait,
him and
can
others.
you show me the video with the multiple different police officers
I
that
can't.
you see walk past?
Yeah. So if you give me 1 second, I have no problem pulling that up. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I'd have to see. But yeah, in the meantime, everyone, while she finds that, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Because again, the claim that I'm seeing here from ABC News is that they are talking about how they were trying to de-escalate the circumstance, like I brought up, and that there was only one true officer that he's seen with. Yo, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it, PD. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I would have to see the video that you're referencing.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to pull it up. I just had to update my computer because it's kind of aggravating. So hopefully I will be able to pull it up right in this moment. Oh, lovely. So that worked. So, I don't know if I'm gonna be able, I hope I'm gonna be able to switch to camera. Okay.
Yeah. I'll give you a second. I'll respond to chat while you look that up here for a second. So everyone, just tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. I'm going to be on here for another 3 hours or 2.5 hours at least. If you like my content, follow me every day. I do go live every single day. We go live for like 6 hours every single day, y'all. So if you do like the content, again, follow me. Yeah, thank you for the pinata. I appreciate it, V. Thank you so much.
So I don't know how much of this you can actually see. I don't know how like this looks compared to like yours. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So where should I find this?
So I went because I just needed to find just the security footage. Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that mustache. I appreciate it, Brian. Thank you very much.
So it's actually
okay. Yeah. So here's literally a video of them breaking in. So hopefully this doesn't show too much, but
give me 1 second. Sorry. Back. Yeah, that I've already seen. That was after this guy was already in though.
yeah, I'm not going to show too much. And they're essentially just like breaking, they're slamming on the door, right? And you can see the shaman running in and stuff. Yeah, they're like chanting, taking over that stuff.
No, I mean that stuff I've already seen. That's actually the initial stuff you've seen, like when it first happened. But this is like what I have in front of me right now is quite literally the footage of this guy walking right in, like checking in, all this, just walking right in, no problem. Not like he walks by multiple offices. So
well, I have to see the video where he walks by the multiple officers and like with the multiple officers running away because there were too many people or something.
No,
that could be relevant.
They were stepping aside. No, they were stepping aside because there was just one. He asked one of the officers to just show him where he could go, where was he allowed to go, and if he could go there. And they said, okay, sure. And the guy just said, okay, sure. And he escorted him to where he needed to go and what rooms he could not go in. But then the more people that started to flood in, that's when it actually became an issue. Because the more people
the video I showed you is when people were flooding in.
Right. That's what I mean. I think we've all really seen that. We all know that. We've all seen that video. It's scary. It's scary as hell.
So like again, the point we were getting to is that is there some type of liability, right, for Trump in this scenario for inciting this type of scenario when he had a stop the fraud, right, rally right before it and told them to march on Capitol Hill, right? Don't you think that those things could be at all attributed to him inciting it?
Like I said, is that had he actually not said those words, had he actually not had his rally there where it was close enough to the cap. I mean, then I don't think that would have happened. Do I think he meant it? No, not at all. Because there are a lot of things he says that I don't really think he means. But let's be honest. Like, he says a lot of stupid shit, and I don't think, excuse my language, I'm sorry. He says a lot of stupid shit. Oh my god. And he just kind of, like, it's just what he does. Like,
Yeah. So
and
I
so I
forget
just
the
don't
I.
think he,
Oh, sorry.
no. So I think he doesn't think it through. I think because of how passionate he was trying to speak, all of that, I genuinely think that people would just, like, a little over dramatic, and they took him way too seriously, which is a little much in my opinion. I don't know why you would think he was being so serious on that.
Yeah. So like, what are the things that we know Trump has said? Like, there was like the standby claim. There was like the fight like no other claim. There was a point to go to the Capitol, right, to rush it. And he didn't call them off until later on. He took a long time. He took his mighty time to call it off.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how or why that played out the way it did. And again, like I said, if had he not said those words and had people not actually taken him as seriously, I don't think that would have happened. But it happened, and let's be honest, it probably wouldn't have been as gruesome or as violent as it turned out to be. But people just are disgusting. People are disgusting. Let's just put it that way. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, like, whether you support one person or another. If you do those kind of actions, you're just a terrible person.
Sure. So like, yeah. So like, if we look up like the definition of incite, right? It's going to be like encourage or stir up violent or unlawful behavior. Do you think that under that definition, Trump would have met these conditions? Do you think he encouraged or stirred up violent or unlawful behavior?
Terrible or unlawful, you said?
Yeah, no. Did he encourage or stir up violent or unlawful behavior?
I'll tell you, he definitely stirred the pot. That's definitely
He definitely stirred the pot. Okay, so if you think that he stirred up violent or unlawful behavior, then you think that he incited the insurrection.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you think that he stirred up violent or unlawful behavior, you think that he incited the insurrection. That's already what your view is.
Oh, so you mean that I cannot. So that I'm trying to get my words together. So that he basically incited January 6th occasion. Am I correct?
Yeah. Under your own definition, right? If you define incite this way.
Well, that's kind of what I had already said. Is if he had not said the things that he said, had he even not had that rally at all, and then said the things that he said, I mean, it would have not happened because, again, he stirred the pot.
Yeah, and like this is a primarily like a moral sense of incite, right? So like so you agree with it when someone makes the statement that Trump incited the insurrection on January 6th, you agree with that statement? If this is what they mean by incite. Okay.
Yes, I do.
So why do we support a candidate that incited an insurrection at the Capitol?
But again, a lot of it has to do with people's actions too. He shouldn't have said what he said, but people should not be taking it that seriously.
You agree that he incited an insurrection, so why are we supporting a candidate in which incited an insurrection at the Capitol?
Personally, I'm supporting him because I think he speaks his truth, whether anybody likes to hear it or not. He honestly will follow through with what he says. And that's just my opinion. I mean, if someone asks my opinion, I usually tell them, you don't want to ask my opinion if you don't want it. Like, if you don't want the truth, at least. If you don't want my honest to God truth. That's just it.
Yeah, so speaks his truth essentially means that he continues to lie about the election, claiming that he believes this to be true. Secondly, you saying that he follows through with what he says. I think clearly speaking, he doesn't. He outsourced there were more outsourced jobs under his administration than jobs actually brought back to the United States. Yet he claimed that he was going to bring jobs back to the United States, right?
Same
He
could
claimed that
also
he
be
was going
said
to
for
build the
Biden.
border wall and make Mexico pay for it. None of those things are true. The border wall is not completely built, and Mexico didn't pay for it.
Right. So, but that's the thing. Like even when Biden was making his promises, did he follow through with any of those, or at least, like most
I'm not
of them?
making a
No.
claim that Biden follows through with his promises. I think historically speaking, Biden doesn't, right? Thank you for the lemonade. I appreciate it. But Trump, I would say, is worse for actually following through when it relates to Biden. That's what I think.
I mean, again, I'd have to just,
Towards what I would want.
really just have to disagree. I would really just have to disagree. That's just, again, what I think. But again, and like I've said in the beginning, do I think he's over the top? Do I think he says crazy things? Of course he does. But that's probably what draws a lot of people to him, because it's exactly what sometimes people want to hear. Or maybe it's just because people enjoy the crazy, strong personality that he has, because we haven't seen that before.
I mean, we've seen personalities like this before, and I mean, just because he has a personality that you like, that doesn't mean we should support them. That's the basis of every single tyrannical and oppressive authoritarian leader throughout history, right?
No,
Whether like
that's
that,
not
that's the
what I
whole
mean.
basis of their no, that's running themselves on their own identity, right? Not on any type of like political or ideological identity, right? On a social identity. That's what Trump is running on here.
I understand that. So, like, what I mean is, I think that's what drew most people in. I'm not saying that's for sure what got me interested in him, but that's not what made me vote for him the first time around. I had to actually know what the hell this man was about. But I can tell you for sure that that's probably what drew a lot of people towards him and made them vote for him the first time around. That's just how I see it.
Sure. Wait, I understand that there are reasons why people did that. I don't think that they're good reasons, though. That's my point. Like, if I was old enough, I probably would have voted for Trump in 2016. I was a Trump supporter when I was a kid, right? Because I grew up in a Christian conservative household in Iowa, and that's what I was brought up essentially to end up supporting. But like that, I understand why people might have thought, I think in their ignorance, that he was a good candidate. But I think clearly speaking, he has not lived up to the promises that he's made. Insofar as that you'd want to support him, if anything, has gone against a lot of the core fundamental principles that people would have as conservatives. Aren't we democratic, right? Like, wouldn't we be like against like authoritarianism, right? So isn't that what Trump is arguing here, right? Because he's talking about. We're talking about him inciting the insurrection. We're talking about him. Well, I mean, like, clearly that shows that, right?
Well, I mean, not for nothing. There are things that even he wants to do that like, I'm just gonna say this, and it's gonna probably sting a little bit, but I mean, maybe for people, I'm not really sure. I don't know who carries, who doesn't, but Biden, quite literally, he wants to take away people's guns. He doesn't want. It's just not what he wants. He doesn't. He
Show me
wants
one claim. Show me one
it's
claim
what
of him
he
trying to
has
take away like general guns that Trump wouldn't be for taking away.
Okay, so now I gotta pull out my computer again.
If anything, actually, Trump engaged in some of the most gun control legislation from any president in modern history when we're talking about the bump stock ban. That's some of the strictest gun control we've seen. So, I mean, if it's based upon gun control, then Trump is taking away the guns.
You mean under Biden, there's more gun control?
No, there's more gun control. I mean, that was like one of the biggest bills for gun control, like some of the harshest gun control legislation, right? So, if you're saying that Trump, I mean, Biden is trying to take away your guns because he supports gun control, well, then the same thing is going to be true for Trump.
Why is that?
Because he supported the bump stock ban, which is some of the biggest gun control legislation in modern history.
I mean, I haven't seen anything that has said that, so again, there are other things that I keep pulling up, but we'll see.
Sure. I guess we'll see. But yeah, again, in the meantime, everyone, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. I appreciate everyone. All right, give it a second. If you have any questions while she looks that up, give it a second. But tap that screen, y'all. Let's try to get to 500K likes, y'all. We're gonna be on for another 2.5 hours, everyone. What's up, Key? How you doing?
That was actually, so when it comes to Trump and the bump stocks, like that was actually way back. That was back in, let me see the dates on these, because that was back in 2018. And the one for 2023, at least for what is being claimed, is actually a ban. So hold on one second.
Wait, so was Trump. Trump did a bump stock ban.
Yeah, so a bump stock ban actually for a rapid fire, excuse me. Oh my God, I need my phone closer to me. A bump stock as in for rapid fire, like, you know, so how do I put this for people who are going to actually understand? For anybody who's going to understand. I mean, I'm sure you...
Wait, hold up. So the idea is that, I mean, the court actually overturned this in 2023. What I'm saying is that the if you are saying that being in support of gun control legislation means you want to take away guns, that same thing means that Trump, right, wants to take away your guns. So, like, you saying that Biden wants to take away your guns because of that, well, the same thing's true with Trump. So, like, there's no point there. Like, it's kind of like a hollow point.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily, because, like, here's the problem is I've heard so much about, oh my Christ, this thing. I've seen so many about, like, I don't understand why these bump stocks, like people are so worried about them, because personally, like, a handgun is a handgun. It's going to shoot one pull of the trigger and that's it. It's like semi-automatic, that's different. Automatic is strictly military grade.
Yeah, I'm confused what your point is right now.
So I'm just speaking on, like, what necessarily, let's say, what people are actually worried about in this whole segment. Like, I guess, let's say what people are worried about in people's hands for guns. And even if that's so, and even if that's actually what people are worried about, honest to God, I mean, if that's what Trump's doing, that's what Trump's doing. I mean, I haven't seen any updates on it since when he was last in office. So.
Yeah, so, like, the original reasoning was because it was used to kill, like, 58 people, like, in one sitting, like, in terms of the biggest shooting, right? That's why it was. So, like, I don't know, right? Again, so do you get what my point is, though?
Right. So I understand your point. So you mean a semi-automatic? What is that? Were you referring to, or
the bump stock?
Okay, so that's, I mean, I think the overreaction of some guns, not all, some, and I'm clarifying myself on this, some, not all guns, like, people need to have the right to carry freely, openly, and defend themselves. So whether it's Trump, whether it's Biden, I don't really care who decides they want to do this. I personally do not support it. So and that's fine. I'm going to keep my eye out and keep myself posted on, and hopefully find the correct article, because apparently this one's not helping me out. But
my point is that if this is true for both candidates, both Trump and Biden, well, then it moves you nowhere. You're indifferent to both Trump and Biden on this scenario.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's my point. So this doesn't distinct as to why you, you, you are justified in supporting Trump, because again, there's no difference.
There is no difference. So, like, I mean, unfortunately, both candidates are going to try and remove this. But I mean, this is also something people can still get their hands on, which is a serious problem. But again, with a lot of same thing with a lot of drugs, same thing with a lot of everything. It sucks. So, I mean, I don't really know.
Okay.
I'm kind of hating people
Yes.
commenting.
So what is the reason why we support Trump then? Because it seems like we're even on that standpoint.
So so there are some things that personally I like about him that, again, not other people enjoy very much. I'm just going to stick to the same things that I've said before when I joined. Well, all right. I hate that people aren't, I don't know. Like, if I don't know, I'm fine to be educated on it. That's okay. I kind of low-key hate going through the comments. But so I guess with me, I'm just going to refer to what I had said in the beginning when I joined, which was completely, like him being as outspoken as he is. He's just going to be straightforward, honest. He's just going to say it like it is. He's kind of not going to care, which, I mean, hey, that's fine. But I know that leads to problems, and I can completely take accountability for the problems that it has led to. And I understand we've gone over that topic, dead and gone. I completely get it. But again, I also want to take light in the fact that he has done good things. It's not like he hasn't. It's not like he's sat on his ass and done completely nothing.
But I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that everything that Trump did in office was bad. What I'm arguing is that Trump is worse than Biden.
So, and if that's your standpoint and that's your view, you have absolutely every right to it. I won't ever take someone's opinion away from them, because that's the whole point of an opinion. Because in order to downgrade somebody's opinion, it's rude.
No, it's not. Like, I mean, we have opinions on things that we would question all the time. I think it's good to have evidence behind an opinion, right? Not to just hold opinions on things for no reason, right? We should have reason behind our opinions.
I can absolutely agree with that. Like, I mean, listen, there are certain other topics that I guess are really sensitive to some people, like the whole pro-choice, pro-life, and, stuff like that has now come into play with all of it. And it's kind of getting crazy out of hand. So, I mean, those are certain topics that I feel like people get very sensitive about as soon as you touch them. I get it. It's a debate, and that's fine. But I'm one of those people. I do like to debate these topics, but I like to also respect the other person's outlook on it. And I'll be honest, if I don't know something, I'd say, you know what, fine, let me see. I'd like to know more. At least when I talk about it the next time, it's something to add on to my list in my head. That's all.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
No, actually, I think we kind of covered all bases, but it was actually nice to talk to you.
I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too.
All right, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you have already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. We got a while left on the live here tonight, so tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. We can try to hit up to 1 million tonight, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. We'll get more conversations in. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you do disagree or just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? Are you driving?
No, I'm a passenger.
Can you come on another time when you're not in the car? Your background noise is pretty loud, man. I would appreciate to talk to you later on, man. Thank you so much, man.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah, that his background noise is really loud. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43. You've talked to me before. You don't remember me?
No, I don't necessarily. I apologize. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. Are you driving?
No, I'm fine. I was the one the phone kept messing up on where you couldn't hear me.
Oh, okay. So you do support Trump. Why do you support Trump?
Absolutely, 100%. and there was a few things I wanted to go over with you, but let's just simplify it. And me and you went over it a little bit last time, but the first thing would be Trump is against men or transgenders coming down and competing in women's sports. He's with, he's against that. Biden is for that. That's, if you want to simplify everything in the world, that right there should be the number one thing for anybody to vote for Trump over Joe Biden. There's not even another measure.
That's the biggest issue in the U.S. right now.
Oh, that's definitely. How we're allowing our children to
me when I'm Patrick Starr. So like, yeah, clearly speaking, I don't think that that's the biggest issue in the United States insofar as that you should vote for one over the other, right? I think that trans people, right, after 2 years of HRT, 3 years of HRT, right, it's going to be relatively similar, trans women in terms of cis women, in terms of like many sports. Therefore, I don't see there to be a reason as to why they shouldn't be able to play, right? Especially because we're only talking about 0.3 to 0.7% of the population. There's not many trans people out there, and they're not like dominating women's sports. So this whole idea that it's some big issue that needs to be fixed, I don't see a good reason for that.
Well, I understand you don't, but I most certainly do. For the children's future, the people that that's going to see it growing up, and then let's just step into abortion. So Trump, he's not a big supporter of abortion. I guess you are.
Oh, I'm pro sentience. So whenever the fetus is sentient, then I think it's wrong to kill the fetus if it's not like self defense or you didn't cause it or something.
So you are against abortion?
Yeah, once the fetus is sentient, which is going to be, likely speaking, between 18 through 26 weeks of gestation.
Okay, when is Biden, what is he supported on, allowing them to kill the baby?
I don't know his particular, I think he's just in support of Roe versus Wade or something.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they've supported and tried to pass legislation.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all.
That may be a good topic that you may want to look into, because a lot of times you jump straight to the point and you've done your research, and it don't sound like you have on that particular topic.
I'm pretty sure that's not true.
Well, you said 18 to 36 weeks. What'd you say?
18 to like 26 weeks.
Okay, I'm definitely sure that it was way past 26.
Well, if it's Roe versus Wade, right? That's gonna the very small percent. What's that?
Yeah, it's not necessarily Roe versus Wade that he was entertaining.
Yeah, he was. I think I appreciate the lemonade. Thank you so much.
He was also supporting the ones where the baby was older.
He was what?
Biden also supported.
Can you show me? Can you show me where?
Well, I mean, I could if I was on my computer where I can look it up, but that's just things I'm going to point out to you. And then, you wanted to jump in there. What got me most disturbed was you sitting in there telling that girl a bogus, non-true statement, but you was supporting or saying it was even board pretty much for Biden and Trump on the gun ban.
Well, under her view, right? Because when she was I didn't say anything untrue there. Let me explain it to you. She was making a claim that because there was gun control, right, with Biden, like Biden supports gun control, that means that he's for taking away people's guns.
Yeah,
right? But Trump also supports gun control. So if her argument against Biden was that he's trying to take away people's guns, well, same thing with Trump. So it's even within that respect.
Well, let's say this: everyone in the world supports gun control.
That's not true.
That's not true. So you're telling me that any parent out there would leave their guns, cocked and loaded around their kids and
gun control is relating to like regulation from the government.
Okay, here's where me and you's going to have our differences, because I've been listening to you a little bit after we've talked and stuff, and I can tell you're very intelligent, but you're sort of like the Stonewall and Democrats. You go around the the question, and by answering it, you don't come straight forward.
Can you give me one time where I didn't answer the question?
Just like what you did right then, what you was fixing to say about gun control.
Yeah,
You
I
was
answered
fixing
the
to
question
reword
very
it.
directly. What did I not answer there?
Okay, well then, what would you say when I said everybody that supports gun control? No one's, even a criminal, or say even a murderer, is going to control their guns. They're not going to leave it where some cop can get to it to control them.
And I responded to you. You know what I said? I said gun control within that sense is relating to legal policy, right? Like legislation. It's in regulation. Thank you for the orange. I appreciate it. It's not relating to like gun safety is what you're referencing?
That's what it's all about, or what it should be all about. But here's what the Democratic Party is wanting to do. They're wanting to take their guns where they can control you more. They don't want you to fight tyranny and when the government tries to take over or make unruly sanctions.
Okay, so guns don't exist like to a great extent in many other countries around the world, and their governments aren't necessarily doing anything as you might consider authoritarian.
Okay, who do you say is the highest powered government in the world?
Highest power like overall in the globe?
Yeah.
The
Name
US.
the top three.
The
Name
US.
Okay, well let's just stop right there. Why do you think that is? You don't think it has nothing to do with the first one of the first three amendments?
No. I think it's geographical location. I think it's going to be population size. Thank you for the orange. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think it's going to be imperialism.
Okay.
There are going to be underpinnings of slavery, right?
Let me skip to this. Who was here before the white people, I guess is what you say?
Like indigenous Americans?
Yeah, the Indians? No,
Indigenous Americans.
Okay, well, who took over when the Indians was here and everybody's gonna
Indigenous Americans, because that's not even something that's descriptive towards Native Americans or Indigenous Americans. Thank you, I appreciate the orange. Thank you so much. It's a misunderstanding from the time of Columbus in terms of them thinking that they were in India, but they weren't actually in India.
Okay. And well, India sounds enough like Indian and indigenous. All of it sounds.
No, indigenous is different from Indian.
Here's my point to that. You just called us the greatest country in the world, or most.
I didn't. I said we have the most power currently in the world.
Right. Okay. The Indians were here. They was overtaken because
the indigenous
of one thing.
Americans and Native Americans.
Well, the only reason by guns. They're wanting to take the guns so they can control us. Do you not agree with that?
Oh my God. No, I don't think that they're trying to control us in the manner you're referencing, but sure, right? Gun control. Yeah, that's literally it's in the name. Clearly.
Well, I mean, you wanted to reference that Trump was just as equal as Biden because he wanted to ban bump stocks. No, that's not. That's not
within the respect that they both support some level of gun control. So what you're doing is you're not understanding what my views. I literally explained it to you and you didn't listen. Thank you for the roast. I appreciate it.
I also know who does the NRA support between the two?
Probably Trump.
Probably, absolutely, 100%. You learned something today.
Okay, thank you for the hand. I appreciate it, Mandy. Thank you. Thank you for the orange. I appreciate it. Okay, the NRA supports Trump. That's somehow point to Trump. Brownie points Trump.
Okay, well, I mean, whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to tell you that if you take away the guns, they will control us, and that's the only reason the Democratic Party is like doing that.
You're already controlled, bro, to some degree. It depends on the sense of control that you're referencing. Thank you for the boxing glove. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like, you can't go outside and unalive whoever you want. That's an element of control. Right? If you did that, you would be put in prison.
That's exactly what I'm talking about with you. Because if I would have stated that direct sentence towards you, you know what you would have said? Exactly what I just said.
What?
That's not true. You can.
What would I have said?
You would have said exactly what I just said. That's not
and what was
true.
that?
You said that nobody can go out and just unlive somebody.
Yeah, that's controlling people, right?
I understand, but you can. Anybody can go out and shoot somebody. They have to suffer consequences. I understand that.
Yeah, that's controlling them, right? So you understand that
said
if
you
there
can't,
is a
and you
legal
can't.
response, hold up, stop. If there is a legal response, right, to a particular action that serves as a deterrent for that behavior, you know that, right? That's the whole point of legal theory.
I understand being legal. I understand that. That's the whole point of having presidents and legislation. That's the whole point of passing things. That's why you have one side fighting for this and one side fighting for that. But you can't have, that's like the Democratic Party trying to shove the vaccines down your throat. What?
Did you get
evidence do you
vaccinated?
have? Absolutely not.
Of
and
course.
will not allow my children to.
Yeah, you should have gotten vaccinated.
But do what?
You should have gotten vaccinated if you're medically
See,
able.
that's not right for you to. I've got friends that were vaccinated, but I'm not going to tell them that they shouldn't have, even though I believe it.
Yeah, because you have no evidence of that claim. I have evidence that justifies the idea. Hold up, man. Hold up. I have evidence that justifies. Hold up. I have evidence that justifies the idea that these vaccines are effective at reducing transmission, at reducing your likelihood of getting it in the first place, reducing your likelihood of having severe illness, and reducing your likelihood of dying. Right?
Okay.
Clearly speaking, that
understand
tells us that any
you-
rational person would get vaccinated, given that it would reduce the likelihood of any risks associated with any type of illness.
Okay, well, first of all, let me tell you this. I've had just as many friends or people I even know die that has taken the vaccines versus that hasn't.
That's a terrible way to engage in statistical analysis, as that's going to be specific to your particular area, right? Just because you know a particular amount of people in which, if it was the case that, say, everyone I knew that took the polio vaccine died of polio, right? But everyone I knew who had no vaccine was fine. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Does that mean that the polio vaccine is ineffective?
Let me ask you this. How many vaccines have you taken?
I don't even know.
How many do you plan on taking?
As many as that would be medically necessary. My mom gave me lots of vaccinations when I was younger. As my mom is a nurse, right? And a rational person, right? So she gave me vaccines to reduce the likelihood of me being negatively impacted, right? Because she cares about me.
Yeah. That's my point. The government don't give a shit about you. So why do you care about what they're thinking? But here's
it does to a particular extent, right? Because the government serves as an arm for the people within a certain respect.
No, the government, yeah, they need a certain amount, but they also don't want to get too many or too less to keep it going.
What do you mean?
My point I was getting at with you is I was talking about the vaccines with COVID. How many have you taken?
I've taken three COVID vaccines.
Are you sure? Because it sounded like you wasn't sure.
What sounded like I wasn't sure. I'm pretty sure I said that like normal.
Okay, well you didn't stutter as bad as Biden does, but you wasn't very convincing.
Biden literally has a stutter, so yeah, of course he's gonna stutter. Is there something wrong with that?
Oh yeah, it's bad wrong when what?
Wait, no. Is there something wrong? Wait, is there something wrong with that?
Absolutely. If you're the greatest commander, hold on, I'm going to talk to you. If you're the greatest commander in the world and you've been chosen by the people, how would you get somebody up there that can't communicate to the full?
Wait. People who stutter can still communicate.
He can't. I can. Do I?
Wait, Biden can clearly communicate. I actually think if Biden was in a debate with you, that Biden would win. Do you agree? Chat. Do you agree, chat? Who would win in a debate? Spurlock, Blue, or Biden? Who wins? I'm taking Biden, okay?
I'm sure you would.
Clearly.
Hey, how about put us in a fist fight? Who you going to take?
Dude, why is that even relevant? We're talking about political knowledge.
I'm talking about commander of the free world.
Yeah, and the commander of the free world isn't going to be fist fighting people. Can you let me know the last time that Trump, as commander in chief, fist fought someone?
I didn't keep up with Trump's fighting ability. He could probably whoop Biden's ass.
Because he's keeping up with those. He's keeping up with those McDoubles.
Yeah, he's keeping up with billions. I know that. and he even give away a bunch of billions just to try to keep our sanity here at the United States, to keep the New World Order out of the hands of tyranny.
Nah, come on. I think it's really funny that Trump is literally like a billionaire and he eats McDonald's. I think that is actually kind of laughable.
See, that's right there.
Like McDonald's is like normal for like me as like a college student, for other people my age, but like bro's literally a billionaire. I'm sorry, right? Like you got to be fucking kidding me. I can't believe that bro literally decides.
Bringing that all right there tells you he's a good guy. Anybody can bring their standards down to the same thing as the.
Like, I appreciate the orange. Thank you, dude. Okay, he does not bring his standards down to that. Have you seen like where he lives? He literally goes to McDonald's because he apparently he must prefer it to other places.
Right.
And that's wild. He wants his chicken nuggies.
You hate Trump, and it kills you. Let me ask you this. I was want to ask, which I'm getting off the COVID vaccine. I wanted to ask you how many more vaccines you plan on taking for COVID.
Depends, whatever is medically necessary.
So you're sort of like a sheep. Whatever they tell you.
No, whatever is effective, right? You're a sheep because you don't look at the evidence and you just follow whatever you see on social media. BitChute said that the vaccine isn't effective. You follow what BitChute says, right? I look at the evidence, I look at peer-reviewed data, and then I form conclusions based upon that evidence.
I open my eyes, and what I see is what I believe. If I see 20 people walking down a damn road that get shot in the head, I'm going through the woods. I'm not going down that road.
I appreciate the sweet. Thank you. No. Here, I'll ask you this question. If in my life, every single person who got into a car accident that was wearing a seatbelt died, right? But everyone who was not wearing a seatbelt survived, does that tell me that seatbelts are ineffective?
No, I would agree with that. If your key word.
Wait, it is ineffective? Wait, seatbelts are ineffective?
They are effective and it saved everyone's life.
So they are effective. Okay. So even though your anecdotal experience is that way, the empirical evidence, the studies, the data, right, trumps that, right? Because it's more likely to be true.
Okay. Tell me one of your habits or something that you're into, or you like to collect, or, something that you spend your time doing that you profit in.
That I profit in? This is the only thing I profit in. I don't make money from anything else.
Okay, then do you read comic books, or do you collect anything?
No, I don't read comic books. I don't really collect anything now.
Oh, so you have no other hobbies outside of just?
I didn't know collection was the only other hobby that could exist. I play.
Well, I'm just trying to prove a point. It's very simple if you just give me something to go with.
Yeah, I play video games. I've been playing video games for a really long time.
Okay, video games. Let's just go for video games.
Okay.
Say you have somebody that's over the video game world. Do you think they're going to show you all this factual, literal, evidence that is greater than the next video game to make you buy it? And then you're going to buy it. Sometimes you're going to find out it ain't exactly as good, or it may have been to one person, but that don't fit the next person.
Okay,
you're trying to put yourself in with the rest of the world as being one, and nobody is there's not that many people that are exactly the same, body types or anything.
I'm confused. I'm confused what your point is. I actually don't know. I'm trying to decipher it. I really.
You was talking to me about if everyone wears a seatbelt lives, and everyone that didn't dies, right?
Yeah. Does that anecdotal experience trump the empirical evidence that states that, again, seatbelts are effective at reducing the likelihood in which someone is going to die or be harmed in a car accident?
Yeah, but you thought the key word was everyone. You can't go by everyone because that's not the case. The study does not show that.
Thank you.
On the COVID vaccines.
No. I was saying that with my experience. That was just the anecdotal experience, right? Because you brought up in your anecdotal experience that all the people who got vaccinated that bad things happened to. All the people that didn't.
All of them. I didn't say.
Oh, sure. Most.
There was not enough evidence to persuade me either way, and still isn't. And why are you still taking vaccines? Why are you still having to take vaccines? Explain that.
because many different viruses exist, right?
Oh,
And I want to have immunity built up against these viruses, so I don't get more negatively impacted than I would need to because I'm rational, right? If I'm rational, I would want to reduce my risk, right? Thank you. I appreciate the Gus. Thank you very much. Right when it relates to illness.
so you named your mom a minute ago, so I'm assuming you love your mom, right?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, and I do too. I love my mom. Say she's
W.
fixing to die.
What's
Say
up?
she's got COVID and she's fixing to die. She's done took all the vaccines. What about the ivermectin? Would you not give that a shot? That
No.
you wouldn't. Or the
No, what?
hydrochloride?
No. What?
Wow.
No. Why would I give my mom something that's going to be more likely to unalive her?
Do you know that there's studies, a lot of studies that show that they help?
Not when it relates to COVID. Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
the Gus. Thank you very much.
absolutely.
Give me a single source.
Oh my goodness! Google it right now. Google it. Has ivermectin helped anyone with
Yeah, and you want to know what's going to say?
what?
No. It has not done good.
Google it. Is there any studies that find that ivermectin has helped anyone with?
Let's look up his source for himself. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Let's hear it. Read it to me. I can't see it. You're too.
Wait, why can't you see it? Are you driving?
It's too little.
Are you driving? I hear a little background noise, man.
Yes, I'm driving.
Oh, you fucker.
What?
Oh my gosh, bro. That's TikTok TOS, bro. Oh my dude. Dude, bro. Like, he said no earlier. Chat, he said no earlier. It's actually unbelievable, bro. Wow, okay, we're going to the next person. Yo, Adrian, I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. That's so tough, chat. That's so tough. But yeah, ivermectin has not been shown to be effective. That's what it says. That is wild, bro. That is wild. Yo, what's up? How
How
old are
you going,
you?
Woody? Harry? Yeah, 64.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't know. Honestly, I don't.
All right, I'm just looking for people who disagree and support Trump, but I appreciate you coming on.
All right, no bother, cheers. Okay.
All right, let's get to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. If you like my content, follow me. If you've already tapped that screen, let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Hold up, give me 1 second. My dog is barking. I don't want to disturb the audience. What was it?
Do you support Trump?
I'm gonna be honest. At first I didn't, but now over the years, yes, I do support him.
Why?
Okay, so this is gonna be a long, but I'm gonna cut it short. So people right now, Joe Biden is like called with Maui and stuff. Like he's not giving them fundings, right? So, there's a little bit history for you. This is like a discovery of corruption. So, the United States has a colony called Puerto Rico, right? I live there. I currently live here. I was hit by 2 Category 5 hurricanes back to back in like 1 week, right? Donald Trump came down, said that he sent relief, like I think it was like $1 billion in relief funds, right? And I think it was CNN and all these. I think even Fox was it? I believe Fox said that he did not deliver relief funds, right? Uh, I'm not gonna read the chat because people they just see what they see on news. I was here. No one in chat was in Puerto Rico. Um, Basically, he said that he did support relief funds. The entire island was destroyed. There was no going in and out. The only people who were going in and out was Coast Guard who had authorization. He did send relief funds. People were still complaining they didn't have any funding, and he basically told everyone that he did send relief funds. And then after a few months, it was found. I think it was like a year later. We did found all the funds that he did, and it was actually the Puerto Rican government that hid it all, so they can like keep how can I'm not sure if gaslighting is the correct term, but it was basically gaslighting the public into thinking that President Trump was a horrible president and doesn't care about us Latinos. and stuff. But it was actually discovered that the U.S. The Puerto Rican
So
government.
some story was like misinterpreted when it relates to Trump. Like I'm confused how this relates
No,
to
no,
whether or
no.
not you
So this is
support
what
Trump.
happens. This is what happens. This is what happened. I was here. It was two hurricanes, Category 5, back to back in September 2018. The whole grid was down from September all the way to December. There was no running water till then, also. Uh, Donald Trump comes in October, the first week of October. He came through San Juan, which is the capital. He authorized the U.S. Coast Guard to come in and help with the wounded and sick and to assess the damage, right? He did say I think the mayor of also the capital was saying that a lot of people are dying. Help us, please, please. The president's not doing anything. He came down. The mayor wouldn't even like greet him or anything. She was a real a-hole. I'm gonna be honest. And because they know it's corrupt. The corruption here is horrible, 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 horrible. So what he did was he did send us relief. He did send us aid, generators, water, perishable food, etc., etc. Right? And the government, our government, hid it. They still hid it, and there's still bottled water
Yeah,
still
I know you made
hidden
this
away in the
claim,
district.
right? But the point you were making was about the misleading,
Okay,
about in accordance with
okay,
Trump, like
yeah,
how
it
the
was
media
misleading. The whole media was misleading, saying that Trump did not send anything, and Trump said basically, I did send them.
Wait,
If
cool,
the
right?
government,
What does this have to do with whether or not we support Trump? Because I could agree that there are
okay,
some things
listen,
within
listen,
media that are
okay,
false
listen,
about
listen,
Trump
listen.
and false about Biden.
Okay, listen. So what happened? I'm going to tell you. This is a whole lead up. What I'm telling is that this sparked. I might say you may think it's an insurrection because if American can do it, it's called an insurrection. But if we do it, it's a revolution. We basically called out the governor. We brought a guillotine out to his house, basically, and we got him out. And we basically told all the corrupt politicians to get out. And it basically had a whole political shift. I'm saying that if President Trump can do that and expose a government of the small government that a U.S. colony has, why
Wait,
isn't
are
Biden
you
doing the same
advocating
thing?
for that?
What do you mean?
Did you just advocate for that, or was that
Advocate
just a
for what?
comparison? Did you just
I'm just a
advocate for?
comparison.
Oh, it's just a comparison.
Just a comparison, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm
I'm
saying
confused. So yeah, that's clearly like an insurrection.
it's not an insurrection. Why? We're not overthrowing the government. We're just telling all the corrupt politicians to get out. We're not overthrowing the government. If we
Yeah,
were to overthrow the government,
what
we
does it
could
mean
just
to
like literally
overthrow the government?
overthrow his government is basically remove the political power. But
So
I don't
aren't you
understand
removing the
why.
political
So,
power of those politicians?
oh, but I must say, okay, okay, so Trump didn't say anyone to go to the Capitol or anything of Puerto Rico and like execute the governor. No, he just told us like I did send it. He didn't say anything to like go to the Capitol. No, he
Wait,
just
by the way,
said
I'm
I
against
sent the
corrupt
material.
politicians, but I think that literally like guillotine is ridiculous, bro.
Uh, 14,000 dead people. 14,000 dead people, and our government didn't do anything. You think you're gonna be mad, right? You lost your house
Yeah,
in a hurricane. You have no
clearly, right?
power for almost 3 months, right?
Thank you for the
And
disco
the
ball. I
government's
appreciate it.
gonna
Thank you so
over
much. But does that
the
mean you
U.S.
guillotine people though?
Oh no, that's just a message to get them out.
Okay, that's wild, right?
Yeah, it is. But look, no one had to die, and we got them out. No violence.
Thank you for the
All we
husky.
did
I
was just
appreciate it. Thank
protest
you.
for a weekend. But if you look it up, yeah, we did brought a guillotine because if we were just like standing in front of his capital saying like, "Hey, you should like resign, dude," he's not gonna take seriously, you know. So like, a government only shows true fear when their people doesn't like show fear, you know. But he didn't spark an insurrection here. But I'm just saying, if Trump can expose a government just by like that, I'm like that takes balls, you know. Just like saying like, yeah, I sent funds. If your government doesn't want to give it to you, then I don't know, you should look into it. And then we looked into it, and then we found like warehouses filled with generators from FEMA and all that stuff. And we found like a giant airstrip filled with water,
I still don't see
carpet
how
filled
this
with water
gets you to
bottles.
support Trump over Biden. I don't see
Okay,
it.
okay, no, 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 no. What I happened to Maui, that hit me. That hit me because even though Hawaii's a state, even though Hawaii's a state, it's an island, and I know how the island life is. You know, it's like 3 hours, 4 hours to get there. If you're away from civilization, you're a tourist attraction and all that stuff. But Hawaii's different. Hawaii's like a state, you know? Puerto Rico is like a colony. Puerto Rico doesn't have that many rights. Even though I have United States citizenship, I can't vote. I
Yeah, and
can't vote.
I think that's ridiculous.
I'm not a felon. I'm not a felon or anything. All right.
Yeah, I think we should
2016.
make Puerto
2016.
Rico a state,
No,
right? Like, yeah,
no.
if you,
I
yeah,
would
clearly.
die. I would die before I become a state
Why so?
here. No, people here do not want to become state.
Or independence? You want independence? Is
We
that what
want to declare
people want
independence.
Puerto? Okay, so yeah,
Yeah,
that'd
Puerto
be
Rico
fine.
should.
Yeah,
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 because if you
independence
look
or
into
be a
history,
state. That would be
no,
what like
because
that's so that they
no.
have what?
Yeah, I understand. No.
Because if you're a
Go ahead.
state, then you
My
would have
Spanish,
representation. Right now, there's taxation without representation.
right now, taxation and inflation is hitting us hard. You want to know how much a gallon of milk is here?
I know. I don't know.
You don't want to know. It's $9 a gallon. $9 a gallon. Even though we have there's a county here that's actually the capital, the milking industry capital in the entire island. We have more cows than people in that county, and it's literally like a huge punch in the face that we have enough milk for the entire island, but we have to export it all out to the United States.
Well, no, that's just the people who produce it that way do export it.
No, we're forced to.
Is there like some law that forces?
There is a law. Yes, there is laws. There's also laws about shipping cars here. Cars here. I think it's for Toyota Corolla 20, like a new model. Let's say like a new model is like 10% higher because if there's a ship coming from port, it has to go to the United States first and then come to Puerto Rico. So the price in shipping is increased. It's Jones law, I believe, but we do have to study it. There's like a shipping law. You say $9, but you say $3. It's $9 here. Google can just lie to you, but if you're not here on the island, you can't claim it's fake. Yeah,
But like, wait, because like I mean, I am looking this up. It doesn't say that it's
the
anywhere
tax
near that
percentage is
much.
like 11% here.
This is August 2023.
Where are you looking at? Walmart?
Globalproductprices.com.
Yeah, but no, that's different here. It's a different. Even though we still use the U.S. dollar, it's a different economy. There's like huge taxation and stuff. Uh, I think even a can of sausage here is like almost 90. It's like 90 cents, I believe. But anyway, as I was saying, uh, what happened to Maui just impacted me. You know, I did hate Trump back in 2016. I couldn't vote for him, but after what he how can you say like remove the wool from our people's eyes that our government's corrupted. Most of us like not kind of looked up to him. He was like, hey, thanks. And then after we did that small revolution against the governor, even all of mainstream was like ridicule. I think there was a host from Fox News that was basically harassing the governor to resign because he was saying like, no, 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 our people, they're kind of funny, no, et cetera, et cetera. And then the Fox News host basically tells him all the lies that he spit out, and I think our governor was basically sweating bullets, and then he just like disconnected from like a Zoom call or anyway. But what happened to Maui is it hurt me. A lot of people lost their houses, property. They lost their properties, their livelihood, their family members, and basically, even though it's a tourist attraction, I think 82% of Maui is tourist. That's why everyone's saying like, oh, Biden couldn't go there because Maui was saying don't come, don't come. The reason why they say don't come, same thing with Puerto Rico. When a place is hit by a natural disaster, here, I'm in hurricane season, so it's horrible. When we're hit by a hurricane disaster, we say don't come because there's people that come here and they start, I'm going to say the word, they start bitching and moaning that the island is not as beautiful as it is on like Airbnb and stuff. When we say don't come, that means we're closed. Same happened to Maui. Maui said don't come because it's closed. All right, we just got hit by a huge fire. Everything's destroyed. Don't come. Biden, you're elected. You're elected representative of the people. The people chosen you to represent us. Can you please come down? And it took him like 13 days to come down. And what he basically did was inverse of our government. Our government was like, Trump doesn't care. He doesn't give two Fs or anything. It was the reverse with Biden. Biden didn't care. 500 dead kids apparently, because they still haven't found the number of the dead kids. Meanwhile, in Puerto Rico, it took us like at least 1 week to find the total death count. Total death count was like 1,400,
Wait, can I
and
ask a
it took us
question?
like a week. Go ahead.
What does this have to do with Biden? That's done by the legislative
Biden.
branch.
What I'm saying is Biden is not helping the people of Maui.
Yo, it's
He
the
still hasn't helped the people of Maui.
it's the legislative branch that determines that.
So it's not FEMA. FEMA's not gonna help them either.
What's FEMA?
FEMA. You don't know what FEMA is?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. What is
You
that?
don't know what FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency. If in
Oh,
case
okay,
you're
yeah,
hit
that
by a
makes sense.
federal
Yeah,
like
yeah, like it
emergency,
would be like that's for the fund for natural disasters, right?
they're the ones who will actually help you. It's not Congress or anything. FEMA is the one who basically helps you in cases of
Yeah, but
emergency.
that's if they have like pledged stuff, right? But you're asking for a governmental response, right? That is going past
FEMA
that
is the
already.
government. FEMA is part of it's an agency of the government. You don't need
No,
to
I
pass any
understand
laws.
that, but like there can be different responses that add on to like the current governmental processes that already exist.
I mean, I got hit by one hurricane during Biden's administration, and they sent me money as soon as possible through FEMA, as soon as possible. And that was Hurricane Fiona, which was like I believe this year. I think it was like the early 2023. I almost lost the apartment. I have two houses. One house is on the first floor. One house is on the second floor. I lost the entire roof of my house upstairs, and then FEMA accommodated me with at least $2,000, $3,000. My point is, if FEMA can help with Maui, what is happening in Maui in reality?
If
Why,
FEMA
like,
can't help with it,
if FEMA can
FEMA is
help with
helping with it
Maui,
apparently.
FEMA, okay, then why is Oprah Winfrey and Dwayne The Rock Johnson making a relief fund for Maui and asking them, we need your money to help Maui? Like, literally, they can put 2 5 million checks together and have enough for everyone in Maui. Meanwhile, we're
Yeah,
given
so
like
more than 1,000 federal personnel are on the ground in Maui assisting residents in their greatest time of need.
Okay. Is there any updates? Yeah, there's no. They're just waiting. I think
That's
even
August
there was one
22nd.
guy. Yeah, there's even one guy who got put in a headlock because he was. I'm not sure if you saw the video. He was the guy who pressed on the governor or mayor about the dead children, and they told him to, like, step back. It was like a reporter, and then basically they escorted him out, and they're like the whole. It's expensive to live in be in Maui, but what I do know is that the police they barricaded the only way out and in to Maui because apparently there was a broken power line and there was a huge line trying to get out of the entire city, and meanwhile the cops barricaded the only way to get out.
Okay, so like clearly
And
speaking,
I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I'm not saying a conspiracy because of course I know the government has to do their job to protect people from power lines. But dude, if there's a raging inferno, like have you ever been next to a burning house?
no, not directly, right?
Okay,
But
if you're next to, I've been near a
dude,
burning bush. If you're at least 10 feet from a burning house, you will literally sweat. You will literally sweat and almost get burned. All right. And
yeah,
I'm not
I
saying
wait,
this to be mad
Gleb,
at you,
Gleb,
dude. I'm
Gleb.
just like saying this to be
Why are you
informed.
telling me this information?
I'm not. That's the reason why I would prefer Trump because he would literally like help. Like, dude,
What
Maui,
would
like
Trump have done
Maui's like the
differently?
same thing. Trump differently, he would like probably send. He would probably been there like day one since it's the United States. And what I don't understand is
Wait, how
Biden
do you know
is
he would have been
literally.
there day one?
I mean, he's been like day one. What else? He's the only president to be in East Palestine at the moment. Biden hasn't been in East Palestine.
No, I'm talking about natural disasters. We're talking about natural
What
disasters
about?
here.
Isn't the
Has Trump
Triangle
gone
Realm
to
a
any?
natural
Wait, has
disaster?
Trump gone to the place of any other natural disaster?
I mean,
Like
he's been in
right the day
Texas,
after.
natural. I mean, I think Hawaii is also. I think Hawaii is a blue state, so he has no intention to go to Hawaii. So why would he go to a blue state? Um,
What?
as a natural
So now it's
disaster,
the opposite. So now Trump wouldn't have gone.
he would have gone,
What he would have or wouldn't
but no,
have?
I mean, don't you know he's after these like he has the indictments. Like, why would he like
Oh,
have to go to
Gleb,
Hawaii?
Gleb. He would have or he wouldn't have.
He would have. He would have.
He would?
But after all, he would have if
How do
it
you know
weren't
he
for all
would
these
have? You
indictments.
just said he
If
wouldn't
it weren't
though.
for the, if it weren't for all these indictments.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, like I'm talking about if he was president.
If he was president, yes, he would go. Obviously, if he was president, he would have to
I'm
go.
asking, is there any other circumstance in which he did go to a natural disaster the day of?
Wasn't it also Texas? I believe there was also a hurricane in Florida during his presidency, and he actually went there.
Can you
Trump,
send
let
me
me
a
look
source on
this
that?
up. Trump natural disasters in his term. Okay, for Trump every disaster. This is from Washington Post, 2018. Hurricane Florence, North Carolina. President Trump was on his way from. I got an app here. Was on his way to comfort those who lost homes or loved ones. That was in November 13th during Hurricane Florence.
Is there
But
any other time that Biden did so? How many days after that did that happen?
I mean, Biden hasn't come to. Biden hasn't come
Wait,
to Puerto Rico
you
during hurricanes
didn't
yet.
tell me how many days after.
About what?
In relation to the claim that you just made about Trump going to that natural disaster.
Natural disaster. Florence.
How many days? Yeah,
Hurricane Florence.
how many days after it happening did he go?
Okay, so Hurricane Florence, he visited November 13th. Hurricane Florence. August 31st. November 13th.
And what was the day he showed up?
Hurricane Florence. Yeah, but hurricane. You know how these hurricanes are.
Wait,
Okay,
when
so-
did he? Wait, stop. When did he show up?
Okay, so it hit landfall. When did it hit landfall? Landfall.
Literally 3 months. Dude, that's wild.
No, it's
bro.
impossible. That's impossible. Because remember how Wikipedia and how these other storms are actually categorized. They're categorized.
All right. So find the. I'll let you find the real one, the real date. In the meantime, everyone, while he's looking for that, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It should help send it out to more people. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. You already know. I accept the request, y'all.
Disaster. Okay. When.
Got a mechanical.
Oh, never
keyboard,
mind.
bro?
Never mind. Huh?
So it was 3 months.
No. This is from CNN. This is like a cover from like his in current year. You know, because they usually do everything at the end of the year, like what he did, blah blah blah. So it was actually in Carolina. It was in September 19th.
And it happened
September
the
19th.
31st.
September 19th. Hold up. September 19th. Is that I keep typing here? Like, when did it hit Florence? Like, when did Florence hit Carolina? August 31st from September 17th.
Dude,
Okay.
he took longer than Biden. So it seems like Biden doesn't give a fuck about people. I mean, not Biden,
Yeah.
Trump. Seems like
There
Trump
you go.
doesn't give a fuck about people.
Hold up. Is that my Spanish here is fucking horrible, dude.
That's
But
fucking
yeah,
wild.
as you say, yeah. Like sometimes like they would have to like same with Biden. Biden still hasn't come down here. The only time he came
bro.
down here
You
was
can't.
only to, like,
You
look at a
actually.
tour.
That's ridiculous, man. You can't like call out Biden for this, and then Trump does worse.
Meanwhile, it's how much? Oh yeah. Well, there you go. Okay, so Biden. Well, okay. Hurricane Fiona. When did Hurricane Fiona hit me? March 23rd. How many days since March 23rd? It's been 163 days since Biden hasn't came down.
Wait, did he come down for the hurricane, or did he come down for the fires?
No. For where I live, Biden hasn't come down here for the hurricane. For me,
He never came
it's been
down.
160. He never came down. We had
You want me to look
I
it
literally
up?
had
For what hurricane?
Hurricane Fiona.
Go to Puerto
Rico, Hurricane Fiona. Biden.
after what hurricane?
Hurricane Fiona.
And when did Hurricane Fiona happen?
That was like March 23rd to March 23rd. and he never came down here.
Read.
When was that? October 3rd. That was only for a port. The
That
only
was,
time he came down here. Okay,
that
you're
was
gonna
only
trust
for what?
to open a brand new port. That was only it, and that was in Ponce. That was like basically a grand opening of a port.
So I have another one where he assesses damage. This is from NPR, where he assesses damage from Hurricane Fiona.
Assesses damage, which is basically is like he'll probably send someone down here, but he hasn't came down here. If he would actually
We
came
came
down
here
here,
in
it would.
person to no, President Biden said we came here in person to show you that we are with you. All of America is with you as you receive and recover and rebuild.
I
So
mean, I
you
doubt it
kind of
because
just
he wasn't on the.
I
No,
mean,
he wasn't on the news here, and the news here is basically unbiased. There's no political
dude, this
like
is literally
siding on it.
this is from NPR. NPR is not very biased, bro.
Hurricane Fiona, Biden, where was it? If it's the
Right
only
here, dude.
picture of
He
okay,
literally said it. Like President Biden literally said this.
okay, so the only picture that you're gonna see is him in a cargo
Gleb,
port.
you come on. You literally just
Listen.
missed the news. That's all it is, okay?
I
You
don't
just
miss the
missed
news. I watch it
You
every
did.
single day, dude.
Dude, it's literally right
It's
here. You
literally a
literally
fucking
missed it.
mandatory here.
You
All
literally
right.
missed it. I'm sorry, but you missed it. It's
I
right here.
missed it, dude. I went
Yes,
through
it's
it.
literally right here.
I went through it, dude.
I'm sorry. No, what do you mean? But it's literally right here.
I went through it. If I went through a hurricane and I'm expecting someone to come help me, literally the first thing I'm gonna hear on the news is President Biden has arrived at the airport to give his remarks on Hurricane Fiona. We
You
never
must
heard
have just,
anything.
dude, Gleb, you must have
All
just
of us.
missed it.
I asked my
You
mom
literally,
even.
bro, you literally just missed it because they literally posted it, bro. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Wait,
I literally don't know what to tell you. It's literally on.
Someone asked me to speak Spanish. Okay, mira, este cabrón de gringo de mierda no sabe.
Bro, come
carajo
on.
de Puerto Rico,
You're not
okay?
responding to me.
Listen, man.
You're not responding to
Listen,
me. Come
okay,
on.
I was just going for that random. Okay, but
I understand, but you
I'm
shouldn't be
saying-
reading the comments, bro. Debate me.
No,
You want me to read the
people would
comments?
Probably say no. Probably people. What I hate is that. Listen. I don't hate people. I'm not saying at you, dude. I'm not saying this is like from like heart to hearts, dude. Is that people on the left? Listen, I'm not saying that you are left or like I know that you're not no political leaning. This is like from heart to heart.
I'm
Listen.
a social democrat. I'm left wing in America.
You're a
Thank you
social
for the confetti.
democrat,
I
right?
appreciate it. Thank you for the
I'm
love you.
I'm a constitutional like liberal, dude. You know, pro 2A, pro abortion, whatever. You do you, pro gay rights.
Pro-abortion? What do you mean by pro-abortion?
Not pro abortion. Like if a woman wants to like abort,
Like pro-choice?
like, not pro-choice. It's like here it's like fucking hard. Like abortion is very strict, but here like I should say like if a woman gets gray, of course she has a right to have an abortion. If an
So the
underage
choice.
person,
So pro-choice.
it's pro-choice.
Okay.
I'm horrible.
I don't know what it means to be pro-abortion, right? I'm gonna be honest.
My English is horrible.
No. I'm sorry. I've heard
Okay,
people.
listen.
I've heard people say it before in the past. So I just thought it was some common phraseology. Maybe you just referenced.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
apologize.
saying like kill every fetus. No, I'm also like
Yeah, clearly. I know.
I'm saying if the baby can still be alive without the help of the mother, don't kill it. Just give it to adoption, etc., etc. Okay,
No, I think
so
it
what I'm
should be
saying-
before that point. But like, I mean, because I'm sentience, but like,
Okay, yeah.
whenever they
I
have
heard.
sentience, that's when I
Okay,
care. But
I'm just saying what I don't like about this. I mean, it's not you because you're the only first person that I heard that basically don't chill out to have people get kicked out or anything, or even people like hate me, because I think I've seen on other live streams from people on the left side debating, and the moment they see someone that's not like I've seen someone get called a coon because they were black, saying
you can't say that on the live. You cannot say that on the live.
Wow, dude. Okay,
Dude,
I
you
can't
literally
say
just said,
that,
bro.
dude.
What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, what do you mean? Wow, you can't say that, bro. What are you talking about, bro? What makes him think he can say that word, bro? Like, that makes no fucking sense to me, bro. That is wild, bro. That is fucking wild, man. I'm gonna go on to the next person, y'all. That was wild, bro. Bro, that's wild, bro. Chat, you can figure it out. People can say it in the chat. I'm not gonna restate anything. That's fucking absolutely wild. Yeah, no, like seriously, that was wild. Like, did you? He said that like he had no clue it was a slur. Like, bro, what? That's absolutely wild. Like, dude. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, that made me feel so uncomfortable, bro. And that's me even. That's ridiculous. Yo, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1,000,000 likes. Everyone, if you disagree, send a guest request right now, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't even know I hit the button.
You're good. Don't worry. I appreciate
I'm
it.
sorry.
Have a good day. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I'm so scared of that happening to me sometime, chat. Like I'll just like randomly join someone's live. That'd be so tough. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next person. For some reason, I don't know what's going on with. I'm trying to get people up here. Send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. I requested you one time by accident. I get that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Double down, prelude.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Okay, I don't know what. Double down prelude. Stop, bro. Gosh, bro. That's so wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. What is going on with people sending requests and just not being here, chat? If you send a guest request right now, I'll likely be able to get to you. If you send one later, I probably won't. Send a guest request right now if you want to debate, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all, if you want to debate. Okay, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. I'm trying to get to the next one. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, Riley. I appreciate it.
Hello,
Yo, what's up?
partner.
How old are you?
I'm a millennial. That's all you need to know.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I do. I support the symbol of Trump, what he represents,
And what is that?
which is sort of opposition towards the establishment. The current establishment that has been, and the Biden administration, which has been a party that has been, Biden has been in the Senate for over 47 years. All of a sudden, he's elected at 80 years old to be president of the United States, which he also appears to be sort of inept, doing the job. Like sometimes he'll fall asleep or he'll lose his speech. He hasn't been as present as the previous president, who basically came on live every single day during that traumatizing public health crisis that started in 2020. Sorry, I'm a little nervous because I've been waiting for you to pick me. And I'm very passionate about the subject. I had a couple of questions for you. Basically, my questions are...
Before you, can I respond to what you said?
Sure.
Yeah. So you said that Trump was anti-establishment. That's why you support him. So would you also support... Represents anti-establishment. Sure. Yeah. So wouldn't that also be true for Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders, I feel like he sold out. He had no choice. There was no money backing him.
What do you mean he sold out?
Basically, he kind of gave in to the running candidate that was in during that time frame. I don't remember because his popularity was short-lived.
No. How so? How did he like sell away that stuff, or what did he do?
Well, he was running a really strong campaign, and then all of a sudden he kind of took a seat, basically, and there's this whole viral meme that went out of him sitting with his legs crossed, because that's basically the culmination of all the effort in his entire career that he could get to, because, he didn't have the backing like other people do, or the deep pockets or the kickbacks that other people do.
No, it's every single person in the Democratic primary race dropped out and supported Biden. Every single one. Right. Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, they all want cabinet seats. That's what actually led to it. He was winning. He was winning the caucuses in the beginning.
So why did he step down?
He didn't step down, right?
Why did
He
he vouch
lost
for
because
Biden if he's literally in the same?
because he that's a better candidate than Trump. That's what he did, right? But again, that's not like he still represents anti-establishment, right? So do you support Bernie Sanders because he represents anti-establishment?
He's not really a running candidate, and if he did go back to the primaries for some reason, I probably would not vote for him. I'd vote for Ron DeSantis before I vote for him.
He's
vote
establishment.
for Candace
So
Owens before I vote for him. I'd vote for
also
you
establishment.
before I vote for him. I'd vote for you before I vote for
But
Biden.
he's anti-establishment. He's and Bernie anti-establishment.
No, I'm talking about you. Let me ask you a question now. So basically, you're doing this as a part of your newfound career, maybe, and you want to call it in technology, in influencing and stuff like that. I happen to do marketing. I'm very it's aligned with my core values, which is freedom of thought, freedom of action. Basically, on the internet, you can post whatever you want, as long as you're respectful, you don't get blacklisted or canceled. Basically, you kind of could say whatever you want. So you have this platform, you have an audience, you're currently monetized with all the crowd contributions in form of gifts. My question to you, and if you can be honest, can you be honest? Are you an honest person? Has anybody ever approached you and said, we'll pay you a sponsorship fee to run a campaign against the Republican Party or in some form or manner? So you have not received any.
Never. I've never got a thing for advertisements from any business, let alone a DNC or anything like that. Never once. I would actually be one of the first people to come on here and talk about that stuff. That's also why I reject the notions that typical Democrat had like anything to do with the DNC in terms of getting paid by them. First of all, he'd have to say that he's getting paid. Like I would have to say. Like you can't leave that information out. You can get sued for that.
That people can form LLCs that are sort of, under in Delaware. I've formed an LLC that's private, so my information is not exposed, and somebody can send me a payment to my Delaware LLC, and nobody will know that I've received the payment. Did you know that?
Oh, I don't live in Delaware.
I know, but you can incorporate in any state. So basically, people like Biden.
I don't think I can do that in California.
You live in California? I'm so sorry for you. My condolences.
California is actually great.
I'm sure it is. Are you Jewish?
No. Well, 1%.
That's nice. Okay. I just asked because your last name is Parker, and I knew a Jewish Parker.
No, my first name is Parker.
Okay. Sorry about that. So, yeah, I probably look like a hot mess right now, but oh my God, no, I can't go on live. So basically, I support Trump and I plan to vote for him in 2024 because he represents the opposition towards the current establishment that is run by Biden's administration and associates. In 2016, when Trump was voted into presidency, I was actually opposed to him as a candidate. I thought it was a joke. I thought because, he never had a real career in politics. I just thought maybe he could be a little bit unqualified for this type of position. But then he proved himself.
I was a Trump supporter then. When I was too young to vote, 2016, I was a Trump supporter. I was happy Trump won. Right. So the same way that you say that you changed your position, I could say the exact same thing. I don't think that necessarily gives credibility to either side.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying. So you voted for Trump as opposed to voting for
I wasn't old enough. I was a freshman in high school.
Oh, okay. So why didn't Hillary win?
Electoral college.
Oh, it wasn't because of the fact that maybe she is not an ethical person?
I mean, that could have some influence within it. Like, sure, right? But like, I think it's electoral college, right? She won the popular vote by 3 million votes.
So what about the fact that did she not have some sort of litigation at some point during the pandemic while while Trump
Oh
wasn't
wait, yeah,
president.
no. Let me ask. You think Trump is ethical? Like,
Well, he's under the magnifying glass more intensely than she has ever been. And
clearly,
she's been
clearly
in
not true.
a lot of scandalous events and
What are you
happenings.
talking about? Like the emails? You know how much they talked about the damn emails?
Yeah, but just coincidentally, it happened to be hashtag blackout all over social media the day of her, when they looked at her, when she had court or whatever it's called.
Yeah, when she sat in 11 hours in Congress.
Yeah, they didn't televise that shit.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like they definitely had some. What are you talking about?
I haven't seen any.
What? Like, I'm pretty sure they record like all of those. Like that was a lie. Like
Yeah, but it wasn't publicized. All of a sudden, Trump has to be like.
my friend. No, I have someone that just texted me. They watched it live. Like
So okay. So based on the fact that you're knowledgeable and you've researched your position for the next election, is by any chance do you put this information all together in a certain place where people can find it? Do you have an online presence other than TikTok?
well, TikTok is like mainly my stuff. I have YouTube and stuff, but I have like sources linked in my Discord. You can join my Discord. We have like a bunch of sources. We have like entire documents filled with like information that's about all of my different topics.
Oh, that's interesting. So you could say, refer to my information that I've saved in Discord for further information.
Yep.
All
And
right.
we're always adding to it and whatnot. So,
Do you, a personal question, do you think that Hillary is an ethical person?
no, but I don't think Trump is either.
Do you think that Biden is an ethical person?
No.
Okay. I mean, honestly, then, so all of the candidates are pretty dishonest and also happen to mismanage government money.
Yeah. Like the DOD never passes its audits, right? And they constantly fund the DOD, the Democrats and the Republicans, Trump and Biden.
The Department of Defense.
Yeah, like they don't account for a lot of their money.
Billions of dollars.
Hundreds of billions.
Yeah, hundreds of billions of dollars. I mean, I don't really know the difference between before the public health crisis of 2020 or after the public health crisis of 2020, but it seems that Biden probably got into presidency during a really bad time, but that doesn't give him any reprieve on the fact that he's a pretty poor performing president. PPPP.
Within what respect?
I mean, honestly, the guy let me ask you a question. Do you think Biden should be driving a car in the street?
I don't think Trump should either.
Oh, that's we're both being a little ageist. That's foul.
Well, I don't think my grandpa should be driving a car. He's 90 something right now. He cannot drive. We took his keys away, like me and my family, right? Because he's too old to drive.
90 is too old.
Yeah, like clearly, right? You can hit a point where you're too old to drive. You can hit a point where you're not able to drive. It's not like a joke. It's like legitimately serious.
Of course. So it's a danger. You think that at what point can we make the decision to say people need to take a step back from making really severe decisions, that can affect society? You know what I'm saying? Like he's part of the executive branch. He's over here signing off on whatever. People in the Senate or whatever Congress could be pushing him, nudging him, like, yeah, sign this, sign that. Like, you know how easily old people can get manipulated by others?
Well, Trump is 77, so he's only 3 years younger.
I happen to think that Trump probably has lived some people are just different. I don't know, honestly. Neither of them should be running in for office, but if I had to vote, I'd vote for the lesser evil that appears to be
Biden,
the opposing party to the current establishment. The current establishment has a lot of positive public relation campaigns running across several different publications, including all of those big mainstream media news platforms that you use to get your information from. I see that you're Googling and reading featured snippets off of Google to support your information, but how,
yeah,
I know
for very basic claims, yeah. Yeah, just like talking about whether or not an event occurred. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were talking about like or claims about what affects people overall, right, I'm going to provide studies. Like when it relates to immigration, right? I'll give studies that show the economic benefits of immigration, right? But like, I mean, if we're just talking about like an event that happened, I don't know what you want me to show you.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're getting a lot more into the minutia when we talk about providing evidence. Why are you voting for Biden?
Because I think he's better than Trump. Do you want me to give reasons?
I think he's better than Trump. Okay, yeah, sure.
Clearly, right? When it relates to federal judges, putting in place conservative judges will withhold will withhold progressive legislation going into the next few coming decades. Clearly speaking, I think that progressive legislation is the best for this country. So, I mean, based on that, would be very good reason to support him. Trump, we can relate to things I haven't even talked about, like climate change. Bro doesn't even recognize the impacts of it at all. Right, has had no policies targeted towards like particularly like climate change caused by humans.
My dear Parker, you did say that legislation and most decision making comes from the legislative branch of the government.
I'm talking about supporting of policy though.
Yeah,
right? Because they don't write the bill, they don't pass the bill that way. They can veto or not veto a bill. Right, but that he can support legislation and which can then get represented within the party. Because if he runs on that type of stuff, then clearly speaking, if he wins, it's going to be likely to be supported amongst Republicans, and then it will be invoked once he's in office, right? Because congressional Republicans will see that it could be dependent upon their seat if they don't support this particular legislation that is overwhelmingly popular amongst this particular demographic.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know how to respond to you at this moment. Would you like to clarify that for me one more time? I'm sorry.
In what manner? What part did you not get?
Basically, sorry. I'm not sure I understand what you said, because it was like a lot. So just give me the bottom line.
Of like everything I just said?
Yeah, if you can, in a sentence. Can you paraphrase that and just give me the bottom line?
I mean, from what I said, I mean, did you not hear it or something?
I did, but it was a lot.
I don't think it was necessarily that much. I was talking about Ryan, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I was talking about like the federal judges. I talked about the climate change responses from like Biden versus Trump, the acknowledgement in terms of the policies and the legislation.
Okay, so you were talking about how presidents can show support. So presidents can show support. Back to when Gleb was talking to you, who happens to be the Spanish dude or whatever. He was talking about instances where the president comes to a disaster area right after it happens to show support. It appears that Biden did go to the Maui disaster area over at least over a week and a half of time. And then I'm not sure if Trump has gone because, like, to be honest, I don't watch the mainstream news.
Trump hasn't gone to Maui, but in terms of the natural disasters, if you watch the last conversation with that person, we showed that Trump actually, with other natural disasters, took even longer to show up to the disaster area. So the point would be mute. Actually, if anything, it would be worse towards Trump. Right? Why is Trump taking so much more time to get to natural disasters rather than Biden, even though Biden's like slow cognitively?
Well, I mean, I think like it took Biden 13 days to go, and he's the president, so he has an obligation.
No, and Trump was the president when we're talking about that natural disaster.
I'm talking about the natural disaster, the one that just happened the other day, the wildfires.
Yeah, I know, and I'm talking about another disaster. We brought up Hurricane Josie. Right, he took literally 20 plus days to show up.
Yeah, we could take all the hurricanes and make a chart. Who showed up faster? We're talking about.
Well, that's the claim that you were making. You were the one bringing up. Oh, he took so long to get to this disaster area, and I'm just saying Well, if we're looking at how long it took to get to the disaster area, seems like Trump looks worse off.
Okay, but these are two different instances under two different administrations, under two different points of time. One
Clearly.
which appears to be a natural disaster, opposed to one appear to be a real natural disaster that they had.
Wait, they're both real natural disasters. What?
Okay. Have you seen footage of Maui from an aerial point of view?
No, I haven't. But you're saying it's not a real disaster? I have friends that live in Maui.
No, I'm saying a real natural is the key word. Disaster is
What do you
something
think? What do you think? An
starts
alien
with-
shot down a space laser or microwaves?
I mean, didn't the government just announce that there are aliens all of a sudden just in the last 2 months?
No. So there was a whistleblower that
They're
said
using special words.
no. So
UAP.
there was a whistleblower that said that they found like a non-human biologics, right? But that doesn't indicate to us any type of conclusive evidence. That's a claim. There are many claims that we have, right, about many different things, right? We don't necessarily consider them true.
I mean, it appears that the mainstream media had taken that information and then reformulated it into confirmation that the government has, basically said that there are UAPs or UFOs. So I mean, that's
UAPs
not
are just
that's not
unidentified aerial
unlikely.
phenomena.
That's not unlikely. I don't think that's what happened. I think that if at any point in the future people do start seeing UAPs, UFOs, there is definitely a bigger concern than politics, right? I mean, but that could be one of the changing forces in the future if anybody were to want to unificate the world, right? Because we all are going to be fearful as a human species against something that we don't know. So I mean, I'm looking forward to that day. Probably, I don't really know. I'm probably not, but right now, from what it seems like, I live my days in fear because of this administration.
Wait, Josie.
And because of
Josie, if aliens can make it here, we don't stand a chance. It's not even gonna be close. Okay? Do you understand how much space that you'd have to travel, right, to be able to get here? We would already be gone, right? If they're already here, we'd be gone already if they wanted to do that.
I know.
They'd like
Because
Death Star us.
there's so many crazy. Do you follow conspiracy theories?
Yeah, so a good amount of them.
So, there's like a spectrum. This is what I say. There's a spectrum when it comes to conspiracy
Oh, like
theories.
by follow, I don't like believe in them, but like I know what they are.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's a spectrum, and everything falls on the spectrum. On one side, there's the truth, and on the other side, there's blasphemy. Okay, so like the flat Earth theory is certainly blasphemy. I mean, to the best of our knowledge, based off of the empirical data that scientists provide us. But until I get into a spaceship, I don't really know. I would love to get into a spaceship. I'm waiting for somebody to send me a ticket so I can get on my spaceship. But until then, I'm going to make my beliefs that are reliant on the evidence that I see from several publications, science. Yeah, okay, Parker, you can go. Sorry.
Did you get vaccinated?
I did not. I did not.
So
but
you didn't look at the empirical data then.
Well, I did recently actually get the pullout sheets from the vaccinations for the MMR vaccine and the other one. And I was just reading all this little font on a paper and all the different studies that they've done and all the data that they show. And honestly, I think that medical decisions are a personal decision that should not be controlled by the government, regardless of the security of the nation. Because for me, I value freedom, and freedom trumps security. And that's just the way that I live my life. Go ahead, Parker.
Let's say that there's a cure for the bubonic plague, right? And 95% of the population is convinced it's the mark of the beast and that they're going to go to hell if they take this, okay? Right? It's not actually the mark of the beast, right? It's just a cure for the bubonic plague, right? And it has a 30% death rate, okay? Let's say people are getting infected. Would you say that we should mandate that cure then? Because people aren't going to take it if we don't mandate it.
Well, what I think is that if people start to really see like definitive evidence of, rising death toll, especially in their communities and such, it's going to ring the alarm, and people are going to do what they need to do because they're going to make the decision for themselves
Hold
on
on,
whether
let's
or
talk about
not
it.
they.
Would you be okay with the government forcing people to take it in that scenario?
I don't think that the government needs to force anybody to do anything. That's
So you'd be okay
totally
with
against.
30% of the population dying there?
They need to be able to provide the resources and say, please come and get it. And then the risk is left up to the people, and it's their own liability.
Yeah, it's
and
completely
their
free.
liability,
So you'd be
their
okay with
liability
30%
is
dying?
their lives. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So you'd be okay with 30% dying?
I don't have control of a situation about whether or not the outcome is 30% or not.
No, you do, right? Because if they get the cure,
I'm
then
not going to force
0%.
anybody to do anything.
Well, okay. Are you against mandated seatbelts?
Seatbelts is a different situation.
Well, you're
because
forcing people to do things there.
You're driving a machine that's going 60 to 80 miles per hour. You're in a public space. If there is,
Yeah, 30% of the population's gonna die if they don't take the cure. I think that's probably a greater concern.
Okay, yeah, but you know what? Putting on a seatbelt is a law. People have the choice to buckle up or not. And if they don't, their liability is their lives. You understand?
Yeah, but it's still illegal. Like if you get caught, you'll get pulled over and
You
fined.
pay a fine. You pay a fine. I got fined for not having insurance when I was just working at your age. When Obama was in president, it was bullshit. Whatever. I could go pay out of pocket for services from the doctors, and they care. They have sympathy, and they say, "Don't worry, don't pay the label price. Just pay me this, whatever you can do." Because when they can charge insurance companies, they're gonna obviously charge more because people are unethical. Everybody's unethical. People have a price. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say everybody's unethical. I'm actually married to a very noble man. He's a square with super 90-degree angles. But I don't think many people like him exist. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of people in government are compromised, and they all took a nice check from somebody, And if I was in government too, you could pitch me whichever way, and there's a likelihood that it might be convincing enough for me to take it. You know what I'm saying? Why is Biden sending Ukraine so much money? And
one, it's a loan. Two, it's meant to stop Russian aggression in Europe, as they have shown that they've already invaded Georgia, they've invaded Crimea. They're showing that they're invading other countries that were previously owned by the Soviet Union and expanding into Europe.
And we're seeing this information through the mainstream media. They're the ones showing on the ground footage. They're the ones showing on the ground footage. But how about anecdotal evidence? I mean, do we have evidence compiled somewhere of individuals who are in Ukraine sort of talking about the situation that's happening there? Because I've seen some footage recently of a couple of millennials and Gen Zers in a party in the Ukraine. And I actually have a Ukrainian neighbor. Her husband has
because the military is what fights. It's not literally every, and also a lot of those places, those are just lies on TikTok. Some of those people were just saying that they are there to get views.
Oh, I could see how that could happen. Unless you're at the place on ground zero, I really don't think that 100% of the information that's funneled to us as viewers is transparent. You know what I'm saying? That it's showing the full story. Like you said, the Department of Defense contractors, they're getting billions and billions and billions of dollars, and there's no.
And they're not passing the audits. This is a big issue that I have. I agree with you when it relates to this, 100%. Right, but I don't think this indicates that we should support Trump, both Trump and Biden are in supporting of increasing the military budget without necessarily increasing the regulations and the audits that would be associated with that funding. We can't let hundreds of billions of dollars just fall through the cracks.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And at some point during the election, when they were like going toward against each other for I don't know, it was like the main election. Trump had told Biden that he has some sort of interest in Ukraine, like 10% interest, I guess, with some contractors there, right? Because these guys can own businesses overseas and basically funnel government money to the businesses they own elsewhere, that are under some disguised corporation. And if it's overseas, if it's incorporated overseas, then it's most definitely something that is, not tied to their name, not tied to their association, affiliation, establishment. Do you know what I'm saying? So unless you're looking at the
Wait.
fiscal
So wait.
budget
What did you
with
say? Sorry, say that last part again.
basically, if these guys, government spending is out of control, and so my theory, and I don't know, I could say it's not a theory. It's likely a possibility that many individuals, including Biden, have corporations that are foreign that get kickbacks or government money, for whatever job it is that they need, like government grants. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. No, so can you give me evidence of that?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the corporations that are what foreign corporations get money from the American government. You need to look at the sheets of the American government spending at a granular level.
You've looked at that, right?
I've looked at the fiscal budget from like a couple years ago, but honestly, that information
with this
is
particular
not readily
point
available for this year.
No, for this particular point that Biden,
Like you said, the information from the Department of Defense is not really transparent, and neither is the government.
they just didn't pass the audit. That doesn't mean that this money is being given to Biden, right? That's a wild inference.
You don't know that.
No, you don't know that. That's the point I'm making, right?
Yeah, okay. I don't know that. You don't know that.
Yeah, that's exactly my point.
Well, but what is the likelihood that he may be?
If you don't know, you don't know the likelihood.
Okay, so are defense contractors in Ukraine currently receiving money from the United States?
Are defense contractors currently receiving money from the government? Yeah.
Who are the defense contractors currently receiving money from the United States?
I don't know all of them, right? But there's like Boeing, Raytheon, right? Companies like that.
Let me talk to you about the Twin Towers real quick. Did you what country? I'm sorry. What corporation got the contract in Iraq for the oil of the land after Bush sent the troops?
Thank you, Nani. I appreciate the shiny air balloon. Thank you so much. I don't know.
The company name is Halliburton. The former CEO of that business was Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was a vice president to Bush during that administration when the Twin Towers went down. Okay. Can you explain to me why Building 7 went down?
I don't have the explanation. I can the explanation I know relates to like the particular melting of steel beams, I'm pretty sure though.
So basically after that happened, under the guise that a terrorist organization from some foreign third world country.
Did you study architecture?
My husband did. He's a construction manager, so he does build.
Thank you for the live pro badge. I appreciate it. Can you give me any reputable architect that indicates that Building 7 couldn't have fallen down given that circumstance?
Given what circumstance, Parker?
9/11.
Nothing happened to the building. It just fell.
What are you talking about?
Building 7 was in Manhattan. I was only 12 years old when the buildings went down. And
you're making a claim that they were taken down like intentionally.
I'm
asking you to justify that claim.
There was no incident at Building 7 for the building to come down. Do you know what Building 7 is?
I've heard of the building, absolutely. Right? Do you not understand that debris can be flying through different types of areas? I know it's not the Twin Tower.
Oh goodness! Oh my God, guys, he doesn't know Building 7. Oh, okay,
what do you mean?
There's Twin Towers, which are two really tall high-rise buildings. right? And then there's a third
Clearly,
building.
what did I say that indicated that I didn't know about Building 7?
So nothing happened to the building 7 other than that there was a demolition style free fall.
That it literally it burned, like, right? The building burned.
It fell from the top down. So basically, you know, that was sort of like that's really hardcore evidence for foul play. And the fact, the
Wait, how do you know?
coincidental
How do you
fact,
infer that?
this many contractors, including other developers that you know, ask a developer, go ask real estate developers and ask them personally and tell them, what do you think about what happened to Building 7 on September 11? And they'll give you your theory. That's all I have to say about it. And then coincidentally, after that situation, after we invade Iraq and arrest, you know, Osama bin Laden, and we get the terrorist organization and the government this and that, all of a sudden, who's got the contract to get the oil off of in Iraq? Halliburton, previously owned by Dick Cheney. Go on, show me the evidence you have on a snippet on Google.
This is in a.
What source is it from?
Are you trying to be disrespectful? And I was going to show you a source from govinfo.gov, right? So this is straight from the government, right? It's not just like a snippet on Google, right? But no. I mean, I have sources to point towards. You've given absolutely nothing. Right, you've actually indicated that you don't look at empirical evidence by virtue of you saying that you didn't get vaccinated, right? But let me read this off. So I can run the same thing towards you, but I've shown you an insane amount of patience and respect.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm being passionate.
Oh, come on. That was be real.
What?
Be for real. Be so for real right now.
Parker, let me tell you what I do for a living. Can I tell you what I do for a living? I write on publications for the internet. So that's why I talk to you about monetization of your channel. I sell websites that are monetized passively for people that have these assets, and also, want to buy, people that want to buy them, people that want to sell them. And these assets are basically websites that publish information that get featured on Google. So currently there's several different websites that kind of own and dominate the SERPs, which are the search engine results page on Google. And like a good percentage of those websites that you see providing that information is from this corporation called Redbox. And I could be wrong about that right now. I can't remember. It's like Redbox, or I will get that information for you. But a lot of the information that you get is coming from a top-down source, and it's being distributed across several different publications. So, the way that the Google algorithm is set up is to only give information from authoritative sites that show that it's, like factual, but also in order to be
so they have like some type of not like restrictions, but like a system set up in place to ensure that there's factual information that is seen in the results.
So yes, but let me finish explaining. So that's part of the algorithm, and the algorithm is gonna take websites that have got the most information pointing to them, and they're gonna show that as the evidence for that specific query that you have put into Google, right? So sometimes that's why you'll see different information from different websites, depending on how long the query is that you're putting into Google search, right? If you put something that's like super trending right now, or if you put, the public health crisis of 2020 keywords, what's going to come up is NIH the NIH website, right? And they've also purchased the whole PubMed database that was previously a separate entity, and they've published it and they've incorporated it under their domain. So now anything that's from PubMed, which is basically congregated information from several medical journals, is showing up under the NIH website, which was done in 2020. Okay. So
that's one part of the NIH website. Yeah.
Yeah, because they've acquired it as of
PubMed,
NIH.
Yeah, what's
and I know because I write content on health related topics. Okay.
What's wrong with that? I'm so confused how that has anything to do with whether or not like there's bad results on Google or something. You can use other types of search engines as well, right? And those don't even indicate any type of idea that would justify the fact that, again, Building 7 coming down is going to be dependent upon like some type of inside job. Right. But if you'd let me get to like the explanation of it, right, it's going to be pretty similar to what I said earlier.
Okay. I just was going to finish my statement about
That's
Google.
Fine. Go for it.
So the NIH um, um, now has control of the whole database related to PubMed, which again is an aggregation of all the information from different medical journals and so on, all of which you could continue to find the original source if you look in the footnotes of each article that you're researching. But besides that point is people like me who write articles for the internet. If I want to be featured in CNN and or, CNET.com or ABC News, all I have to do is pay $500, which is a big chunk of change, to have a article featured and know an editor, and they'll feature my article. So most of the information that you see on the internet, some of them are public relation campaigns that come out of certain individuals' pockets to, like remedy a reputation, some reputational damage, like Bill Gates does all the time, right? Or just to promote what the person is doing, especially if they're running for something. But you have to be very, very methodical with when you do your research, is all I want to say. Because if you're just looking at the first page and you're not doing your own research to gain your own statistical data related to anecdotal evidence, then how could you really say that you know what you're talking about when you're looking at information that's either been paid for, sponsored, or is part of some kind of funds, to a campaign?
Yeah, see, but you can see those within the like the conflicts of interest and stuff like that. And then also you can see like whether or not they have sponsored. All of that info would be public. Next, right? I'm going to relate to the abstract that is within this particular report. It says this is the final report of the National Institute of Standards and Technology investigation of the collapse of the World Trade Center Building 7, WTC 7, conducted under the National Construction Safety Team Act. This report describes how the fires that followed the impact of debris from the collapse of the World Trade Center 1, the North Tower, led to the collapse of World Trade Center 7, an evaluation of the building evacuation and emergency response procedures. What procedures and practices were used in the design? Okay, and then extensive details were, okay, hold up. Wait, hold up. Okay, the report concludes with a list of 13 recommendations for action in areas of increased structural integrity, enhanced fire endurance. Wait, hold up.
Yeah. All right. So there's some evidence on the internet that says that Building 7 went down for some legitimate reasons. But at what point are we going to say, hey, could the government likely do something to the American people that is against their public interests?
Wait, what's up?
Could we say, at what point are we, okay, so you've got evidence that says Building 7 went down due to something that happened with Building 1. Okay. But could we at some point say the government is capable of doing something that is completely against public interest?
You do something, what's against public interest?
Has the government historically ever done anything against the public's interest?
Clearly, yes.
Yes. Do you believe that at any point in the future this may happen again?
Yeah, it can, right? I don't think it's likely to happen with this particular evidence, right? As this can also be justified by other types of individuals, right? Architects and whatnot, right? But this is just the explanation, right? I can give you this is the explanation. I found the part. It says debris from the collapse of World Trade Center 1, which was 370 feet to the south, ignited fires on at least 10 floors in the building at its south and west faces. However, only the fires on some of the lower floors, 7 through 9 and 11 through 13, burned out of control. These lower floor fires, which spread and grew because the water supply to the automatic sprinkler system in these floors had failed, were similar to building fires experienced in other tall buildings. The primary and backup water supply to the sprinkler systems for the lower floors relied on the city's water supply, whose lines were damaged by the collapse of World Trade Center 1 and World Trade Center 2. These uncontrolled lower floor fires eventually spread to the northeast part of World Trade Center 7, where the building's collapse began.
Okay, I wonder if we have any eyewitnesses for that instance, but yes, I understand.
Yes, they actually
there's
did.
evidence. There's evidence. Okay, so the Pentagon also got blown up that day as well. Why would or Osama bin Laden want to target the Pentagon as well? I mean, just the day before, apparently there was some query in that legislative branch to obtain information related to government spending. Again, the issue just comes back to government spending.
Regardless of whether or not that happened, right? That would still be held accountable to the government if it did happen, right? If we were to relate to even if that building wasn't there, right? You understand that we still have information. It's not like the only information that related to that was in that building. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, there's called disaster recovery areas where they keep a separate server with information for
Clearly,
big entities.
right?
Like banks have disaster recovery locations, another server that hosts data to keep their business running. So if in case anything happens to their headquarters or whatever, they have a backup of everything that they need. So
what's your point then?
I mean, no, I'm just thinking it's just weird that, building the Pentagon was also hit. It's completely out of the way, and it's just so random.
These are to literally to show these are some of the biggest buildings in the U.S., most pivotal to like the entirety of the economy. You understand that the World Trade Center was a pinnacle of the United States economy, especially in New York.
Yeah, I lived there.
Well, clearly, right? So again, right? That's why they attacked that area, right? I mean, doesn't that make sense? Like, I don't understand why that wouldn't be something that makes sense.
So you think there was nothing sinister with any government involvement?
It doesn't seem to be the case, right? Could you give me any evidence or reason to believe that?
What are other historical instances where the government has done something bad, or something that was against public interest? Didn't they give a bunch of people, a bunch of men at some point, syphilis? Didn't they run a study on a bunch of men one time?
Yeah.
The government spending went into research, scientific research.
Tuskegee, absolutely. Yeah, this happened. Yeah. The war on drugs, right? Thank you, Creepy. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Right, but we had evidence to demonstrate that these particular events occurred. You don't have evidence, right, that is indicating that World Trade Center 7 had to have come down, right, by an inside job.
Well, what I'm referring to is just one of the theories that people have about this government and the way that it manages everything, including whether it's self-sabotaging or if it's doing the right thing for the interest of the people. Because, my tone of voice is only to emphasize, it's not any aggression towards you, it's just an emphasis in my speech. That's just one theory on the spectrum of whether it is truth or whether it is conspiracy. So yes, now we have evidence for the fact that, yeah, maybe that may have not been a self-sabotaging incident, but I think a lot of people, and I would say almost the majority of people, would probably disagree. And now I guess there's like the
I'm sorry, how does that make an argument? Just because a majority of people disagree doesn't indicate anything to do with whether or not something is right or wrong.
You were talking about a consensus earlier with whether or not you think people should take a
scientific consensus.
The bubonic plague. Yeah, you were talking about a consensus earlier whether or not 30 people would die if they didn't take the vaccine to the bubonic plague.
I didn't bring up consensus in that circumstance, but scientific consensus I might bring up in particular circumstance, but I see that to be fundamentally different from other types of consensus. What scientific consensus would indicate to us, not necessarily the truth of a proposition, right? But the where the evidence is lying, right? That's what scientific consensus can often indicate to us. And where the evidence is lying is what indicates the truth. Right, the probability, what's most likely.
All right, well, how many times has that information been peer reviewed? You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's it's 21 years old, the information regarding what happened to the Twin Towers, but
it's heavily peer reviewed. This is one of the biggest events in American history. Absolutely. right? Yeah, like there was lots of data that would relate to that. You can't imagine thank you for the champion. I appreciate. Thank you all the gifts, everyone. Can't imagine one of the biggest buildings in the United States gets like a plane ran into it, right? And there would be no type of like response from the government.
So what do you think is going to happen with Maui?
What do you mean?
Well, there was a natural disaster, quote unquote, natural disaster in Maui. What do you think is going to happen there? I mean, you think that they're going to be basically they've written the story and that's it. The story is there was wildfires and nothing blue got burned. There's evidence on about, evidence, video evidence.
Yeah, could you show me? Because this just sounds like claims, right? Where can I find
Can
this?
I do that with the features here?
I don't know if you can.
Yeah,
I
could
think you
probably
might want to tell me that you can tell me like where to find the video and then I can look it up.
Most of the videos, I don't know about your For You page, but most of the videos I've saved and reposted maybe I've reposted on my TikTok channel. So you know how TikTok has a repost feature for stories. So you could definitely check out the TikTok because there's some videos that have been going around on the internet of this guy looking at this
On
car
your TikTok?
basically incinerated. Yeah, because you could repost other people's content and not like downloading
Well,
it.
I can't see the reposts until late. I don't know if you can.
You can. I think you can. I just discovered the
Just
feature
like by
today.
clicking on your account.
Yeah, you click on the account and there should be like these little arrows that go in a circle, and then you click on that and then you can view this guy that's there on Maui, ground zero. He's recording and sort of making
You have 3
observations.
reposts.
Yeah, I guess
Dr.
I'm
COVID, the facade of optimal living under capitalist individualism. Are you a communist?
hell no.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you reposted a video about the facade of optimal living under capitalist individualism.
You have to watch it. Maybe it's just like one of those screenshots before somebody goes into
No, it wasn't the stitch.
a stitch. Yeah.
No,
So
it
I
wasn't.
mean,
No, it
I'd
wasn't
have
the
to
stitch
watch
part.
it in order.
It went past the stitch part.
Well, then I'd have to watch it again to tell you. I can't recall.
No, I'm just asking you. I mean, I just wanted to know if you were.
My beliefs are not black and white. Everything is gray for me. We can go on and on
I
and
don't
on
know what
about
that
this.
means.
Well, like you probably don't agree 100% with everything that the Democratic Party is doing.
Clearly.
Yeah. So,
but like you have a general ideology, right? Not all social democrats agree. Yet I consider myself a social democrat. Not all liberals agree. Yet I consider myself a liberal.
Do you believe in pro-choice?
Well, I'm up to pro-sentience, which is pro-choice. Yeah, because it's okay with most abortions.
Oh, okay. Well, then you can see why. I don't know. I don't know. I just think that a lot of the time the DNC is certainly virtue signaling, and that's the way they're trying to pitch their campaign by,
Do you not think Republicans virtue signal?
No, I think it's a bad, when I say Democrats, I'm not talking about you being a Democrat or anybody in your audience being a Democrat. I'm talking about the actual people that are part of the party, like Hillary Clinton and the Obamas and the Bidens and Schumer and Pelosi and
Yeah, cool. But you can look at the Democrats, but I don't see you ever looking at the Republicans. The Republicans are doing the exact same thing.
I'm sure they're all compromised in every sense of the word. Like I said, a lot of people are there for extended periods of time, including Biden. He was in the Senate for 47 years, and he's just sitting his.
Yeah, and Trump was in for 4 years, and his administration had more indictments than any administration in United States history. He also has a literal mugshot, right? That's unprecedented in American history, right? Trump is setting world records for presidents.
Actually, I believe that it appears that a lot of people now are starting to sort of sympathize with him because he was apparently wrongfully convicted, which a lot of people, especially of the impoverished communities, can sort of relate to. And if they're following the story closely, they can see that this guy's being super scrutinized and sort of also, how you could run a slander campaign against somebody. And if you have the money and you have boatloads of money, you could just basically pay people to slander this guy or make up stories. Like tomorrow you could get a girl that says, "Oh, Parker raped me," and then what's gonna happen?
You can't say it on my live. It's TOS. Say R word or SA. And no, because that's not just gonna happen. Yeah, it is terms of service. Yeah, that's not gonna happen because I mean, it literally just like I don't even engage with people. So thank you for the Aaron. I appreciate it. Thank you for the subscription. Right, I don't have any type of. There's no point that could ever happen to me. Right, for someone like Trump, right, or for someone like that who's actually been engaging in weird behavior for most of his life, right. That's been normalized for him. Clearly speaking, right, there being allegations could probably be indicative of some type of bad behavior when it relates to sex. Clearly speaking, you don't just get allegations out of nowhere. I'm not going to get an allegation out of nowhere. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, so why is Trump so heavily scrutinized? And then we're just looking past, the fact that, Harvey Weinstein got arrested for his bad behavior, But what about other people? Like what about Biden sniffing little girls?
I've called that out many times. I think it's weird and gross behavior, right? But we see that with Trump. We see that with Biden. I don't see how it's distinct amongst the two then to indicate as to why we should support one over the other. Again, we're talking about a plate of shit, and then on the other side we got a plate of shit with a cup on the side of shit, right? Like it's not good on either end.
Mm. Please vote Republican. Don't vote Democrat.
Why? Give me an argument.
Biden has been in government for 47 years and he's done nothing. We need another candidate on both sides, but at least
Josie, that's false. Great. Clearly Biden has done things in office. Like seriously, come on. I know, I'm actually serious. That's ridiculous. That's not true. That's a non-literal statement. And it. That's like such a vague idea. It doesn't make any sense to apply it in that sense.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. I think I can talk days and days about this subject. Do you follow Candace Owens?
I used to.
And what happened?
Well, I'm not conservative anymore. I'll see what she posts every once in a while or something, but I don't follow her anymore.
You're not religious?
No.
Let me ask you a question. Do you value your freedom more than your security?
I think security oftentimes can be more valuable than freedom in some scenarios, and freedom can be more valuable than security in some scenarios.
So if the government started flying drones for your safety and they're watching you, do you think that's an encumbrance on your freedom or no? Because it's also providing some kind of security.
Well, I mean, like drones doing what again? Sorry.
Just sort of scanning the area, making sure that people are not.
Is there evidence of this actually reducing crime?
Well, it appears that China does have a surveillance state, according to anecdotal data, if that's what you want to call it. There's videos on the internet that have surfaced showing this type of footage. As far as the research that has been done from my end for that specific information, I mean, I haven't aggregated it. So I'm just telling you from what I've seen. Do you think that maybe drones or security cameras sort of recording everybody is appropriate and not an encroachment on their freedom?
If we're talking about extraordinarily public areas, not just general people's houses and stuff like that, and it can reduce crime within these areas or reduce the likelihood of mass unalivings in America, honestly speaking, if we have good evidence of that being the case, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I realistically wouldn't be. I feel like we're already recorded. We already have cameras everywhere. Thank you for the plug. I appreciate it.
We have our phones which are recording us. So
That's
basically, what about the NSA? What is your theory regarding the NSA? What is your theory regarding the guy that whistle blew on the NSA and went to Russia?
You talking about Edward Snowden? Yeah. Well, I mean, I think clearly that shows that the NSA has corrupt elements, right? And can overshoot in terms of security. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all types of governmental entities that would be in accordance with security would again promote that exact same type of idea. That just tells us that we need more transparency amongst our government, right, and in the population.
That I think that they were the people that actually exposed Hillary Clinton, or I think that was the reason why Wiener's laptop was found with some information regarding emails sent between Hillary and his wife when he was caught sexting with some girl, with an underage girl. Like I said, there's several theories about government right now, and all of them are pointing to a sinister entity that lurks behind a veil of, ethical governance, which is not the case. You know what I'm saying? There's more than meets the eye. What we see is just surface level. There's a black budget that we have no idea what the government does when it comes to spending. There was the whole NSA scandal, which now we all learned.
There are stuff that we don't know about how the money is completely spent, but we do have an idea about how a good majority of it is spent particularly, right? Very clearly, right?
Only 1 to 3% goes back to Americans, and probably less now. Out of all the government spending per year, only 1 to 3% of it goes back to Americans. And that is in...
What are you talking about? Clearly that's not true.
State, go look it up. State, state funds.
Medicare, Medicaid, right? Are those not entities that are given by the government that we are take advantage of? That literally give people money, Social Security?
When was the last time you looked at the budget for 2023?
Probably like a few weeks ago.
You wouldn't be able to pull it up, would you? So we could look at the pie chart?
2022 probably, but yeah, I can try to find it. Give me 1 second.
So how many hours have you been on live?
5 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, you're almost done.
No, I'll probably be on longer today.
Is it possible that I can reach out to you privately?
For what reason?
I'd like to ask you some questions about your channel.
Sure, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Federal
So you never get any sponsorships, huh?
No, I've never gotten one sponsorship. I've never even had a company message me about a sponsorship.
How many followers you have? Oh my God, 282,000 followers. So I know some TikTokers who are very big in the personal finance space, and they make any sponsorship they get from some kind of like company like Money Lion or other companies, they pay like $25,000 per sponsorship. So I think that you need to pitch yourself to somebody. You shouldn't be doing the devil's work without getting a check, buddy.
The devil's work. That's so sad that you actually believe that. Like, well, I mean, it's mainly because like I mean, those things are like probably secondary. It would be great to have those types of things where like I can make money off advertisements, but I honestly just like love what I do, right? Like the fact that people like gift and stuff like that, that's like really new. Like, thank you for chasing the dream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm just thankful for that type of stuff and grateful for that. But yeah, I don't know. So when it relates to Social Security, it's at 1.2 trillion. For Medicare, it's at 747 billion. Yo, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you very much. Medicaid at 600 billion. There's also income security, student loan programs, right? All of these things send money to people directly.
So
thank you for the mirror bloom. I appreciate it.
But what needs to be done is that needs to be put into a pie chart. So somewhere on the internet, there's a website that sort of
it is. I have it on right here. That's what I'm looking at.
Pie chart.
Yeah, it's like a pie chart, but it's like hard to see. That's why.
Oh my God.
Thank you for the gem gun. I appreciate it, Riley. Thank you so much. You just look up it's on CBO, .gov, the federal budget in fiscal year 2022, an infographic. It's from the Congressional Budget Office. It's for 2022. That's why I was like, I don't know if they have 2023 out yet.
I think they do it fiscal year.
Because this came out March 28th, 2023. This is only like a few months ago.
Yeah, so basically it's a fiscal year report. They tell you after all the data has been, put together. But are you pursuing political science?
Economics.
do you plan to get into politics?
I have no plan to get into politics, but maybe as like a backup plan if TikTok didn't work out.
And you're going to college now?
Yeah, I'm finishing up my undergrad, but I'm confused. What was your point?
No, I'm just wondering if you have some sort of interest in sort of riding the wave. You're kind of riding the wave right now of politics, which comes with a lot of notoriety. Would you say that 100% of the work that you've done here on your channel is related to politics?
Oh, it's not 100%. But actually the foundation of my TikTok presence was all politics, right? I didn't start talking about other topics until I started doing debates and stuff like that on live. But I originally started by making videos 100% about politics.
Nice. I did a little live today, but it didn't go as successful as yours, obviously. But anyways, so I was going to ask one last question, I guess, and then I'll let you move on with your life. I can't remember it right now, but yeah, I guess that's it.
For sure. All right, I appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me. I
Thank you.
appreciate the civil
For sure.
conversation.
See you later. All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you disagree, if you support Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. You already know I accept the first people who send requests. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. We normally do 6 hours. Today, I'm going to do a bit longer because yesterday I got off a little bit early and stuff. So I got lots of time. I'm going to chill for a bit. Thank you for the Henry. I appreciate it. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. We can debate. You already know the deal. I'm going to go into the next person, everyone. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it, Teishi. Okay, I didn't accept them. I'm going to go into the next person. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Run up that like button, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I sure do, and I also support the Russian president. What's his name again? Putin.
You support Putin? So do you support Russia invading Ukraine?
Mate, I don't believe that's just it's a gimmick.
You don't think that's
I
happening?
don't believe that's what's really happening. No.
Okay, you got to be satire, bro. You got to be satire. It is objectively true that Russia is invading Ukraine right now. Okay, there's there's lots of documented evidence.
I understand that there is, but is it true that Ukraine is selling babies and things like that?
Can you give me evidence?
Well, I mean, why don't they show us those things?
Can you give me evidence of it?
Well, it's all over. It's just,
where can I find this? Can you let me know where I can find this?
They're selling babies with no birth certificates.
Yeah. So where can I find this information?
Well, I'm pretty sure you can find it if you really want to search. But I mean, it's all government corrupt. Everything's corrupt.
Lights. Thank you so much. So John, what I'm hearing right now is you're saying, trust me, bro, right? And if I make the claim to the opposite of you and say that this isn't happening, and I say trust me, bro, too, we're in the same position. Seems like there's no reason to accept your view.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the ice will melt and everything will show.
The ice will melt and everything will show?
Yeah.
Well, what is that supposed to mean?
Well, when ice melts, everything shows underneath it, doesn't it? So as soon as they finish covering up all this shit, everything's going to show.
Okay. How do you know that everything's being covered up if it's being covered up?
Well, can you give me a government?
John, you cut out. Hello? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Are you there, bro? John, I think John just disconnected, Chad. I think that point caused the universe to shut off his Wi-Fi. Oh, is he back?
Piss me off. Everything.
Oh, look at the George Soros is trying to take him down, chat. They've cut off the internet.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, man? Hello? Okay, there he goes. He left. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go on to the next person. Bro disconnected. Seems like he just got taken off off of the Wi-Fi internet. Thank you for the night. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The Wi-Fi internet. Yeah, I'm just trolling. Yo, just love you. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. But yeah, that was wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Oh yeah.
Why so?
He's a natural born leader. Like the war is going to be going on. But when Biden stepped in, all chaos happened.
Okay. So, do you know what correlation doesn't equal causation? Do you know what that is referencing? Like in statistics?
Yeah, I majored in economics and statistics, so yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, dude, come on. You can't major in the same shit as me and not and like see that in all of your classes and just like make a point that's based upon that. Come on,
dude. Biden is weak and everyone knows it.
Bro, that was okay. Come on. Thank you for the handout. I appreciate it. Did you not pay attention to any of your classes?
Oh, I do.
You know how many times I've heard that at school? Correlation doesn't equal causation.
What school did you go to?
I'm not saying because I'm not doxing myself, but I'm currently going to school. But no, they say it all the time. Come on, every statistics course. If you take a statistics course and they don't say that, what statistics course are you taking? What are they teaching you?
Nah, dude. Biden is so weak, dude.
Dude, no, seriously, bro. Wait. Did you you majored in econ, right?
Yeah.
Did you take price theory?
No.
Okay. Maybe is that not a required course you're calling?
You said price theory?
Yeah.
Did you take econometrics?
Yeah, I'm taking it right now.
Yeah, you haven't passed. I can tell.
What did I not pass? I literally just started the semester.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I graduated, dude. Like, in politics is not the same as economics.
Yeah, sure, right, but
there's psychological factors and other variables. You know about variables, right?
Clearly, bro. Clearly.
Yeah.
Right, but
Biden is the weakest
questioning whether or not
ever.
Wait, Brennan, can you tell me what price elasticity is?
Like how prices can change?
How
they can go up and down?
In accordance with what?
Are you talking about supply and demand?
Price elasticity. Oh my gosh. How do you, dude, you're an economics major. You don't know what price elasticity is? That's
dude, I went to college like 20 years ago.
So? Okay. So again, price elasticity is going to relate to, given a change in price, how much demand is going to change, right? That's what it's relating to.
Yeah. What the fuck? So what are you getting at? What I don't understand.
That was a basic question within economics to see if you even like understood what the content of the classes was. That was one of the most basic aspects of economics.
You can be the most basic person and know that under Biden is way worse than it was under Trump.
What's up?
Prices,
say that again?
Gas. You could be an average person, say a blue collar worker, and it's way hell under Biden than it was for Trump. People were way better off.
You didn't learn anything from your classes, bro. That's actually unbelievable.
You went to a liberal college, for sure.
All my professors for economics have been right wing. Every single one.
No, they haven't.
Literally, every single one. Every single one has been right wing.
I went to the most conservative college. Do you know the most conservative college in the United States?
No, I don't. But every single one of my economics professors has been right wing, classical economists. Actually, there's been one teacher that's been a Keynesian. One.
Oh man, and it how can Biden can't even talk, dude. He can't even say a sentence.
No, so I'll get to that point, right? But first, I want to address the idea that you think that just because, right, Biden, it's worse off right now. I mean, in Biden is president, that somehow means that Biden has caused this to happen. Right. So if that is the case, well, then it's also going to be the case that when Trump was in office and COVID happened and 15% unemployment came about, that's also going to be caused by Trump.
Dude, do you know how much money Biden has sent fucking Ukraine.
Wait. Tell me what I just said.
What did you just say?
Apparently, Brennan
You
didn't
said
listen.
under COVID happened under Trump, so you're blaming that on Trump.
I'm not. I'm saying, given your reasoning, you would be blaming it on Trump. Because again, it happened when Trump was president, i.e. was associated with Trump in the same way that inflation happened under Biden, and that's associated with Biden, right? You see how both don't mean that they caused that?
Okay, dude, do you remember when Biden took our troops out?
Dude, under Trump's plan that he set up with the Taliban?
Yeah, do you think if it was under Trump, that would not have happened, dude?
No, the same thing would have happened as this literal agreement was made by Trump.
And Biden, do you know how much money they sent to Ukraine? And what about Hawaii?
They sent a loan, right, to Ukraine, right? That's going to be paid back, right? And that's actually that's to stop Russian aggression in Europe, right? Because they've shown that they've already invaded multiple different countries, i.e. Georgia, i.e. Crimea, which is also Ukraine. They're invading countries in which were previously occupied territories of the Soviet Union. This is like Germany going into the Rhineland and annexing Austria, and you're like, oh, let's just let them do it, right? Like,
yeah, that's not our problem, dude. Just like Iraq, that was not our issue, dude.
Wait, so in World War II, you see the Rhineland being taken over by Germany. You see them annex Austria. You see them invading Czechoslovakia and Poland. Are you going to get involved?
No.
Dude, this guy would secede all of Europe to Germany, to Nazi Germany, right? Right, because he's so anti-war, right? That's unbelievable.
I'm not anti-war at all, dude.
You know how much more genocide would have happened in Europe if that was the case? It would have been.
Why don't we take care of our own people? Why don't we take care of our own people?
Dude, it would have been all across Europe. And this guy does not care about that. He's so hyper fixated on being against every single encounter against everyone else, right? That it's going to lead to literally millions of more deaths under his view, right? You know that, right? Like if that would literally have happened under your view, you're okay with that. You think that's the better thing to do for the U.S.
We should take care of ourselves.
We can take care of ourselves and ensure our future, right? In the future of other people.
You know how many lives we lost for dumb wars that we shouldn't have been in?
I agree, right? But that doesn't mean every single war is dumb. Right? In terms of proxy wars, right? In terms of geopolitical influence, right?
And most of the wars that we did go to, it was all for profit, dude.
Brennan, we are forced into these circumstances by other countries engaging in violent action towards other ones, right? Or towards us, okay? This isn't something that we want to initiate. We don't want to ever be the initiators of violence and war, right? But we do have to respond in some scenarios, right? That is vital to save human lives.
So you're basically saying morally we have to help everyone.
Morally, we should help everyone.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, morally, we should help everyone. We should try to create a society in which takes care of everyone, regardless of whether or not you live in the United States, regardless of whether or not you live in Indonesia, regardless of whether or not you live in Africa,
do you think we should
regardless of whether or not you live in South America, regardless of whether or not you live in Russia, anywhere in the world, right?
So what are your thoughts on the Vietnam War?
What do you mean? Like, what about it?
What are your thoughts? You think we should have gone, or what?
No.
What are your thoughts on Iraq?
I'm not for going into the Middle East either.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. All this shit is stupid.
What?
It's all for oil and profit, dude.
Well, with the Middle East, sure, right? But when it relates to Ukraine and Russia, no. Dude, because if it was about oil, right, we would have taken Russia's side and kept the Russian oil, right? Like,
hey, Philly Chica, I never said I was in the army. What are you talking about?
Why'd you just randomly read a comment? I'm like so confused, dude.
Because it's on my screen. I don't want to falsify that I'm in the army.
Hold your screen and click clear display.
Right.
And apparently you did say that you were in the military, but
I did not say army. I did not say army. Did I say army?
Military.
Correct. But all I'm saying, dude, is Trump is way more of a leader, and you know it. Even the liberals know people will not fuck with Trump. It's that simple, dude.
Wait. Do you think that Trump would have what do you think Trump would have done with the Ukraine-Russia situation?
Oh, he would not send billions to Ukraine. Are you kidding me, dude?
So he would have seceded Ukraine to Russia and sent precedents. Wait, hold on,
Russia's
let me explain.
land, dude.
So, that's ridiculous. That's absurd, right? So he would have seceded.
It was.
He would have seceded Ukraine to Russia, which would have set precedents for countries like China to invade Taiwan without repercussions. That means that they would not be scared of Trump, as Trump would literally let them. As Trump would literally let them take the land. That would not be scary at all, dude. Right now, when half of Russia's military is getting absolutely demolished, right, descriptively speaking, right, that is so much worse for Russia than it would have been for them to just get the country, right? They're so much more scared of the response now than they would have been if they just were seceded the country, right?
Dude, do you remember when all those balloons were flying around? Do you remember that shit? The balloons?
Dude,
yeah.
It's like, did you hear a single word that I said?
No, because it's like you basically made, dude. Biden is a pussy, and you know it, dude.
Dude, it's like every single person that comes up. It's like actually not every person, right? It's like you literally listen to nothing I say, right, and then you just like say whatever you think in your head already. You know what this is?
Yeah,
called?
because you're saying trash, dude. You're just splurting out bullshit.
Wait, you don't even know what I said. If you don't know what I said, then how do you know I'm spewing trash?
Dude, you are a liberal college student that doesn't even have a job.
Yeah, that's your confirmation bias. This is my job. You're fucking in my office right now, dumbass. Like, dude,
that's your job? This is your job?
Yes, this is my job.
Jeez, that's kind of sad, dude. I own a business, so.
This is technically okay, whatever, dude. Right? That's sad,
dude,
right? I do what I love. I do what I find meaning and purpose in, and that's sad, right?
When you get older, dude, you will learn, man.
Thank you. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But
when I get older, I'm gonna learn what? Wait, I'm gonna learn what?
You're gonna learn a lot of life lessons, dude. It's
like
not
what?
all just going to your school, university, going to Taco Bell, just getting on TikTok all day.
Yeah, that's not what I think life is.
Oh, it seems like you are, dude. You're just like in your mom's basement, or you're probably in your dorm.
I'm in my apartment, right? Okay.
Apartment, yeah. That makes
Yeah, thank you for the paper curtain. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Well, I'm in a house that I own.
A college student in an apartment. Wow. Whoa. Wild. You're in a house. Oh my God. You said that to a 21-year-old. Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah, I was working when I was 21, not doing TikToks.
This is working, bro. What are you talking about?
That is not working, bro.
What does it mean to work?
Like a hard 9 to 5.
What does it mean? I do.
You probably don't even know what a 9 to 5 is.
I do over 40 hours a week.
In TikTok?
Yes.
Oh my. Okay. Okay. That's ridiculous, dude.
I literally, dude. You know how long I've been live today? For 6 hours.
Holy shit.
They give the crown.
It must be nice, dude. Must be nice.
Yeah, I love what I do.
Yep. Well, I own a business with a bunch of employees. It's stressful. I work hard, and I'm just not sitting on my phone all day.
Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me, man.
Okay. All right, everyone, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen if you want to see some debates. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. So if you like this type of content, again, make sure to follow me. We're going to go to the next person. Again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now, y'all. Bro is attacking your age? Yeah, no, I'm used to it. I don't care. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Hey, what's good, family? 21.
Okay, there's a huge delay for them, chat. I'm going to go to the next person. Huge delay for them. Yo, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 15.
Oh, you got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, not mine. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus, y'all. TikTok rules. Yo, thank you for the corgi. I appreciate it, Bills. Thank you so much. Not that, yeah, no, that was like, yeah, no, like you should be playing Mario Kart. Not gonna lie, yeah, for real. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Again, it'll help send it out to more people. Mar, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. I'm gonna get the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. I'm gonna try to get to the next person. Is it going to accept this person? Okay, it's not accepting them. Give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? We need John and his gimmicks. Where's John at? He's not even in the guest box. I don't know who that is. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. You already know the deal. It's going up so quick. I appreciate y'all. Glitch talk for real. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Solid. Yo, W's. We're getting so many debaters in. Absolutely wild. Yo, everyone tap that screen, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 39.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Hell yes.
Why so?
Because he's the only one that went against the mainstream.
Oh, well, Bernie did. Did you support Bernie?
No, hell no.
Well, he went against the mainstream.
Yeah, but he's a communist.
Well, not really. He's trying to emulate. He's trying to emulate like the Scandinavian countries, which are social democratic countries, which are progressive liberal countries. They still have capitalist economies. Actually, these economies have freer markets than we do here in the United States. They just have broader social safety nets.
Yeah, but he also did the same thing with his book deal where he was talking about all the socialist shit. And then he went and did that book deal to make money, which is capitalism, which he opposes.
But no, he doesn't oppose capitalist systems in which are social democratic. Again, he was talking about emulating those types of countries. So that's not antithetical to his ideas at all. Right? Again, I'm not the biggest fan of Bernie myself, like 100% across the board. I like Bernie as an individual. I think he's genuine, right? But like clearly speaking, you've got this wrong.
All right. Well, I agree to disagree. Appreciate it.
Okay. So, I mean, again, he's anti-establishment. You don't support him. There are other anti-establishment candidates that you might support, right? Do you support Marianne Williamson?
No, not really.
She's anti-establishment.
Not really. I'm not real big on her. I really don't know much about her. I'd have to look into her.
Yeah, but she's anti. You just said that. Okay, so it's not just being anti-establishment that gets you to support Trump.
I don't really know much about her.
So what about Trump that gets you to support him rather than it just being the fact that he's anti-establishment? But I would make arguments he is establishment, but
he's brash. He's outspoken. He doesn't play the political game. I mean, he's a lot of what America actually is. He's not hiding behind the curtain. He's not listening to handlers. He just speaks what he speaks.
I mean, he definitely has advisors, right? Very clearly has advisors. If anything, if you want to look at his like legal policy, it was more or less like what an average Republican would have done anyway, when it relates to most of his policies. So, I mean, I don't really see him to be like so anti-establishment when it relates to his legislation. Can you give me one thing within his legislation that was anti-establishment? Like a policy he passed that was anti-establishment?
His first term, though, he listened too much to his advisors, but now he's learned to not listen to his advisors and he just speaks his mind, and that's what the American people love about it.
I'm asking you, are there any policies that Trump has gotten passed, right, through like Congress, in which is anti-establishment by nature?
I mean, he got the Abraham Accords done that no other president ever did.
That's not anti-establishment. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. I'm saying, give me something that is anti-establishment that Trump got passed.
Every establishment person before could never get the Abraham Accords passed.
But that doesn't mean that it's anti-establishment.
That
just means that they couldn't get it done before.
Nobody would allow it.
What do you? Yeah. So the establishment doesn't get everything they want. You know that, right?
But he did a lot while trying to fight against everything that was going on. And he got his way on a couple things that was against the establishment. The establishment did not want the Abraham Accords.
Wait, okay. Can you give me, wait, what do you mean they didn't want the Abraham Accords? Give me reason to believe that.
For years and years, a couple presidents tried to get that stuff passed, and they could never get it passed. They wouldn't. Nobody would.
I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah. So again, I don't understand what about that would be like. I don't understand. Well, can you
There's
Thank you for
other
the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Like someone passing a policy that others didn't pass doesn't indicate it's anti-establishment. As every single policy, right, would then be anti-establishment. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it because it hasn't been passed yet. Like that just doesn't make any sense. It's a nonsense statement.
You could do better. I get you wetter. I got my hand up around forever. If I don't got it, then it's a 38 special.
I
Hit him in
see
the
from
face
my
3 times, that's
point of view,
extra.
I'm a
Bang like
small
heavy
town
metal. Wipe that bitch 'cause she
northern
ain't
Illinois guy
special. I'm on a whole
that
nother
against all
level.
this, and I see.
I'm pretty close from there. I used to live in like the quad cities. You probably know where that is.
I'm just an hour north of that.
Yeah, like I used to be around where you are all the time. Right? I know exactly where you come from. The corn, right?
Yep. But I see what people don't see because I stay off of the mainstream news and everything, and I watch what goes on, and the people don't understand what Trump fought against in his first term as president, and he got things passed that surprisingly got passed, but people they fought against it. Like I said, the Abraham Accords is one of them. There is George W. Bush never even tried to get the Abraham Accords passed because they told him no.
Who told him no?
The establishment.
Well, okay. How do you know this?
It's in the government the .gov articles.
What .gov article?
You gotta really dig deep. It's deep in there, but
Can you give me the title?
I cannot. I'm now at my garage right now.
Have you read it yourself?
I did research, yes, and I read articles where several presidents had talked about it, and all the senators in the House, they told them, you don't have the votes, you can't do it, can't do it.
Yeah, well, you know it's really amazing? You can swipe up, actually. I won't be able to hear you when you're outside of the app, but you can search it up. You can come back within like a few minutes or something, and then you can just tell me. I'll just talk to chat for a few minutes.
No, it's all good. I'm busy out here working. I was scrolling through, listening to different people on TikTok lives, and I happened to come across you, which I'm going to follow you. But I just, between working on my car and stuff, I just was listening.
For sure, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Chris. It was good talking to you, man.
Much appreciated. Yeah, good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Have a good.
All right, everyone. If you like the content, follow me. If you're ready, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Let me go on to the next person. Everyone, again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm in my 30s.
Yeah, for sure. Do you support Trump?
This isn't about Trump. So earlier you said something about a cashless society, and why you think it would be good to be a cashless society. But for many reasons, I don't think so. And I don't know, maybe you can change my mind. But like women in domestic violence relationships, how could they save money? You can't put money away if you're in a domestic violent relationship. People who have mental disorders.
Wait. You can have separate bank accounts that cannot be accessed by the partner.
I think it'd be but that's so much easier that's so much more risky. And Sweden actually, it shows that Sweden actually is a cashless society, and it shows that there people in abusive relationships have been the most affected by a cashless society.
Like in what ways?
Because they weren't able to put money away.
Can you give me a source for that?
Yeah, hold on.
Because I mean, some people say that Sweden's not cashless. To my knowledge, I didn't think it was cashless, but
Yeah,
maybe they have less
okay.
cash.
So the source is www.policyforum.labour.org.
Just tell me the title. Tell me the title.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm just trying to go back to it. Well, if you type in dangers of a cashless society, labor policy forum, it'll bring it right up.
Oh, it's a forum. Forums are like a Q&A thing.
I'm not sure, but I don't know, but I don't know, but that's what it says inside of, like, when you read the article, it says that people, that females in domestic relationships are having problems leaving their domestic relationships in Sweden because they can't put money away. And then it was also saying that people with disabilities, like
So
mental
I mean,
problems.
I think that you could have many different things to establish for this. One, you could have systems in place meant to ensure that people who are just leaving abusive relationships have access to like funds to be able to take care of themselves. Two, you could have like saving accounts set up particularly that other people cannot have access to, even marital partners, to ensure that people in those scenarios aren't like held to that degree. Because in the same way that the abusive partner could figure out about like an account or something like that, they could figure out about the cash, right?
I guess, but I don't know. I've been in an abusive relationship myself, and it was easier to hide money than it would ever be to put in a bank account and hide all that, like hide bank notes coming in and all that.
Oh, you don't need to wait, no, you don't have to hide banknotes when it relates to that, because you could particularly have it sent to like different areas, right? You can also have it attached to like particular USB drives. So if you want to have something that's like something that you can hold on to, right? The same thing exists there, right? These are paperless, right?
I
That's the whole
don't know. I
point.
just feel like that's a whole big process for people that are being abused to have to go through.
Wait, but this would get rid
And
of the paper process, which would reduce the likelihood of them being able to actually acknowledge as abusive partner that their partner like is doing something like this. Because if there are papers that are left over, they can easily find that.
I don't know. And also, I don't necessarily agree, but
What do you not
also
agree with?
that that hiding paper money is, that's the whole point why they want you to get a bank, is because hiding paper money is a lot easier to do than getting a banking account.
What do you mean it's easier? Like, how would it be easier?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So
how would
they're
it be
saying, like,
easier?
for the reasons, like for tax invasions, that's another reason why they want you to, that's the reason why they want to turn it into a cashless society. Um, for crimes, that's another reason why they want to turn it into a cashless society,
No,
because
you didn't answer my question.
it's
How is
so
it
much.
harder? Wait. How is it easier to hide like a bunch of money?
What do it's cash. Like, you can hide it anywhere. You can hide it in picture frames in your house. You can't hide
Not that
a big
much.
thing.
And that can easily be found as well. Whereas when it relates to a digital thing, it's less likely to be found because it's in a smaller area, or it's not even in an area that's accessible.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I see what you're saying, but I don't necessarily. And how are they supposed to get to the bank to get this cash on a thing?
There wouldn't be cash in a cashless society.
Like, how are they supposed to? So then it's going to be tracked, and they're going to know that they're making it.
No, because you can have separated accounts. You can have separated ones for people. Like, I don't see how it's not possible.
What about the elderly, the people who don't know how to work electronics, or identity theft, getting hacked? What about all that? Like,
Yeah,
I just feel like where
we
there's
can
a
have
will.
systems built up for people who are like meant to like have like protection over like these different types of systems, right? Obviously, there are lots of people that are studying these particular types of things in terms of cybersecurity, stuff like that. I think if they had mustache, appreciate that could be used in terms of like ensuring that these systems are secure. For older people, we can have systems that are set up to meant to get people to be able to transition towards other types of spending types of habits and whatnot. But a majority of people in our society today, anyway, even who are older, use things like credit cards or use things like Apple Pay already, right? And we can still have cards.
I don't know. I just feel like cash is a foolproof way, and technology is constantly having issues. Like, there's stuff constantly going wrong with technology, and people
There's stuff
can get
constantly going
hacked.
wrong with having paper because paper we have to transport. There's a medium when it comes to trade, right? It's harder to be able to give people access to these types of goods and services or be able to go through as many transactions when you have to have a cash on you every single time, right? There also, again, it's hard for us to be able to then limit lots of bad things that happen in society when it relates to like child sex trafficking, when it relates to fentanyl being laced within drugs. Like you can relate to many different things that would indicate that our society would be significantly better off if we didn't have these types of like cash-based systems. Okay, so there are legitimate arguments for cashless like societies, especially in terms of efficiency, that I think are very, very good, to be honest.
I understand both sides, but I don't know. I just don't feel like it's gonna. I feel like if there's a will, there's a way, and people are still going to, if they want to do something illegal, they're still going to find a way to do something illegal. And then the people that use cash or just depend on cash solely because like poor income.
Wait, how are they going to
lower
get money
income.
for doing stuff that's illegal? How are they going to
What
do
do
that?
you mean?
Yeah, how are they
What
going
do
to
you
do
mean?
that? Yeah, how are they going to do that?
They could pretend that it's something that they're purchasing something else. Like
And how would they do
they
that?
will
How would they
find a
hide
way.
all of that money?
I'm sure they'll find a way.
Okay, so like there really isn't a process for them to do that in that scenario, and that's the whole point.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I don't know. You've changed my mind on lots of things, but I don't necessarily agree that going cashless is a good idea.
Okay, I do appreciate you coming on though. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, for sure. Let's go to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you like this content, follow me if you haven't already. We're gonna go into the next person here real quick, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. 1 second.
Thank you for the elephant. I appreciate it.
Sorry, just give me a second.
So why do you support Trump?
All right, what was the question?
Why do you support Trump?
I support him over Biden.
Oh, how old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
04.
Okay. So you said what? Do you like him more than Biden?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why?
Well, I think the argument's actually pretty simple. One is a child predator and one isn't.
How do you determine that Biden is a child predator?
Because he sniffs children. Have you not seen that?
I think that's like a creepy thing, but I don't think it makes him a predator.
I think that's exactly what a predator is.
What's a predator?
He's using his power to get close to children and do weird things with them.
And do weird things with them. Okay, well, Trump has done that too.
No, he hasn't.
So, yeah, well, he has. You remember the claims of him at the pageants?
Claims.
Yeah, the same way these are. Yeah, what are you talking about?
These are not claims about Biden. These are videos. There's video evidence of it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah, and
no
the
evidence
claims
against-
when it relates to Trump are significantly worse, right? He's also claimed that
Yeah,
he'd
well,
date
hang
his
on.
daughter, right? Is that not
Trump
weird?
didn't claim that. You can't. Could you?
He would.
give me a source that-
Yeah, he said if Ivanka was not my daughter, I would date her.
There's no evidence of Trump saying that. It's just alleged reports.
No, that's actually there is. There's literally. What are you talking about?
Could you show me one?
Yeah. All right, give me 1 second. My daughter.
Weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know? If Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Perhaps.
You did not just say that, dude. That was so bad. Dude, that was just L in the chat right now, please, everyone. Honestly, that was brutal, dude. What do you mean, perhaps, bro? Does that make it better somehow? Does perhaps make it better, bro?
So first of all, I know you like communicate through like a lot of text messages and stuff, but tone is very important. I know that doesn't come across on text messages, but this is a video, and in this video, luckily, we have his tone, and it's very clear from his tone that he is saying it in a joking tone.
Yeah.
Right?
So you think it's okay to joke about wanting to date your daughter?
It's not no. I didn't say it's okay. I said him joking about it doesn't make him a predator. Sniffing children.
Wait.
does make you a
So
predator.
what was your definition of predator?
Predator is someone who does weird. I mean, a child predator at least is someone who does weird stuff to children.
Is that not doing weird stuff, right? Because you're saying something.
No, that's joking about doing something weird.
Yeah, but wait, you understand that
He didn't
that's
actually
still
do it.
you understand speaking is an action.
Yeah, but he's not.
So you're
speaking.
doing something when you're speaking, right?
Yeah, not
so when
to a
Trump is
child.
saying that he
What
is
is- wait, what did he
doing
do to the
something,
child by speaking. Tell me that.
He says words
to the child.
Yes, is that not?
No. What did he say to the child?
Do you think that you can say something to a child in which can indicate that you
Did
are
he-
a predator?
whoa, the joke wasn't said to the child.
Wait, can you say things to an individual or to a child that could indicate that you are a predator?
No.
If they say, dude,
You can't.
what do
that's
you mean?
analogous,
If there's a 6-year-old that tells an 11-year-old that they find them attractive and that they want to be with them, does that not indicate that they're a predator?
In a joking tone?
It could be, yeah. If that's in a joking tone, that could likely indicate that he's a
It's
predator.
in a joking tone. It's still weird, and I guess it's possible that they're a predator.
But yeah, again, him just saying words can indicate that they are a predator. So again, him saying words can indicate these types of things as well, right?
Yeah, but what you've given,
even if it was a joke, because why would you make a joke about that?
Who was
That's
the audience
a
of the
really
joke?
weird joke.
Who was the audience of the joke?
It was like some talk show, but the people there were like, hold up,
So it wasn't even to the child.
not directly.
Not
Right, but
directly.
you understand that like this is going to be heard by them, right? So it's still doing this to that individual as it's referencing them, right?
Yeah,
like
but
if I make a claim about someone, right, I am still saying it to them, and it's going to be recognized by them likely, especially if they're close to me.
Okay. Parker, you know how sometimes a guest will make like a super outlandish claim and you'll be like, oh, guys, W in the chat for that one. Does that mean you actually believe that they made a good claim?
Clearly not.
Exactly. Clearly, same thing here. You can hear by his tone that he's joking. And also,
Why would you know? It's different to joke about a W in that circumstance when it relates to a particular claim in a debate versus making a joke about wanting to date your fucking daughter, bro. When the daughter was there, I'm pretty sure.
First of all, he didn't actually say he wanted to date his daughter. He said if she wasn't his daughter.
Thank you. Yeah, but still thinking about her, which
but
is his daughter.
Twist his words.
What do you mean? Don't twist his words. I'm saying exactly what he said. I gave you what he said. I literally played
You
what he
said
said.
he wanted to date his daughter. That's not what he said.
Yes, that is still wanting to date his daughter, right? If she was not his daughter, that's still a concept of his daughter.
It's not a good thing to say.
Is
You said
Ivanka? Wait, is Ivanka his daughter?
Hang on. Yeah, that's correct. She is.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
he
So
said-
if he says if Ivanka was not my daughter, I would want to date her. He's still talking about Ivanka, right?
In
which
the
is his
scenario
daughter.
in which she is not his daughter.
Which is his daughter though?
Yes, but
yeah. So he's creating a hypothetical about his daughter not being his daughter to justify himself engaging in that.
She's not his daughter. It's the same
Okay.
appearance, but not the same familiar relationship.
If someone said that about a child, an 11-year-old, if you weren't actually a child, I would find you attractive, or I would want to
Parker,
date
it's
you.
so weird. It's so
Right, would
weird.
that be
I'm not saying
weird?
it's
Would that be weird?
It would be weird, just like this
It really
one.
would.
This one is
Yeah, it
weird.
would. It would.
It's correct. This one is weird, but that doesn't make him a predator.
It can indicate towards that the same way that you're saying that sniffing can indicate towards that. Him sniffing
No,
actually doesn't
sniffing
indicate
is-
that he's a predator.
Sniffing is a literal predatory behavior. That is exactly what it is. Parker? What normal person?
I think it
sniffs
can
something?
indicate it, but it doesn't mean it necessarily.
Okay, so what do you think it means?
Again, the same way that Trump's particular behavior can indicate it, but it doesn't mean it necessarily.
So what do you think Biden sniffing children means?
If my mom like sniffed me, is that predatory?
No, because she's your mom.
Okay, so sniffing isn't predatory behavior
If
in
your
that
mom
scenario?
kisses you on a cheek, is it predatory? No, but if a stranger randomly comes up to you and kisses you on the cheek, is it predatory? Yes.
I mean, it can be, yeah, in scenarios. Are these people that are not known by Biden at all?
What? Are these people that are not known by Biden at all? Because again, when you brought up these were his grandkids, I'm pretty sure.
These grandkids have very little of a concept of who Biden is. They probably don't even know like.
Oh, come on, bro.
They know-
If my grandma sniffed me, are you gonna say that's predatory?
No.
There you go, bro. Get a grip, dude.
There's a relationship there, right? Oh, and there's probably a relationship there. Wait, if I didn't have a relationship with my grandma, would you say it's predatory?
Like if she wasn't
If she
actually
just
your
came
grandma?
into my life, I just met her, and she sniffed me, is that predatory?
That would be predatory. Yeah, I would be weirded out.
Or I might be weirded out, but I don't know if I would consider it predatory.
Indicate very clearly that that's a predatory behavior, especially with someone
I think you're bringing down what it means to be predatory.
So, what is your definition of a predator?
Yeah, it's probably going to be someone that relates to like harming an individual, right? Or relates to like wanting to harm an individual. I don't think Biden has indicated that necessarily, right? Although I think his behavior is weird and it's like gross.
Okay. So what about so does that make Trump a predator?
Under that definition, like I mean, he wouldn't under that definition be considered. We wouldn't have evidence to consider him yet.
Isn't he trying to? Doesn't his foreign policy harm immigrants?
Yeah, you could say it harms immigrants.
So he would be
talking
under your definition.
Well, we're talking about interpersonal relations, right?
What?
That's not an interpersonal relation.
Oh, so the definition's changed now?
No, I was literally when we're referencing these particular scenarios, this is always in the context of interpersonal relations. We were just talking about it when it related to, again, Biden and the grandson. That was already implied by the conversation that we were having. We were literally having a conversation about interpersonal relations.
Yes, but
I can specify. I apologize. My bad.
No, hang on. I'm just confused where you got this lead from. So you said a predator is someone that wants to harm people?
No, someone that would have like a desire or want or has particularly harmed people with, like, we could say, malicious intent. They got appreciate the handout. Thank you.
So do you think a child predator is looking to harm a child, or they're just looking to have intercourse with a child, not knowing the ramifications?
I think that is inherently going to harm a child.
Yeah, but do you think there is intent to harm the child, or do you think they don't realize that there is?
I think that there is intent. Yes, I think that they understand. Yes,
that they understand that it's very
but
harmful.
I mean, I could foresee of a scenario in which someone didn't have the malicious intent, yet we could still necessarily indicate it to be predatory, right? I might necessarily say that it would be typically.
So typically, okay, I want a definition that's not typically. That's why my definition.
You want a
works.
necessary and sufficient definition?
Yes, necessary and sufficient condition.
I'm not convinced that there is a necessary and sufficient definition yet.
Why doesn't mine work? Someone who does weird things.
Well, I mean, I technically some people consider me debating as a weird thing. So, am I a predator?
Yeah, but to who?
Weird is relative. Yeah. So like
weird things to people they've never met.
Huh?
Someone who does weird things to people they've never met.
Me debating someone could be weird to people that I've never met. What are you talking about?
Right, but okay, so now we're going into this subjectivity, right? I could consider one thing harmful that you could consider not harmful, right? So the same thing would apply to your definition.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because harm could be relating to a phenomenological state, right?
Like what? What's the phenomenological state when you for immigrants?
Like the pain? Like the pain or decrease in quality of life, right?
Yeah. So you're debating people would not decrease their quality of life?
No, I don't think debating people is decreasing quality of life.
And you can just claim that, right? I could claim that even though I don't believe this, I'm sure I could think of something where I could claim, I don't actually believe this, but I could claim.
Well, what I argue is actually beneficial for people. Yeah, I do think they give that mustache. I appreciate it. So I can give rational proofs as to why this is the case, why it's beneficial, right? Because if you don't have a process to confirm or disconfirm claims, well, then the likelihood of your statement being accurate is significantly lower than that of an individual in which does have a process or does require evidence, right? Because evidence indicates more probability, right? Or not more, higher probability.
Wait, do you know Biden didn't just sniff his grandkids?
Yeah, what else do you consider that he did?
Okay, so someone in the chat clarified that the confusion might be that you might not realize that Biden has sniffed several more children than just his grandkids.
Can you send me the videos and stuff on that? I haven't seen all of the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, could you just look up on your YouTube Biden?
Yeah, I can. But like, again, so like you consider just doing weird things to be indicating of a predator, right? So what do you consider weird?
Doing weird. Sorry, I should be more specific. I should say, in terms of someone who's a child predator, I should say, like invading a child's personal space without a like relation that would indicate you have the reason to do so.
So you can't be predatory towards people that you have relations with?
No, you can't.
Wait, so now you're going to change it again? You see how I mean? Like I don't know if there's a necessary and sufficient condition.
No, there is a necessary and sufficient condition. It's just that having a relation with that individual means that maybe the capacity that you can invade their personal space to an extent with is higher, right? Maybe for a child you've never met.
So that's going to be relating to thresholds. That's not relating to whether or not they're in the family. So you're going to say that there's a threshold. I could say that the same thing.
Wait, hang on. I just want you to look up look up like Biden sniffing compilation. I think it'll actually.
I'm watching it right now. Some of these literally look like.
Isn't it disturbing?
No, actually, some of these literally look like he's just talking to them in the ear.
Do you want to show it for the chat too?
Yeah, sorry. It's a few clips of him falling. Sorry.
Also, hang on.
I'm getting past the. Yeah. So here. Okay, there's gonna be part of him falling. I don't care.
Sorry, I'm back.
He's like talking in her ear. He's like saying something.
Incredibly strange. He's like gripping her.
He was saying something.
Okay, you're condoning that over a president who's done.
Is he saying something? He's talking to them.
No, he's. Look at this one. He's just like looking at.
Wait. What? Actually, though. I don't even. Actually, watching those back now, that doesn't even look like it, dude. What are you talking about?
Look like what?
He's literally talking to them.
Look at that last clip. His mouth did not move a little bit.
Here, let's go back to it. I'll play it again. He's definitely talking to her. You can see his mouth moving.
It's hard to see his mouth there, but this last clip is very clear.
He's covering his mouth so you can't see. It looks like they responded to each other. So.
Does she look comfortable? Does she look comfortable?
I don't know.
You can't infer anything.
Hold up, I didn't see it quite.
That's our president. That's who you're condoning over Trump, who's arguably bad.
So
as well.
he had an arm on someone's shoulder. I do admit she does look a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's not even mildly predatory. Is that what you're saying?
You could say it's like I don't know if I don't know if I would consider him putting a hand, like if my grandma put a hand on my shoulder, would that be predatory?
Well, that's
like
just totally Parker. What you don't understand is that these people are not related. Just because he's famous, that's like saying what Michael Jackson was allegedly
like this is like maybe pushing boundaries, but like this I don't know, man. Like this is what you're saying is child predator, like calling him a child predator.
He got closer than that.
What are you talking about? This is the what are you talking about? This is literally the whole clip. Yeah, that was the whole clip. Yeah. I'll play all of it.
Look at that. He's getting way closer.
Dude, is that really what you're calling him a child predator for, dude? Like yeah, that's like a cross of boundaries and he's like weird for that, but like I don't think that classifies as like a child predator, bro. That's wild. Actually, I think that's wild to make that claim. Actually, like watching that clip, those clips, if those are the only things, right? That's wild to call him a child predator. It's just weird. Yeah, I agree it's weird, but like that's wild to call him a child predator. When I'm thinking of a child predator, I'm thinking of a P3DO that is violently assaulted a minor, right? That's what I'm thinking of, right?
Well, the first thing is there's more clips than that. I could find them and send them to you later if you want.
Yeah, I would love to look at them, and maybe my opinion would change on that, right? But like I'm serious. Whatever my opinion is, I will literally talk about that. Like I will address that.
The other thing I wanted to say is child predator is. I mean, there's again just like serial killer, right? Serial killer could mean I don't know what that. I think it's like 5. You have to kill 5 people, and that's like legally defined as serial. But or you could be like a Ted Bundy and have like killed 60, right? So there's degrees to it. One child predator is not as direct as the other.
Yeah, but like clearly speaking, I think that there would be such a distinction. Yeah, but you're going to apply a threshold anyway, right? So if you're applying a threshold, you're saying that should be in the same category as someone who's a P3DO raping children, right? Like that's wild, bro.
I would categorize both behaviors as of the same nature, right? Both of them are making children uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's not just making them uncomfortable when it relates to literally raping the child.
One of them
Thank
does.
you, thank you
one
for the
of them
sign out.
does-
I appreciate. Thank you for the description. That's something that it's similar in, but you're not acknowledging the other differences in terms of right
No, I know
the
they're different.
trauma. You're not acknowledging the abuse. You're not acknowledging all the extra stuff associated with, again, sexual abuse.
First of all, you're not one to say that there's no trauma, maybe not to the same degree that is coming from those kids having their videos of them being sniffed by President Joe Biden online. You're not one to say that there's no trauma.
Are you comparing the level of trauma
No, I
associated
didn't.
with
I actually
that
just said-
particular clip and people who are raped as children?
No, I
Thank you for the
actually just
description.
said
I
that.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I
That's fucking wild,
Whoa,
bro.
whoa, whoa, don't even twist my words. I actually,
No, that is wild.
earlier in
That's
that
literally
exact-
what you were
can
doing.
replay it. You can play this back. Earlier in that exact sentence, I said all that different levels or something. Right, but you're not one to say that there's not trauma from one of them, even though the other one is,
there can be trauma with both, but the fact that you're
one of them's
comparing the
obviously gonna
two,
be much higher.
clearly, yeah.
But still, this is where the threshold comes in, right? I can categorize both.
I can get trauma from debating people on live.
Sure, you can.
Yeah. What's your point?
My claim was that what you said was you earlier said that one of them wasn't going to cause trauma and one was. My claim was that that's not true. That's all.
Wait, sorry. Say that one more time. Sorry.
Earlier you said, I mean, at least I think you said, I might have misheard you, right, that the sniffing isn't going to cause trauma.
I don't think I
capable of
made a claim where it's not going to cause. I must have misspoken. Right, where it can cause any. Right, if it's worse. Right, these. I mean, if it's necessarily uncomfortable and that can be like cause bullying in the future. I think that could be associated with trauma. But like from the event of like from what we saw in those clips, I don't know if those cause like anything that we would classify. I mean, it depends on what your definition of trauma is. What's your definition of trauma?
God, that's a hard thing to define, actually.
Yeah, because like in that scenario, wouldn't the trauma be resulting of the video going viral, not necessarily of that event?
I mean, I think it has to do with both, right? If a video of them smiling went viral, it probably wouldn't.
What is trauma?
How would you define trauma? I'll see if I agree. I'm not.
I don't have a definition on top of that. I can find
it.
it.
I don't know. I guess it could be. Yeah, it's actually pretty difficult to define, like non-medically.
Trauma definition.
I don't think it's PTSD. I think you can.
Some say a deeply distressing or disturbing experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was like,
so you would have to indicate that it was particularly like disturbing in that scenario.
If I was touched weirdly by the president and then my video was being used, and
so the video getting sent out is what causes the trauma there.
You know, both of them are what caused the trauma. I would still have trauma from the president. It would just be amplified by the video. You can't like diminish it to one of those two events.
Yeah. So do you want me to bring someone up who can describe trauma from a different perspective?
Sure. I mean, also, I don't think. I mean, you can. I'm happy to talk to them about it. But also, I do want to. I mean, the original.
Yo, Aria, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Bring someone up. I mean, what's your claim exactly that they're coming up to debunk, or what's my claim that they're going to debunk?
Oh, they're just talking about trauma.
For what? Okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're saying that. I mean, trauma is a multifaceted thing. So people exhibit trauma. I mean, I watch those videos, and I think, I mean, here's my only question: are you equating what happened to those girls in the videos, meaning their purported sniffing, is somehow traumatic for them on the same level as an SA victim?
Oh my God. This is
I just want to answer.
I'm sorry. This is the third time I've clarified this, and I think you can replay the video and you'll hear the other two times. I said that both of them are going to cause trauma. One of them is objectively going to cause a much higher level of trauma.
Okay.
I said that.
Okay. I mean, I think that's obviously true, right? I mean, that's obviously true. I mean, but I'm just curious though about how we're quantifying trauma here, because the only trauma that I see, or the only thing that I see in the video, is there's one video snippet that I saw where the girl kind of winces. She's like pulling away, right? She's like moving away, like she's uncomfortable.
That's the only thing in that clip that entire thing that indicated distress to me. Right, that was the only one. That's why I'm saying like the case that you have for distress there really isn't even that great, to be honest. Right, we probably have way better cases for distress when it relates to someone like Trump, especially because he was held liable, right, for sexual. I can't say that word, but
Battery. Just say battery. Yeah. I mean, the reason why I came up was because I have past with trauma, and so I can tell you what trauma looks like, and it just it's multifaceted. And when I look at those videos, only one snippet do I see something that could be like uncomfortableness, right? I don't see anything else.
I don't understand how you can use your experience with trauma to negate the fact that someone else might have.
I'm not negating it. I'm saying I'm trying to recognize it. And what I'm saying is, as someone, because you're saying that it is a creepy sexual behavior.
I never said it was sexual.
No. Someone sniffing. Hold on. No, I didn't say you said it. I said you are saying by the fact that someone is sniffing your hair or touching you, it is almost going to be inherently sexual. There's no other reason why someone is going to, an old man, which Joe Biden is going to sniff somebody's hair and touch a young girl. He would only do this if it had some kind of sexual innuendo to it.
That is just what an insane claim.
No. What other? Okay. Why? Okay.
So how
go into Joe Biden's head. Go into Joe Biden's head. What other?
Actually, I have a question for you.
Reason?
How do you think an asexual child predator functions?
I have never met an asexual child predator.
Do you think it's possible?
Depends on your definition of the term child predator.
Yeah, and also asexual people feel no sexual attraction. It's by definition they haven't.
No, if someone hasn't done anything, how could you consider them a predator? Like if they haven't made anyone distressed, right? You wouldn't consider them a predator.
We're talking about an asexual child predator who has made people distressed.
Oh no.
That means wait. That means that they have done stuff. What?
Do you think the only way to make people feel distressed is through sexual intercourse?
No, I never claimed that.
No, I said the particular behavior that Biden is doing, right, looks as if it is sexual in nature. Someone who is smelling of the hair, touching. Wait, hold on. Well, again, do you have sexual trauma from your past so that you can recognize these things?
No, and I don't think anyone with sexual trauma. I think all trauma looks different.
Trauma looks different, but the behaviors that lead to the trauma have patterns. What I'm saying is the pattern that I'm looking there is that somebody is looking. All the people that Parker has had up so far that have mentioned this have almost always also mentioned it in some kind of sexual way. They're saying he's being weird, he's being creepy, he's touching on these girls. It's obviously
creepy and weird does not imply sexual. I think you're making
wait. So if it has nothing to do with anything sexual, what are you referencing then when you're saying that he's a child predator?
I'm just saying I'm just saying it's still weird. You don't have to be sexual to be weird.
Okay, if you're just saying it's weird, wait. No, hold up. If his definition of it is just weird, well then we already have said he's weird. So you're just talking past us. You're equivocating.
I know. I'm saying it's predatory and weird.
Yeah, predatory and weird.
Yeah, so wait, no. But wait. That word just means weird. So you're just saying it's weird and weird. That's all you just said there.
Sure.
Okay, so all you're saying it's weird. We agree it's weird.
Okay, and I don't think he should be president because of that. I don't want someone who does that.
Well, Trump's done weird things too.
No, what can you give me non-circumstantial evidence of him doing?
What do you mean non-circumstantial? What?
Not like a news report saying he has. And not him being held liable for something that's different than being found guilty.
I just everything that I could use, right? Don't use that, right? Like, don't look at any of the evidence, right? But give me evidence.
Hold on, you do understand, right? You do understand, right? That being held civilly liable is the same as being found guilty.
Hell, it's not the same as being found. I mean, it has
yes,
the same
it is.
implications.
Yes, civilly it is. That's why I said being held civilly liable is the same as being found guilty. It has not as high as a burden as a criminal matter, but it is guilty.
Yes, but it doesn't implicate you within the crime in the same way.
That's what I just said. Civilly, I said it's non-criminal.
Exactly.
But it's still guilty. It's still guilty.
I know. Okay, but that doesn't mean. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say I host a party and the party is very, not even moderated, but very poorly. It's set up in a way that causes women to get drunk very easily and gives men ample room to be predatory. Even if I'm not at that party, if I set it up intentionally with that intention, or I'm just not even careful enough, I could be found liable for that. I would not be found guilty of that. That doesn't mean that Trump, just because he was found liable, it doesn't mean he actually was.
It depends on what you're talking about, a civil case or a criminal case. Because in that case, you could be also criminally charged. Trump wasn't criminally charged. He was only civilly charged, which means that the burden of proof was lower, which is why he was only found liable and not criminally guilty. Thus,
Correct.
he is guilty in a civil matter, and thus he has punitive damages. That's the whole point. But liable is the same as guilty. All you're saying is that that he hasn't been found criminally guilty. Thank you, Sarah, for the heart. I appreciate
Exactly.
you.
And you know what that means?
What?
That a court of law hasn't proved that he actually did anything to those women.
No. Hold on. No court. The word prove is always bad. You mean a preponderance of the evidence, right? By a preponderance of the evidence, Trump has been found guilty.
Of what?
Of essaying that woman.
Criminally or civilly?
Civilly.
He was found liable.
Dude, you go to any textbook on civil procedure, you will see that liable means guilty. It's the same, for example, if someone in a criminal matter pleads no contest. No contest is the equivalent of pleading guilty. It's just a different word for it.
Then why? So, Matt, then why do you think people are so intent on using the word liable rather than guilty?
Because legally it matters. Oh, thank you, Sarah, for the
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, because it matters legally. Because you will never hear me say, never out of my mouth will you hear me say, Trump has been found criminally guilty or been found guilty. I always say he's been found liable. But in the court of civil procedures, liable means guilty because he was not charged with going to jail. He was charged with punitive damages. So he's guilty, thus he has to pay punitive damages. That's the entire point.
Yes, but those punitive damages do not imply that he is responsible. But that does not imply that
it does. Yes, it does. Punitive. It doesn't. It does.
It does imply that he was responsible, but it does not imply that he is the exact person who committed.
It does. Punitive. No. You're thinking of another type of damage called compensatory damages. There are two types of damages. There are compensatory and punitive. Compensatory means that you were involved. You did something that was just involved. Punitive means you actually did the act and you have to pay as a punishment. It is in the actual phrase, punitive. Punitive means punishment.
Yes, correct.
Exactly. So he's being punished for the act that he did by having to pay. That's the point. If he was only involved in the act, then he would have to pay a lower amount because he was involved, and it would be under a different type of damage.
Do you know what the actual case was? Like the situation?
It was Trump v. Carroll, I think, something like that.
Yeah, but do you know where?
Yes. He allegedly essayed E. Jean Carroll in a Boldorf Wardman's department store dressing room, and she has a whole host of allegations. The judge went through the list of the allegations. He found Trump liable on certain of them and not liable on others.
Why do you say allegedly if he was found liable, like you said?
I'm giving you the complaint. The complaint was that he allegedly did this.
So is it still alleged?
Now it's not allegedly anymore. He didn't. Okay. He was found liable only for groping her, for touching her, and for, I think, but don't quote me, but for digitally essaying her with his fingers. He was not found liable. He was not found liable for penetrating her with his thing. So that's the thing.
And how do you possibly think they came to that conclusion that he did all that stuff, but they couldn't figure out he did the other stuff?
They came to that conclusion because they heard testimony, they heard the evidence, and the judge said that I find the evidence and the eyewitnesses
people witnessed it?
Reliable. No, it was E. Jean Carroll's testimony. And then the testimony of the people she told afterwards, because she told people immediately afterwards, they testified about what she told them in the days following the event, and then also her therapist released the records, all of the subsequent things. The only charge that he was not found on was the one where he actually penetrated her with his member. That was the one, because that was the highest punitive charge. And the judge said, it was a jury, actually. The jury found that there was not enough evidence because that had a higher burden of proof, because that was actual grape. That was like actual grape. So all he was found liable of was the simple essay.
Right. So the reason he was originally charged with that count was because the woman said that he did that. But then it was found, and is that correct? That's correct.
Yes.
But then that same woman was not able to prove that. Does that not demonstrate any sort of inaccuracy?
No, she did prove it to a jury of her peers.
Then why wasn't he charged for that?
Because the statute of limitations, I think, ran out, and also because and actually that actually changed. Congress actually updated it following around the time that the lawsuit was going on. Congress introduced a act where the statute of limitations for rape actually went higher, so now you have a longer time. But the statute of limitations ran out, thus she could not criminally pursue it, as most rape victims do. Most rape victims do not pursue it criminally because of a multitude of factors. And she had a multitude of factors, and she told people why she didn't come forward with it. It's because she was afraid of not being believed. It was because he was a powerful man. She was going through depression at the time because of it. I mean, et cetera, et cetera. She did later on.
Wait, I have a question, right? Did you use the Guardian as a source earlier, right?
The Guardian?
Yeah. Was that you?
I don't. No.
No, you didn't.
Was that the video?
Oh no, there's a video of
I haven't given you any sources.
Okay. There was a video of Trump apparently saying that he saw a child on an escalator and said, quote unquote, what's it called? Here, I'll play it.
So much alleged stuff. Let's see it.
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Can I see the actual video?
Yeah. It's not even like good video. That's why. You can't even see anything.
Yep. Yeah. So is that a video of him?
This is from 1992, and then here's one from CBS News. I'm going.
Wait, how old was the child?
They were really young. You can hear from the voice. I don't know how the age particularly.
You think like under 8?
Could be, yeah.
Okay.
Well, like I mean, even if it was 8, what do you fucking mean? That's gross. Does it fucking matter?
No.
Parker, look at this.
Is that not literally predatory behavior?
No,
this is not.
That's
this
weird.
a little bit more
He didn't actually do anything.
What'd you say, Matt?
It's just like this.
Look at what I just texted you. That might be a little bit more clear, a little bit more detailed.
Yeah, here. Thank you for the video. Yeah, that's the one I'm already watching.
Oh, is it? Okay, all right.
No, it's not. It's the same thing.
Okay. Well, no, but it is weird. I mean, but that was from
it's him.
1992. You can hear him say, like you understand that, guest, right? That was from 1992. So this is a history with him, right? Same thing with Biden. I'm not saying Biden isn't a weird, weird old man. I'm not saying that. I'm saying though is these are both creepy old men that like to do creepy things with young.
Thank you, Nora. I appreciate the description. Thank you.
Well, Matt, hang on. One of them has joked about doing it. One of them, there is video proof of them doing it.
Well, hold on. One of them has
Dude,
been found
that girl was like
one of
10
them
years
had-
old, and he
Yeah,
literally
one of
said,
them
"What are you
has been
talking
found-
about?"
So he joked
one of them
about
has
that.
been found liable in a criminal.
Oh my gosh,
in a
bro!
civil
No,
court.
hold up, Matt. You did not just say, "Bro, it's just a joke."
No, I did. First of all, obviously, there's no way to tell. If
Is that not weird? Is that not fucking weird?
No, it's weird. Just like I said, the joke about his daughter was weird. But the thing is, he didn't actually do anything. If we
What
found
do you
out 10
mean?
years later,
Wait. Speaking is an action. That's doing something.
he didn't actually do anything
Thank
to
you
the
for the subscription. I
child.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
He didn't actually do anything to the child.
He literally, dude. What do you mean? That is doing something. He said it directly to her, right next to her.
Not physically.
Yeah, she was right there. He just talked to her.
He didn't affect her physically at all.
What do you fucking mean? Is it affecting her psychologically, not physically?
You were just arguing
description. Thank you
that
so much.
Biden whispering in the ear and smelling the hair of these girls.
Biden was touching those children. He was not just whispering.
you were just arguing that was possibly traumatic for those girls. Now you're arguing that what Trump said wasn't traumatic for that girl. I mean, maybe
sure
it
it could
was.
create trauma.
Maybe she's like, ew, who's this creepy old
No,
man?
I'm sure-
Or
It's crazy how you guys just keep on misquoting me. I'm sure that could create trauma, and I'm sure the daughter wouldn't create a trauma. The thing is, doing something physically is just simply, objectively, on a different caliber than
I
anything.
agree with you, but again, if you want to add it up a level, Trump, comparing Trump and Biden, Trump is the only one here, and in fact, the only president in history that has
Wait.
been found-
If we're judging on trauma, then how the hell do you make a distinction on that level?
We're not judging on trauma.
You were. That's literally the relevant factor that you brought up for determining what was predatory.
You want to use that definition?
That was the definition you were using.
I thought we were going with the weird one still, but sure. So what was your question about trauma?
Okay, if you just mean weird, again, we already agreed with that then. There was no disagreement there.
Let's go with the trauma one if you want to use that one.
No, do you hold that one?
What is the definition that doing something that creates trauma? I don't think I think there's situations in which you can create trauma without being predatory.
Okay, right. And I think there are situations, what's your definition again, sorry?
I'm not able to define trauma. It's very hard to. Matt, what's your definition of trauma?
He agrees there's not necessary and sufficient conditions now. Unfucking-believable. Unfucking-believable.
Parker, control yourself.
I am controlled right now, dude. What are you talking about?
I think there is probably a medical definition for it. I think sure.
You can look that up and figure it out. But Matt, man, I appreciate you coming.
Of course, yeah.
No, go ahead. Say what you're gonna say. Say what you're gonna say.
No, I mean, he asked me about trauma. Trauma is as I was going to say, trauma is multifaceted, right? But trauma, if you ask me, like medically, trauma has a definition. I mean, it has a definition within the DSM. Trauma is not really defined. It's more of a part of PTSD. It is the outward expression of the event that happened, right? So for me, for example, in my trauma, it was expressed through anxiety and depression and body issues. So that's how my trauma was expressed.
Wait, you said trauma is the outward expression of PTSD?
It's the outward expression of the event that happened. So we all
So it's not PTSD.
display. No. PTSD is literally defined by the trauma.
So having trauma
response.
implies having. Wait, so having trauma implies having
Not
PTSD?
everybody that has trauma has PTSD, but all people that have PTSD have trauma.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So what I'm saying is trauma is multifaceted and it has levels to it. What I'm saying is that trauma, the way that I look at trauma is that it's the outward response, the way the body and the mind respond to the event in question, right? So what I'm saying is, for my own example, when I was...
Wait, hang on. Sorry. It's the way that the body and mind respond
to the mind responds to the event.
So if someone hits me on my funny bone and my knee moves, is that trauma?
No. No, the way the body and the mind. No. Well, that could be bodily trauma. Right? If I smack your knee so hard that your knee like twitches, that is a natural response to the trauma that you affected. You're talking about physical trauma. I'm not talking about physical trauma. I'm talking about mental trauma.
Okay, how about this? If someone tickles me and I laugh, which is mental, and my body moves, which is physical.
No, because let me redefine or update my definition. It is harmful experience. It's a harmful experience. Something that causes
here
harm.
We go. This is what me and Parker were talking about. What is harmful and what is not? Even your definition doesn't really work.
I mean, clearly, if we're talking about the way the DSM harm, it is something that causes distress, something that causes disruption to normal mental function, normal mental thoughts, and things like that. So, I mean, if you're asking me to give you like some kind of definition of
Sorry, Well, hang on. So you said it disrupts normal mental functions. Well, I think if I was standing by the president and he put his hand on me and started sniffing me, and I physically showed a face of discomfort, I think my normal mental functions are probably being disrupted.
Yes. I already said, looking at that video, right, of that girl wincing, right, that is a response, right? That's a response. But as I was already saying, trauma has multiple levels to it, just as trauma with anything can have. But I'm saying is the difference is that trauma fleeting, meaning does it go away pretty quickly because it was one of those, because I go through a mental trauma every day, right? I mean, we all go through mental trauma every day, but most of it is very fleeting, right? It doesn't actually impact us, for a long amount of time. The real question is that to be classified as a child predator, which is what you were calling Joe Biden, is that implies that he is causing grave mental trauma to somebody, like grave mental trauma to somebody, because to be a predator,
like fatal, What do you mean by grave?
Grave means grave like a large amount, like something that is a large amount. It's
that's going to relate to the threshold that we talked about. Like it's going to be within a particular threshold in which we would indicate that it would be like predatory or something.
So even though that's
that
not
threshold's arbitrary.
Again, Matt, put yourself in put yourself in the shoes of this young girl. if I was near the president, who is someone who I have no familiar relationship, even if a family member, it'd still be kind of strange, not as strange. I mean, I guess.
Dude, just like
we already agree.
Like he's just gonna ignore the little girl.
No.
We're just gonna ignore that.
I'm listening. I'm saying.
No, you just ignored the little girl, right?
Listen, I would argue.
Clearly speaking, what was said at the little girl was like very disgusting. Come on.
I would
acknowledge
argue,
it.
Okay, so are you saying that what he did to what Trump said about that little girl was grave trauma? Would you say
that could indicate grave trauma. Yeah,
could be grave trauma. What Joe Biden did to that girl. All I'm saying is we don't know. All I can do is look at the bodily response that they have. Right, I can't see that little girl's response. Right, because it's a 1992 grainy video. I have no. I can't see it. Maybe she had a response. I don't know. When I look at the Joe Biden video, I see clearly that she's wincing and pulling away, right, as if she's uncomfortable. Okay, I agree with you. Right, but what you were doing is you were saying that video and others like it equate him to being a child predator, and I'm saying that is simply not a child predator, which is what Parker I think was saying. Is that being a child predator has a definition because we define people who are predators, not simply somebody who is just hugging somebody weirdly or like sniffing somebody's hair. Even though that's weird and creepy, it's not as that level yet. Being a predator, as someone like myself who has experienced that, has a definition, and you have to stick by that definition and call somebody a predator. I don't even call Donald Trump a predator, right? I've never in my life.
Of a child, what's your definition of a child predator?
Oh, someone who preys upon and
use the word prey and.
Prey. I mean, attaches themselves to, seeks out in order to cause harm for their own gratification of that child. So, like a sexual predator, for example, they are seeking out the child to gratify their own sexual whatever, because without regard to the harm that is caused to the child, or someone who is a predator of old people because they want their money or something, right? They are seeking out old people because they are trying to satisfy their greed, no matter how much harm they are going to cause the old people. That kind of thing.
So it doesn't always have to be with the desire of satisfying sexual.
No. You can be a predator for like many things.
Did you say earlier that it implies sexual?
No. I said what Joe Biden was doing implies it. I'm saying the way he was doing it implies it, because all the people that Parker has had up over the last, months that he's been doing this topic, and when they bring this up, they always imply that it's something sexual about him, that he's some kind of child sex predator or something in a weird way. That's why I brought it. I'm not saying that like you were saying that. I'm saying that's what it is implied by most people.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible that there's a sexual thing. I don't think it's by any means like guaranteed. I think it might be somewhat reasonable. I think it's somewhat reasonable to assume he's not sexually motivated. It's somewhat reasonable to assume he is.
But we have to think about, right? I mean, you brought it up, so I would ask you, what other reason does he have for sniffing and holding young children like that?
I don't know. Maybe he has this like strange desires. This is all speculatory, obviously. He has like a strange
desire. Okay, what kind of desire?
Finish. A strange desire to like go back to his childhood or experience what it's like to be a child again or something. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
By hugging them?
I don't think it has to be inherently sexual. I think
by hugging them. You think hugging children makes you want to?
When are we talking about hugging?
That's what he was doing. He was kind of hugging, sniffing. Okay. Then how does sniffing a child's hair? How does that somehow take you back to your childhood?
I don't know. How does it imply it's sexual?
He gets sexual gratification from hair. That's a thing.
Who gets sexual gratification from smelling someone's hair?
Dude, people get sexual gratification from feet. Is it really that far out there?
Fine, actually fair. That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you think that like, how many creepy old men have you seen when they see a like pretty girl? What's one of the first things that they go towards? Their hair, right? They grab their hair and they smell it. I mean, it's just it's a weird old man thing.
What I would say is smelling a child's hair can remind oneself of their childhood, right?
If Joe Biden was a girl, he's not a girl.
I thought gender was a spectrum.
What was he doing?
Was he?
Okay, come on. What was he? I don't know how that would remind Joe Biden of his childhood.
I mean, that's all speculation, just like
And
the
you're right,
sexual
Dale.
speculation.
So thus, don't call him a child predator. That's the whole main point. Like
Yeah,
I
we
would never
still have,
call Trump a predator because that is speculation
well,
past what I have.
what is speculation is why he's doing it. What's not speculation is that there is a reason he's doing it and that there is a likely
Yes, and there's a
solution.
reason why Trump does it. In every video that we have shown you, he has made sexual comments towards girls, both his daughter, to a 10-year-old, to other people. So,
With no proven actual action towards them.
Oh,
Right?
okay. Okay, Parker, I'm going to get off. I'm going to let you have your line back. Thanks for having me on. I
Running.
appreciate
Shit
it.
around.
So, yeah, so again, just to sum up, my point is that we have two presidents. We have a former president and a current president, former vice president too. One of them has, on video, committed what I would argue are predatory acts towards children. One of them has made, you could say, jokes or even just blatant comments about doing them, but has not actually been proven to have acted on it, any of them. I would rather neither of them be in the presidency, but I would rather the second one I mentioned be in the presidency over the one who has actually committed those acts.
It's not committing it, dude. What is an act? We already went over this, and you said the exact same point. And speaking is an action.
Yes. But, sorry, I'm talking about physical acts, right? Speaking,
what do you mean by physical acts?
You can speak as an act. You can speak about committing a different act, or you can actually do that specific act.
Right. So, but like speaking in of itself is an act.
Correct. But speaking very often actually does not have the same ramifications as.
Do you physically speak?
Yes.
So you're physically doing something.
I'm not saying that's not an act.
Okay,
you're not physically doing something to that child.
How? Psychologically.
Okay. If I say, Parker, fly, am I physically doing anything to you?
No, but you are grounding it in the psychological response to it in terms of the trauma, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's all going to relate back to the psychology anyway. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you very much. So there's no distinction in terms of this particular respect that would be relevant, as both of them are just going to relate to psychological impacts or distress.
I'm not entirely grounding it. I would say the physical touch elevates the amount of trauma to a new level where I would consider it predatory.
But that's not something that you can determine phenomenologically.
I can't prove it. This is just my definition that I'm going by, and I think it's reasonable.
Wait, so why do you think it's reasonable if you don't ground it in something that you can test, right, or you can reproduce when it relates to something like trauma?
Well, okay, so what is your definition that's reasonable that you can't
it's gonna relate to distress within the brain that is like long term or something like that.
How
That
can
would
you
be
prove
long
what's
term
distress
trauma.
and what's not?
Distress in the brain?
How can you prove that something's distress?
It's going to be a psychological state.
Yeah, but how can you prove that? That's not provable.
Well, you have like studies and stuff like that relate to psychological states, which we have.
You have studies of other people, but you can't guarantee
clearly about other people. Yeah, that's how we judge things with studies.
Yeah, but
are you saying that you can't make a claim about anything empirically unless it's done on you?
No, but
that'd be a wild assertion.
You can't make a claim about anything empirically that happened to you unless it's done on you.
That happened to me unless it's done to me? What do you mean by done to me?
Sorry, that didn't make sense.
I was like, what?
You can't. So obviously you can use studies or stuff to prove stuff, but when you're talking about something specific to you, right? Trauma can't be like categorized into this is type A of trauma, type B of trauma, type C of trauma, right? They're broad categories you could do, I guess, but all of it is ultimately going to be different, and you have to look at your own trauma. You can't relate to studies to figure out whether something was actually distressing or not.
Wait, studies can tell you on a general basis what would be likely to be distressing.
You can't be
right? And since we
guaranteed.
can't judge that in this particular scenario, we're going to be judging it based upon likelihood. The way to determine likelihood would be through studies.
Wait,
what are you talking about?
You were talking about necessary and sufficient conditions.
We said that we don't have those.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I was under the impression that your definition was based on that being necessary and sufficient. That distress was necessary and sufficient, right?
No.
So what does
it'd be a threshold of distress?
Yeah, but how do you prove distress without saying it's necessary and sufficient?
What do you mean?
How are you going to prove there's distress?
Prove doesn't imply 100%. Prove implies
Yes, it
most
does.
likely.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so then you can't prove that I exist and I'm real.
I mean, if you want to actually, okay,
Yeah,
sure.
because there's a logically possible world where you're a brain in a vat being fed these experiences, and I'm not actually real. I'm simulated.
I know, but I can prove that I can prove that I have that I am on a personal level interacting with you.
How can you do that?
I can say that I can prove that I interpret you, basically.
That's simulation. That's the simulation, though. I'm talking about the external world being real.
I mean, no, there's no way to prove that, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you believe that it's not proven that I exist and I'm real.
Not 100% proven, no.
Yeah. So that's why prove doesn't make sense to only apply 100%.
Well, I would just not say it's proven.
You think it's not proven that the light is going to turn green when you're driving on the street?
It's very likely. It's not proven. There could always be a different case.
It's not proven.
I think you have to be more rigorous in what you call proven and
because it's most likely it is going to be the case that it's proven.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It literally is. That's an absurd notion of proof.
Let's look at. Can we look at the definition of proven?
I don't have to hold or subscribe to any particular definition, but yeah, I can look it up.
Well, okay, yeah.
Demonstrated by evidence or argument to be true or existing. That doesn't imply anything about certainty.
Demonstrated by evidence or argument to be true. True implies true, and something can't be.
And I gave evidence and argumentation, so.
Demonstrated by.
If it's considered most likely, is that not an argument?
No, you can definitely go through the. Obviously, we always rely on stuff that's most likely, but there's very few stuff that we can prove is true, right? We can say in the realm of logic,
it's most likely to be true is what I'm going to consider to be true because it's the best possible assertion that I can make.
That I agree. I agree that with a lot of stuff, it's easier in terms of pedantics and just general argument to say that stuff that is most likely and always has been very likely is true. Sure.
Yeah, thank you for the mic check. I appreciate it. That's
it's
all
not. It's not actually true.
But what do you mean actually true?
Something that's actually true.
It is most likely true. Thank you for the live pro. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There's stuff that we can actually prove is true.
I don't know what you mean by that. By your definition, you can't actually prove anything other than logical claims.
Well, I mean, if we take the scope of what we're looking at, if I just take a look at how everyone we know interprets the Earth, right? Don't you always talk about those 3 rules of logic, right?
Yeah, the 3
you could
rules.
say what you talk about the squared circle, right? We can prove that it's not possible if the scope is our perceivable.
You want to know what's wild? I literally already told you this. I said outside of the context of logical claims, right? Because the logic, right, is a necessary fact. It's true in all possible worlds.
Oh, so there is
stuff fail to exist.
There is stuff we can prove is true. Wait, so how do we prove?
I literally acknowledged that already. You literally didn't listen to me.
How do we prove the Earth is round?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be most likely that it's round based
upon.
You're not
100% sure it's round?
No, I don't think anyone's 100% certain that.
What about astronauts?
It's logically possible for it to not be round. Even in then, there could be a perspective that makes it seem round, right? But it's not actually.
I see.
It's logically possible.
Yeah, and I think yes, but if we're making the scope of what we're thinking about our perceivable universe, right? We're not going into a hyperdimension, like a simulation, right? We could take even mathematics, all these rigorous.
Okay, so that's physically impossible, not logically.
Who said logically impossible?
I was relating to logic. That was what I was referencing, and you brought up the 3 laws of logic.
I mean, physically impossible, logically. I mean, I think I was talking about the mix of both of them. Right, if we're talking about the light turning green, that's not provable. I mean, physically, it's definitely possible. Logically, it's possible. But that doesn't mean it's proven to be true.
Because logically possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you have to infer probability.
Okay. Yeah, so what's your point?
Yeah, I was inferring probability. Do you understand the way I think about whether or not I consider things to be true? It's predicated on the notion of probability. What's most likely to be true is what I consider to be proven. What I consider, like, do you believe that the Big Bang is proven?
No.
Do you believe evolution is proven?
Do
Do you believe it's proven that germs exist?
I would say none of that's been proven. I'd say it's very likely.
It hasn't been proven that germs exist?
Wait, what was the last one?
It hasn't been proven that germs exist?
I would say, no, I would say that's been proven. That's physically.
Oh, come on, bro. That's not 100%.
Why we can see it with a microscope.
Yeah, but it's not 100%.
How is that not 100%? If we're looking at the scope of our perceivable universe and not talking about like a simulation or stuff being fed into our brains, that is definitely 100% proven.
No, I don't think it's 100% proven because again, you had to take out conditions to be able to relate to that. If we're just relating to, because then we could say it's 100% proven that you and I am real, but that's not the case because there's a logical possibility in which that is not true.
So whenever I'm saying proven and whenever most people say proven,
what do you mean by certain then? What do you mean by certain?
Certain, like to be certain of something. I mean, a lot of people use it in different ways. Some people could say like, "I'm certain you are not a good debater." That's just like a power word. Some people could say,
"How are you using it in this context, bro?" You know what question I'm asking you.
So certain as in like what context?
Oh, the context we're using it right now.
Like certain as in I'm certain this is true. Yes or no? Yes. You can spit it out.
Am I not doing enough with my head, dude? Yes. Holy shit.
No, I just wanted to hear you say it. So, certain as in I'm certain this is true. I mean, if you're using that in a very like rigorous manner, I would say that means yes, it has been 100% proven, usually within the scope of our knowledge to be true. And the scope of our knowledge. Sorry, I don't want to like paradox myself.
And then what does it mean to be proven? It's going to say certainty. So that's going to be a circle of words. Thank you very much. Now can you
prove it? No. That's not what it means. I'd say proven means there's no possible way within the scope of our reality for that not to be true without changing anything else.
What do you mean without changing anything else?
If every other variable...
changing our understanding?
Yeah. With every...
Okay, but that's not certainty. Wait, that's literally not 100%.
Not
that's not 100% because you're literally saying if we remove all of the possibilities in which we could be wrong, then it would be certain, right? Like, what?
No. I used the wrong word. I'm sorry. Changing it without changing any other variables in the world. Right? Without changing any other known variables that we're also certain of.
See, now you're relating to known variables, right? So it's not 100%.
So hang on, I'm going to redefine this. True, 100% true means that within the scope of our observable universe and understanding all the other stuff that we've proven to be 100% true, using the same definition, so it's kind of like recursive, right? Without changing any of that stuff, there is no condition in which this could be true in which this could be false. Does that make sense?
Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. No condition in which this can be false. You're relating to logic now, right? You're saying that it has to be a necessary fact.
How is that relating? Well, yeah, I think everything's kind of related.
It cannot fail to exist.
So, hang on. Let me think of an example. So you
have to give me the logical impossibility of the contrary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go for it.
The logic. What do you mean by that?
Give me the logical impossibility of the contrary.
Contrary of what specific example? I can't just generalize.
You said it cannot fail to exist. So contrary to the position you just held. You said this has to be true in all scenarios.
Okay, so give me an example and I'll give you the logical impossibility for the contrary.
Okay, so again, germs, right? It could be the case that germs don't actually cause disease, right?
Oh, we never talked about that. We said germs exist.
Oh, okay, so you don't believe germ theory?
No, I think there.
You don't believe in germ theory?
Hang on, I think there's no way to prove. It's like you just don't. I think there's no way to prove. I asked
if you believe in germ theory, and you said no.
But I actually don't know what is germ theory. The theory that germs cause diseases.
Yes.
Okay. I think I believe it, but I don't. I believe stuff that's not proven, right? So does everybody else.
That's wild, dude. I don't know. Okay, so you're just using a different notion of proof. I think it's an absurd notion of proof.
Is it possible?
Go ahead.
Your notion of proven was absurd. You said there's no way to prove it.
Clearly isn't. It's just based upon what's most likely to be true.
Parker, I believe there's no way to prove that 100% of germs cause diseases. Correct? Is there a way to prove that?
A way to prove that? Say it's like most likely? Yeah, if there was
Okay.
evidence.
Yeah, but just because it's most likely does not mean it's proven. I don't know.
That's your definition. I have a different one.
So what do you? So most likely and proven mean the same thing to you?
What's most likely to be true? Yeah.
I have a great thing. What if? I mean, I'm very actually wondering how you're going to respond to this. Wait. So just to clarify one more time, most likely and proven mean the same thing.
Yeah. Whatever is going to be considered proven is going to be what's most likely to be true. Within a standard, like a threshold.
Okay. So how about this?
It can have like a 1%, right? And be most likely to be true, and I wouldn't consider that proven.
If I have a spinner, and you're smiling. If I have
because I already accounted for it.
Okay, I want to hear what you're going to say. If I have a spinner,
already did.
I don't actually hear it. If I have a spinner, and 90% of the time, or actually 99% of the time, you said something about a 1%, but I actually didn't really understand that.
I said within a threshold of
what does
probability.
That mean? What does a threshold mean?
Yeah, well, anything like above this, I would accept.
Above what? So okay, how about
say
this?
a particular percentage.
What percentage?
It's going to be arbitrary.
What?
It's going to be arbitrary wherever I would like to place it.
How about in a 1 out of? How about
I haven't completely picked up a particular percentage, but I could follow through with it.
How about this?
We could say like, I don't know, like a 65+%. You know what I mean?
So, wait, hang on. So there's a spinner that has two possible values. There's a circle and a square. 65% of the time it lands in a circle. 35% of the time it lands in a square. And you're saying you would tell someone that if they spin the spinner, it's proven that it's going to land on a square or a circle or whichever one was bigger. You're saying that?
Yeah.
That is absolutely
if what it means is most likely.
Absolutely insane, Parker. I don't think any. Can you bring it? Is that librarian?
How is that insane?
I don't think. Can you do a poll, please? That's there's no way you actually.
Yeah, you want me to do a poll?
It's your chat's gonna always.
Then why do you want me to do the poll? Is what Parker said
your chat actually,
wild?
First of all, half the chat doesn't understand what we're talking about. Second half of the chat is so far up your ass they're not going to vote any differently, but we can try.
Yeah, so you're muddying the water so that if you lose, you don't have to cry on the inside.
I'm expecting to lose.
Yeah, I know you're expecting to lose because you have no basis for the claim.
How about you bring a random guest up here?
You are a random guest. You literally are.
No, another random guest to. Oh,
you want me to? Well, they're going to be all people that agree with you, but okay.
I mean, I think a lot of people here actually support Trump. I don't actually support Trump when it's just him.
You actually want me to bring someone up? It's literally just going to be opposition.
Just pick a random person. Yeah.
Okay.
And we're going to ask them because I think what you just said is absolutely.
All right, let's pick this person.
Normally you seem to have pretty reasonable I agree with them.
Yeah, this is completely. There's nothing unreasonable about this.
Carly, can we ask?
Yo, Carly, he for some reason thinks this is crazy. Is it crazy to say that proven relates to what's most likely to be true?
Parker, you said 65%.
That gravity is proven.
No.
That quantum mechanics is proven.
Parker,
they're not 100%.
Parker, let's be honest. That's not Carly. Listen to me.
Let Carly speak.
I'm just flabbergasted over the trauma stuff and having someone who has no idea what trauma is talking about trauma. Why we got to this point of likelihood and whatever is absolutely ridiculous based upon trauma.
Wait, Carly, could you answer there's a reason we brought you up here. So Carly, if I have a spinner and it lands on a square, the probability of when you spin it, the probability of it landing on a square is 65%, and the probability of it landing on a circle is 35%. If someone tells you that the spinner is proven to land on the square, the 65% every time, is that fair?
So if it's proven to land on 65% of the time, yeah.
Yeah, if what they mean by proven is most likely to be true.
But no one used to see that. Especially not with that threshold. I mean, if you're talking threshold, I would want to see 0.99, 0.001% chance or something.
Yeah, no, I was just giving you an arbitrary threshold. Like would that make sense given that definition?
My question is.
Yeah.
To the normal person who doesn't know what definition you're using, does that make any sense? Because
if they're not dealing with the definition that I'm using, then it wouldn't apply.
well, everyone
Yeah.
can come up with their own definition. The question here is that are you using proven in such a like abnormal way that doesn't make sense to the average person, right? Usually,
No,
your
I think
definition is
I think this way would make sense.
okay, and that's why we shouldn't be telling them the definition to see if it actually makes sense to the average person. We did tell Miss Carly.
And what did the poll say?
I don't see the poll.
Like 70% said what I said was not wild.
Yeah, you also have a stream full of at least 2,000 yes men. So
It's no, you understand that this goes on the For You page, right? And I always get people that disagree
yes,
with
that's
me.
why I said at least 2,000 when you have 2,600. Actually, maybe it's like 15. How many people responded?
I don't know. It doesn't tell me. It should tell me.
I think you should. I think your homework. I think your homework should be to go out and
I
ask
think
someone.
it's wild that this is talking about trauma has ended up like this, but I'm out here.
All right, for sure. I appreciate it, Carly.
Carly, how's your day?
Yeah. So, do you want to go back to the topic? Right.
Sure.
Because like if we just have a disagreement in terms of the definition, there's really nothing.
Does that not sound insane to you?
No, dude.
That's almost 30. That's less than 2/3 of the time, and you're saying it's proven to be true.
It's about 2/3. Yeah.
Less than 2/3 of the time.
You can have that arbitrary threshold. If I want to do it, you can go up higher, right? You could say 95% or 90%.
So are you giving that threshold genuinely? Like, would you actually give that threshold?
I already told you, I haven't thought out a particular number when it relates to it.
Okay, but
there would just be some threshold that we would place.
Without yeah, but that doesn't need deep thinking. Without deep thinking, is that like
it does need deep thinking because I would have to see how that matches up with like things that I do consider to be proven, right? Like in terms of the probability.
Is that a reasonable threshold though? Is it reasonable for less than 2/3 of the time and still saying it's proven? Is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Well, I don't. Under that definition, it's completely
I can't prove you
reasonable.
wrong. It's all opinion.
Yeah, because under that definition, completely reasonable. Do you want to like actually have a conversation about something that's productive, or you just want to say, "Oh my God, you disagree with me"?
No, sorry, that's my last.
Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it.
Give me one more. Give me one more. Wow, that's wild. Okay, I'm ready.
Go back to the topic. Come on. Why do you support Trump?
I support him over Biden if they were to oppose an election because Biden is a demonstrated child predator when allegations of Trump being a predator at all.
Again, we already gave arguments for that. We went back and forth. Do you have any other argument? Because we've gone through that, and I honestly speaking, I don't think that you have grounds for saying at all that what Trump did was necessarily worse, right?
Yeah, none of the people who came up here were able to give a valid definition of trauma or predator. So at that point, you don't have reason to do that.
Sorry, my bad. What did you say? Sorry, say that again.
Well, none of the people, I mean, neither you nor me nor the Rockin' Librarian were able to give a standing definition for trauma or predator.
What do you mean a standing definition? You can have a standing definition that doesn't relate to something that has, that's something that's just referring to typicals. For example, define a chair using necessary and sufficient conditions. Or a table, my bad.
A table, I would say something that is a platform that is elevated, that can be used to hold, that stuff can be put on.
Is my bed a table?
No.
Well, you can put stuff on my bed.
Yeah, but that's not used for a different express purpose.
Well, so if I eat on my bed, is it a table?
If you eat, no, it's used for a different express purpose.
So what is the express purpose that you need to use it in?
I mean, you sleep on it. I assume at least.
Well, no, let's say I don't sleep on this bed.
Oh, so it's not your bed.
Well, no, this right here, I don't sleep on this bed anymore.
Okay.
Right? So if I ate on that bed right now, would it be a table?
Yeah, you could use it as a table, sure.
No, would it be a table? I could use it as a table. That's
Sure. You could say
it's a comparison, but is it a table?
Yeah, you could say it's both a table and a bed then.
You'd say it's both a table and a bed. Okay.
And again, this actually goes back to our definition of trauma, right? Neither of us are right.
So I've had another question. If you know my chair over there, I have a chair, or if I eat on my chair and I've never sat on it before, is it a table?
Sure.
Okay.
So
we're gonna run this through. Come on, let me run it through. Come on, bro. If I eat on top of this Mountain Dew bottle, right? Just eat right here. I didn't do anything else. Okay, is it a table?
If you can actually eat on that, then sure, it's a table. I mean, as long as it doesn't actually...
Yo, for real, the chat, this is a table.
Parker, here's what's funny, right?
See come on, bro. Come on, bro. Wait, you think that what you just said there isn't more absurd than what I said earlier? Come on. This is a table? This is a table, dude. Come on.
Just a second.
I can't do it, dude. This is a table, dude.
Parker, control yourself. Do you remember how just several minutes ago you were giving me this attitude for being like, "Oh my god, that's wild. That's absurd."
Wait, if I eat on my hand, is my hand a table?
No, your hand's an inanimate object.
Wait, what do you mean?
It shouldn't be. It should be an inanimate object. Anyway, let me finish, Parker. Do you remember how just a few minutes ago you were giving me this attitude for saying, "Oh my god, that's wild," and that was what you were just doing, except with your yes men in the chat to like feed yourself.
I'm doing the same thing back to you. Do you not realize that?
And I'm saying how it's hypocritical if you're giving me shit for it.
Yeah, well, no, it's not, because I'm literally doing the same thing back to you to show you how it is. Do you not get that?
Oh, no, I think you were actually doing it just because you were so proud of yourself.
What do you mean? I'm proud of myself?
I mean, sorry, that was condescending. I'm sorry. I think you were doing it to show.
No. I don't even know what you mean by proud of myself.
No, that
was just a claim.
Forget it. I think you were just doing it because you were laughing at how absurd you thought my claim is, not because you were actually trying to show hypocrisy. I don't think you actually.
Wait. Clearly, I thought the claim was absurd.
Claim was absurd, but certainly when I did it.
Yeah. You can think it's absurd, right? But I don't think you're doing anything with what you thought there, right? You were harping on it way too much when it wasn't an absurd claim. Like it really wasn't. Right? You can have an objective standard for what an absurd claim is, depending on what most people think, right? We determined in this chat what was absurd was what you said, not what I said.
In the chat full of, what do you call them, goobs? There's no way you're thinking.
No. It's open. It's open to everyone to take the poll. It's not just goobs.
Isn't it on sub only right now?
That's for chats, not for the goobs. Not for the polls.
Yeah. Okay. But if you're talking to the chat and it's on sub only mode, right?
No, I talk to the poll. The chat is going to be sub only, right? But I'm talking to all the viewers, the audience.
Regardless, don't you think it's strange? Actually, I'm not even going to harp on that anymore. Anyway, go on with your thing. I would say if you were physically able to eat on that thing, then yes, it could be a table. The thing is, you were probably not physically able to eat on it. Like you could not.
I am physically able to eat. I could put a cracker on top of it, and it's table under your view. So this Mountain Dew bottle is a table under your view, bro.
I mean, you could eat a meal of a cracker on it, sure, but you couldn't eat dinner on it, right?
I could, if my dinner is small enough. It depends on how big the dinner is.
Okay, the average size dinner. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I don't care about saying an average size dinner. You just said because you didn't say an average.
You could eat whatever portions you're eating on it. Anyway, go on with that. What's your point now? Now that you've subjectively mocked my assertion.
Okay, now is this gonna? If I eat off this, is this gonna be a table? Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Is this lid gonna be a table?
If you can manage to eat something off that, then you can use that as a table. Correct.
No, not as a table, but is a table.
Yes. If you can manage to eat something off that, then that is a table for the express purpose of what you're doing.
Okay. So a table is a water bottle.
For some meals, yeah.
Okay, but for some circumstances. So is a water bottle a table?
Not always.
Not always. Only in some circumstances.
Correct. That's wild, chat. That's wild.
No, you see, you love it. Yeah, no, that actually is a wild assertion, right?
Yeah, say it to the chat.
To say that that's a fucking chair, bro.
Ask the goose. Point and laugh.
Point and laugh. Yeah, no, honestly, agreed. Okay, here's my next question. Right? Can you give me necessary and sufficient conditions for a chair?
A chair. Something that can support. Something that can support a human body, the average human body. Actually, no, something that can support a 200-pound human body. Because I would want it to be able to be. Actually,
is the floor a chair?
No, I'm not.
Is the ground a chair?
I'm not using that definition. I'm saying an elevated surface that you can sit on, that the average person can sit on.
Okay, if I sit on a mountain, on the ground, is that a chair?
You're using it as a chair, yeah. For that circumstance, it is a chair. It is.
So the mountain is a chair.
In that circumstance,
the ground is a chair, dude. Yo, W, dude.
hang on. If you're
So
using
real. So real, dude.
Parker, you're saying this. Why don't you give me a necessary and sufficient condition?
I don't think there are necessary and sufficient conditions. I think it's going to be a typical.
Exactly.
Wait, what do you mean exactly? Right? I think you were the one saying that there are necessary and sufficient conditions in order for it to be a coherent concept. I gave you a scenario where we're not going to have necessary and sufficient conditions, right? And you don't know it's wild. You still think that there's a legitimate concepts of chairs.
Yes, I think you can make anything that you can sit on your chair for that express situation, right? If I sit on,
so if I sit on someone's face, is that my chair?
They're not going to be able to support you. Your face isn't.
Well, I could.
If their face is able to somehow support you, unless they're going to be doing serious limbo. Actually, no, their face isn't, because I would say
no. What if their face could support it?
No, I would say animate objects are excluded from the definition.
Inanimate objects.
Animate
objects. Okay. So if someone is if someone died. And I sit on their face. Okay. If someone died and I sat on their face, is that a chair?
No, because they were previously I think I actually don't know.
So previously animate.
I think honestly I don't know what. I mean, again, I don't know if a dead person would be considered inanimate. More as they actually, I guess I don't actually really know. I guess I don't.
What do you consider animate?
No, I think they'd be considered inanimate. I would say it can't be animate or it can't have ever been animate, right? If
what is animate?
If you're going to bring in these edge cases, I have to bring edge cases into my definition.
Edge cases, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about necessary and sufficient conditions.
I know, exactly.
If you don't want me to talk about edge cases, then don't talk about necessary and sufficient conditions.
Calm down.
What? I'm completely calm right now.
No one. Yes,
stop the gaslighting.
If you're asking,
that's actually wild, bro. I'm literally completely calm right now.
If you're asking me to give a necessary and sufficient condition on the spot, you can't expect me to think of all possible edge cases and cover all of them in that single definition, right?
Well, that's what a necessary and sufficient condition is. Okay.
Right, so I'm sure I could work one out.
You know what? Go, figure it out and then come back. Are you okay? You down to do that sometime?
No, actually, no. I'll go with this one. I'll say a chair is something that can support a human body for that express purpose, and that has never been animate, never will be animate, and is not animate. Go ahead. Your turn.
My turn? I'm not trying to turn. I'm gonna have a conversation about it, right? So again, right, if I sit on my shoes, are my shoes a chair?
Actually, no, your shoes couldn't support you. They would be like folding.
My shoes can support me. I can do it right now.
If you hung your shoes on a string,
No, they're elevated because they're on the ground and the shoes are elevated.
Yeah, but you'd squeeze them down.
But it's still elevated.
Yeah, but you'd squeeze them down to the point where you'd not be elevated at all or barely be elevated.
Wait, say that again?
Your body weight would squeeze them to the point where they're barely elevating you at all.
But that's still elevated. You just said elevated. So now do you have a threshold of elevation?
Fine. Sure, it's fine. Dude,
this definition is wild, bro.
All right, fine. Let's go with it. Shoes can be your. If the shoes are the type that they will keep you elevated a little bit, then sure, for that express purpose, the shoes are a chair.
Yo, for real, dude. So let me go get my chairs.
Chat, that's wild.
Hold on, let me get my chairs, bro.
Chat, is that wild? Chat.
Let's go, dude. I got chairs. Yo, some crazy chairs, chat. Yo, we got new chairs in stock, everyone. New chairs. Get your chairs, everyone. Please come to the store. Get your chairs, chat. Chairs on sale. Chairs on sale.
It's actually a table.
I'm sorry, dude. Dude, I can't, bro. I'm sorry, dude.
Parker, you're wrong because it's a table. It's not a chair.
Dude, no, it's a chair.
No, it's a table.
Well, it could be both. Under your view, it's both a table and a chair at the same time. It's a table.
Well, it depends on what you're using it for.
It's a table.
Anyway, Parker, do you have any other edge cases?
Skylar, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I have nothing else. You want to talk about anything?
No, I'm good.
All right, I appreciate coming on.
Hey, wait. Hang on.
Give me a little crown.
Remember your homework? Tell me your homework.
No, I don't. I don't remember any homework. Shh. All right, everyone. I'm just trolling with him. I always remember. But yeah, if you like my content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. I am done with live today. We were on live for 7 hours and 40 minutes today. I'm gonna send everyone over to another person's live. Let me see if Dean is live right now because he was been on the second account. So we might try to help out Dean real quick. Yes, everyone, let's go over to It's Dean. It's not Dean, actually. Everyone look up It's Not Dean, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. It's not Dean. It's ITS not Dean with 2 A's and 2 N's. So everyone look up It's Not Dean, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. I appreciate everyone coming on. I'll see everyone tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll see everyone later. Good night, everyone. Second live later, we'll see. We'll see.